while the diva wife is away to check if I'm slacking off on childcare duty. My daughter and I are completely letting loose and having a blast. Little does she know that every single move of ours— What? Homework not finished yet? Don't worry, Daddy will help you write it. Scared your mommy will find out? Just say it. Don't worry, honey. You don't say a word. I don't say a word. How is your silly mommy ever going to find out? Right when my brazen antics are about to drive my diva wife up the wall, who would have thought that a casual trick I pulled off would instantly blow up the entire internet? At this moment, on the recording set of the variety show Mom Is Not Home, host Emmy is interacting with Rio. Diva Rio, your husband and child probably don't even know they're being live streamed right now. Are you worried at all? Rio sits gracefully on the sofa in the guest seating area, her every gesture exuding queenly aura and intellectual charm. Actually, I only signed up on a whim. He always has this one phrase on his lips. It's all the same whether the wife is home or not. I believe my husband will take care of the house as usual. He says, honey, he has always been impeccable in this regard. Host Emmy smiles and chimes in, it sounds like our diva is full of confidence. Rio looks towards the camera with a firm gaze. I hope my husband can set a good example for all the stay-at-home dads out there. Or, if something ridiculous really happens, he can at least serve as a negative example for everyone. Then, could you briefly introduce your husband and child to us, Amy? So we can get an initial impression. Rio nods in acknowledgement. My husband's name is Ren, and he is 2 years younger than me. He is currently a full-time stay-at-home dad. In my heart, he is smart and gentle, taking care of me and the kids in perfect order. I don't have to worry about a single thing. Mentioning her daughter, a maternal gentleness blooms across Rio's face. My daughter, Rinka, is 8 years old this year. Once summer vacation is over, she'll be entering the 2nd grade. The little girl is smart, clever, lively, and active. Just looking at her face, you'd think she was quiet, but her personality is actually like a tomboy. Although her grades are top-notch, she just doesn't like studying. I suppose my husband is the only one in this world who can keep her in check. With this introduction, the curiosity of both the live stream chat and the studio audience is instantly ignited. Amy immediately turns to the camera and excitedly announces, seriously, even as the host, I can't wait anymore. Now let's connect to the zero blind spot camera pre-installed in the diva's home and start the childcare live stream. Just as the live camera cuts into the study, the screen shows me patiently helping Rinka with her homework. But as we go on, I can clearly sense Rinka's exhaustion. She is only pushing through because of fear. But I am someone who has been reincarnated, and I immediately resolve never to repeat the tragedies of my past life. In our past life, Rio and I were so obsessed with making our daughter a phoenix that we wanted to start teaching her trigonometry right from prenatal education. Kindergarten, elementary school, middle school. The pressure we piled onto her was simply too immense, directly resulting in Rinka suffering a miserable defeat on her college entrance exams and sinking into depression. That once lively and spirited little girl later turned taciturn, timid, and full of self-doubt. Rio and I were filled with endless regret. Our marital bond fractured as a result, the crushing blows leaving us locked in endless arguments. Rio's career also plummeted, and our once happy home could never be recovered again. Living this life over once more, my mindset has completely shifted. Forget Tokyo University or Kyoto University. Forget the notion that a diva's child must stand out above all others. It's all utter nonsense. As long as the child is kind-hearted, living a happy childhood matters more than anything else. I abruptly turn Rinka's frail little body around and look straight into her eyes. We can't keep studying like this. You're too tired, darling. We must take a break. Rinka is a bit startled, her big eyes filled with question marks. This has got to be a trap. Summer homework has daily tasks. If you don't finish them, you can still take a break? My strict father is practically a demon. I'm not tired, Rinka whispers, saying one thing while meaning another. She certainly doesn't dare just take her dad at his word. No, you are tired. From now on, whenever you don't want to do homework, we just won't do it. Rinka wears an expression of utter disbelief. The live stream chat explodes in a split second. This vibe is completely different from what Rio described. Weren't they saying he's a strict father? Why is he even forbidding his daughter from doing homework? To make Rinka believe me, Daddy has figured it out. Given you that much study pressure in the past, just traded away your happy childhood, that trade is completely not worth it. You're at an innocent and carefree age right now, so you should just play to your heart's content. So tell Daddy honestly what you want to play. Daddy swears to heaven I will definitely play right along with you. Rinka blinks her big eyes and cautiously probes. Really? The live stream chat boils over yet again. Don't believe him. My dad pulled this exact trick on me back in the day. This is 100% standard operating procedure for trapping your kid. This script is way too familiar. Every beating I took as a kid was because of this. Then, can I play a little bit of Arena of Valor? I immediately nod. Just that tiny request? Absolutely granted. You and I, father and daughter, will run a sweet duo queue and show you the true prowess of the #1 hooker in Tachike District. Rinka is completely stunned, staring fixedly into my eyes. Has her dad been possessed by a different soul? The chat instantly explodes once more. The diva is barely out of the house, and he's completely letting loose, huh? I seriously never would have guessed Diva Rio's husband was such an unreliable guy. Don't say we don't believe it. Look at Rinka herself. She doesn't even dare believe this is real. Inside the broadcasting studio, Rio forces a smile at the camera while practically grinding her back molars to dust. Ren, what on earth are you playing at? I'm not home and this is how you parent? Who was the one who said kids need strict discipline in the first place? Who said we can't lose at the starting line? And who said playing video games is a decadent waste of ambition? The female guests on the observation panel all turn in unison toward Rio, their eyes gleaming with gossip and schadenfreude. Rio, this doesn't seem to match what you told us at all. Yeah! Weren't you saying he's a strict dad? Weren't you saying he's all over her studies? How come she's not doing homework and he's even leading the charge in playing video games? Diva Rio, are you pulling our leg? Or is your husband just hiding his true nature way too deep? Rio feels even more wronged than anyone, forcing a smile through her burning anger. My husband really isn't like this usually. Who knows what got into him today? Host Amy loves adding fuel to the fire. You can send your husband a message. That way we can also see what your husband is really like behind closed doors. Though of course you can't let on that we're live streaming. Rio nods in agreement, pulls out her phone, rapidly edits a message and hits send, synchronized on the big screen. Rinka, how is your homework coming along? And when the reply I sent is projected onto the giant screen in the studio, everyone present is dumbfounded. My dear wife, with me at home. What is there for you to worry about? Homework was finished ages ago. Everything she studied is learned. Everything she wrote is completely correct. Rinka is practicing the piano right now, and she still has dance and art lessons right after. Rio is utterly petrified. Ren, how dare you lie to me? The 3 female celebrities on the observation panel completely lose it on the spot, bursting into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, I can't take it, my gallstones of 10 years are laughing themselves out. See that, sisters? There's not a single honest man out there. They all pull this kind of wool over their wives' eyes. All you married sisters better keep your eyes peeled. Rio is practically crying without tears. He really isn't like this normally. At this moment on the big screen, I steady my phone and smugly lift the corner of my mouth. Your mom is way too easy to fool. You don't say a word, I don't say a word. And the two of us can blissfully duo queue all day long. Today, if I don't carry you all the way to Grandmaster, I don't deserve to be your dad. My daughter asks in a small voice, then what about the homework? I pat my chest. 5 minutes and I'll have it sorted. Rio's pearls of teeth are practically biting tight at this point. Meanwhile, the 3 female celebrities are holding their stomachs, pointing at the screen and telling Rio, your husband is hilarious. I'm dying of laughter. Life at Diva Rio's house must be super joyful all the time, right? Rio's blood surges instantly, fighting down the impulse to catch a flight home right this second. On the live broadcast screen, Rinka desperately tells herself she mustn't believe it, but her yearning for Arena of Valor is simply too overwhelming. Rinka asks tentatively, so, I intentionally put on a straight face. So what so? I remember your mom told you to uninstall the game, right? Go grab your phone right now and download it back, I'll write the homework. Rinka stands up with a little hop, runs to the door, stops right before crossing it, and peeks back in while leaning against the door frame. The chat suddenly gets dense again. Now that's a real biological dad. He actually knows how to relieve his daughter's worries and solve her problems. Relieve her worries? This is totally trapping his kid, alright? Is a dad like this even qualified? Not only does he not let the kid do homework, he even helps her fake it. To this kind of god-tier dad, all I want to say is, please give me one of those too. The studio erupts into another wave of laughter. Hana covers her mouth, turns to Rio, and lets out a light giggle. Diva Rio, your husband sure is young at heart. Looks like he didn't usually show you his true colors before, but now he's completely exposed. Rio struggles to maintain her composure, staring dead-eyed at the screen, silently praying that her daughter will be sensible and stop Ren. But on the screen, Rinka merely glances curiously at the homework, and then happily runs off to get her phone. At that moment, Rio's heart turns completely ice cold. The quiet observer, Corinne, finally speaks up. As a child psychologist and family research professor, I must point out that Ren is leading this child astray. He isn't fit to be a father. An 8-year-old is at a critical stage for building study habits. Once she gets warped like this, pulling her back will be difficult. Games will occupy a child's mind and make her lose her motivation to study. Therefore, I completely disagree with what Ren is doing. Even if he is Diva Rio's husband, I have to step up and correct this. Corinne's words are both solemn and professional, and her tone is quite heavy. Finished speaking, she looks straight at Rio. Diva Rio, do you think what I said is right? Rio's inner conflict right now is immense. She is also burning with anger inside, knowing full well that Corinne is just settling a personal score. During a previous interview, the other party had asked sensitive questions about her marriage, and Rio had snapped back at her. Although she actually agrees with Corinne's view of Ren, she refuses to admit it. Does my husband need you to lecture him? Rio sneers inwardly, but on the surface, she can only squeeze out a smile. I completely agree with Sister Corinne's perspective. I hope everyone won't copy my husband. She says this practically through gritted teeth, genuinely regretting ever coming onto this wretched show. The chat explodes yet again at that exact moment. What is your deal? How dare you say my wife Rio's husband is no good? Who do you think you are, Corinne? Diva Rio came to the right show this time. Fans can finally see Ren's true colors. He says one thing to your face and does another behind your back. Only I am worthy of Rio. On the live stream screen, a heartwarming scene is unfolding. While the game is updating, Rinka lies prone on the sofa waiting anxiously, stars shining in her eyes. I wash a plate of fruit, put it on the coffee table, and casually ask, "What rank are you anyway?" Rinka says a bit sheepishly, "I'm only gold 3 with 2 stars. I only ever dare to sneak a few matches when you and Mom are away." As soon as she finishes speaking, she abruptly realizes she let it slip, looking up at me nervously. Sure enough, my face sinks into a frown as I stroke my chin in serious thought. Not being able to play games because it hurts your mindset won't do. Looks like I need to buy you another phone. At that moment, Rinka finally and completely believes that I am on her side. Rio in the studio is so angry her lips are parting, and the expression on her face is about to crack. The chat boils over once more. It's rare to see Diva Rio looking this angry. I relate so hard. When I'm not home, my husband and son team up to fool me just like this. Once I caught them, it took 3 days of punishment for them to quiet down. What are husbands even for? I can finally chime in with a "same here" and then keep scrolling. Ah, the update is finally done. The #1 mage of Tachike District can finally log in with pride. Rinka lets out a joyful chirp and impatiently taps into the game. I chuckle with a grin, logging into the game while saying, "Never mind what your teammates pick. Just pick whatever you want to play most. If I let you die, I'll call you Dad." Enemy forces approaching in 5 seconds. Get ready. All troops march. Seeing Rinka dancing with excitement on the screen, Rio's heart experiences a violent jolt. When was the last time I saw her this happy? It seems like ever since she entered kindergarten, it hasn't happened once. Host Emi smiles to smooth things over. Well, Diva Rio, actually letting children relax occasionally is totally fine. The key lies in whether the father knows how to guide the child to have moderation. Rio nods slightly. I certainly hope so. Hurry up and come over. Aren't you going to take this wave of minions? Aren't the mid-lane minions supposed to be all mine? Well, you have to come over for that too. You have to be nearby when the minion dies to get the gold, you know. Rinka immediately triggers her sprint skill, controlling her dodgy character to dash rapidly toward the middle lane. Watch out! From the brush, a muscular brute suddenly leaps out, holding an axe and charging like mad to hack at Dodgy. Rinka is so startled she lets out a frightened squeak. Right as Dodgy's health bar is about to empty, with a crisp sound, a hook accurately flies out, dragging Dianwei straight under the defense tower. Followed by a stun and ultimate skill to drain him dry, Dodgy is instantly safe. With a flurry of fierce maneuvers, Dianwei dies on the spot. Ha 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 ha! I got the kill! Ah ha ha ha! Rinka dances around in sheer delight. I am beaming from ear to ear as well. Remember for next time, mages can never face check the brush. My Tachike District #1 hooker isn't just for show, is it? Rinka nods vigorously. Your hook is way too accurate. From then on, it becomes a routine of me fishing for targets and Rinka harvesting the kills. Father and daughter running a sweet duo queue. It couldn't possibly be any happier. In the chat area, can you believe this is the variety show Mama's Not Home? I thought I accidentally wandered into some gaming streamer's channel. Even though I don't play this game at all, watching it gets my heart pounding. I suddenly feel like this scene is so wholesome. A dad hanging out with his daughter like they're buddies. Wholesome, my foot. The game rank might go up, but study grades are gonna go straight down. Enjoy a few hours of fun now. Suffer for a whole semester when school starts. After winning 2 games in a row, Rinka hugs me and gives me a fierce kiss on the cheek, even feeding me grapes. Feeling my daughter's long-absent affection, I grin from ear to ear. Inside the studio, Rio hasn't waited for me to stop. Instead, she watches in a bit of a trance. Hana wears a straight face. My husband and I would never allow our daughter to play games like this. This will definitely corrupt the child. Corinne nods in agreement. Children at this age are most prone to idolizing their fathers. A father's actions are a child's role model. Rio considers herself someone who has long mastered the art of keeping her emotions hidden, yet right now she feels her defensive line about to collapse. And this sense of wavering is coming from the family she is most proud of. Perhaps because Sayuki is younger and also likes to play, she offers a different perspective. I think Ren taking Rinka to play games is pretty fun. Times have changed, after all. Proper entertainment isn't a bad thing. Though, come to think of it, his Chung-Kui hooks are seriously on point. A wave of laughter instantly erupts on set. Although Sayuki's view isn't endorsed by Corinne or Hana, it unexpectedly wins over plenty of audience affection. Seeing that the observation panel is about to descend into a quarrel, Amy hastily smooths things over. The live stream has only been going on for an hour, and Diva Rio did say Ren usually isn't like this today. Who knows, there might be a plot twist later on. Everyone nods repeatedly. Chances are Ren is doing this on purpose to make Rinka get sick of gaming. On the big screen, my daughter and I are still locked in fierce battle in the canyon. Landling King! It's that Landling King again! Driving me nuts. Rinka, don't panic, it's time to show you my full damage build, Chung-Kui. Everyone in the Mama's Not Home studio never expected the live stream to take this kind of direction. What was supposed to be a high-energy segment of studying and piano practice has now turned into a battlefield of gunfire. On screen, the Chung-Kui controlled by me is running amok, while my daughter Rinka trails closely behind to pick up kills, yelling with excitement. Rio's back molars are practically being crushed by her own teeth. As an A-list diva, she knows all too well the cruel realities of the entertainment industry's constant turnover. She had been plotting a transition into an entertainment agency boss, and coming on the show was meant to let her husband and daughter showcase an intellectual and wise image to pave the way. And I went and ripped her plan completely to shreds. Rio is so angry her back molars are nearly crushed to pieces. As a diva at the absolute peak of her career, she understands the ruthless law of the entertainment industry where newcomers constantly replace veterans. She is currently trying to transition into a female CEO of an entertainment agency. She originally hoped to use this show to establish a wise, knowledgeable, and lively persona for her husband Ren and daughter Rinka. Who would have thought I would tear her plan to absolute shreds? Hana's laughter is the loudest of all. I honestly suspect you're doing this on purpose to create a contrast for show effect. To sacrifice this much for the sake of a program is truly admirable. Corinne's remarks are even more acidic. This is an utterly failed parenting method. I honestly don't understand how Diva Rio's husband calls himself a father. He simply doesn't deserve to be a dad at all. If my husband dared to pull this, divorce papers would already be slapped across his face. The atmosphere on set drops to freezing point instantly. Rio's face sinks, the formidable aura of a diva and CEO erupting with full force. Miss Corinne, I have the ability to provide an affluent life for my husband and daughter. They don't need to work themselves to the bone just to be someone else's ideal husband or ideal child. Rio pulls a cold sneer. This is something you, Miss Corinne, are probably completely incapable of doing. A collective gasp echoes instantly across the set, and the live stream chat is blown wide open in an instant. Spot on! Conservatively estimating, Rio's annual income is several hundred million, and with company dividends, it's hundreds of millions more. Why on earth should her husband and child live according to someone else's template? Who doesn't know Corinne's husband is still $500 million in debt? If this were Rio, would that even count as an issue? Corinne has really kicked a steel plate this time. Corinne's face turns instantly icy. I was pointing out your husband's flaws from a professional perspective. Rio cuts her off mid-sentence. You call that pointing out flaws? Then me pointing out that you can't do it is merely stating facts. She abruptly stands up, her aura operating at full blast. Whether there is anything improper about my husband caring for our child is open for anyone to discuss. Being able to use my husband as an example so everyone can learn parenting knowledge is fine. But there is one thing I must state for the record. Aside from me, absolutely no one in this world is allowed to say a single half word against my husband and child. The chief director hastily gestures for host Emi to smooth things over and rescue the situation. They mustn't make the atmosphere this stiff on episode 1. Emi hurriedly steps in to buffer. It is completely normal for the observation panel and guests to have disagreements. Every household has different needs. Sister Rio likes a relaxed atmosphere, while teacher Corinne values rules more. There is no right or wrong in this inherently. Sayuki and Hana also eagerly rush to change the topic. It's already 12 o'clock. Let's quickly see what Ren prepared for Rinka for lunch. Breakfast alone had my mouth watering. I really want to see what other god-tier culinary skills he has. Rio and Corinne are both smart people who know when to quit while they're ahead. Rio immediately breaks into a smile. My husband's cooking is simply peerless. Outside master chefs can't even compare. Corinne also follows the cue to step down. On that point, I quite agree. For a husband to possess cooking skills as superb as Rin's is truly crucial for family harmony and the healthy growth of the child. The tense atmosphere softens in an instant, and everyone's gaze refocuses once more on the big screen. On screen, Rinka pulls out her daji while I pick Chungkui to support. The father-daughter duo achieve god-tier synergy, storming ahead by over 20 stars in one breath. Rinka dances around with excitement. Yay, Daddy, you are simply amazing. Chungkui secured 4 kills, 15 kills this match. That is insanely cool. I smile with doting affection. Didn't Daddy tell you? Alright, lunchtime is here, so tell Daddy what you want to eat. Perhaps the gaming has bridged the distance. Rinka trusts my changes today even more. She probes cautiously. Daddy, even though your cooking is the best in the world, can I have fried skewers for lunch today? I pause in surprise. You mean the kind of skewers fried right in a wok from a roadside street cart? Rinka nods vigorously and instinctively glances all around, lowering her voice only after confirming Mom really isn't home. One time when I was waiting for you after school, I secretly tasted a bite of my classmates. Oh my god, that flavor was simply absolute perfection. Inside the broadcasting studio, Rio is screaming inwardly. Please don't agree to let her eat fried skewers. Quickly pull out your only show-stopping cooking skill and save me some face, will you? The chat section explodes yet again in an instant. Helping the kid write homework and playing games is one thing, but eating something like fried skewers is way too unhealthy. I bet Ren is going to give a stern refusal this time. On screen, Rinka looks up at me with eyes full of anticipation. I reach out and stroke her little head. Having it just once in a while is of course fine, but you mustn't slip up and say anything when Mom gets back. Rinka claps her little hands in delight. I'll just say you made me braised pork ribs, fish head tofu soup, stir-fired kale, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes for lunch today. Hearing this, I can't help bursting into loud laughter. The chat's heat is ignited once more. He just agreed straight away. This is spoiling the child way too much. Most dads might not spoil their sons, but they are definitely yes men when it comes to daughters. Fried skewers aren't necessarily unhealthy. Some places use really good oil, and home cooking often involves deep frying anyway. The user above definitely sells fried skewers, case closed. In the studio, the audience's laughter, though not tinged with the sarcasm of Corinne and Hana, still leaves Rio feeling quite unsettled inside. She is filled with bewilderment. Didn't you used to be the most steadfast opponent of letting the kids eat street food? You've always been the strictest when it comes to cooking. What on earth is going on now? Amidst her anger, an absurdly wild thought even pops into Rio's head. Has my husband been possessed by a different soul? The scene cuts. I have Rinka wait obediently downstairs while I go upstairs to change clothes and prepare to head out for fried skewers. But as soon as I hit the 3rd floor, I quietly make a phone call. Old son, fry up some skewers for me right away. Make sure you use the best oil and the healthiest ingredients. My daughter wants that roadside street food flavor, and I'm worried in case it's unhygienic. You're a Grand Hotel head chef. Don't tell me you can't even handle a small matter like this. I'll be there in 10 minutes. Seeing this unfold, the chat starts buzzing with lively discussion again. Oh my god, turns out Ren had everything arranged all along. He lets Rinka get what she's been craving while still guaranteeing her health. Now that is how a meticulous dad should operate. Who could possibly not love a god-tier dad like this? In the studio, Rio gazes at me on the big screen and instantly finds me looking a lot more agreeable. I knew it. My husband would never be vague on principles like this. Siyuki also chimes in with a smile. This approach is both thoughtful and smart. Hana, however, plays devil's advocate with a smile. If Rinka gets hooked on eating fried skewers from now on, you can't keep fooling her like this every time, can you? Rio glances sideways, sweeping a cold gaze over Hana. The old son in Ren's mouth is the executive chef of a 5-star hotel near our house. I own a 40% stake in that hotel, if I feel like it. I could have old son set up a food stall right inside our villa, as if I'd need to trick my daughter. Hana's face turns incomparably awkward. I didn't mean it like that. The chat explodes instantly. I seriously give up. Can they not afford it? Does she need this old hag over here meddling and worrying for nothing? Why would he need to trick his daughter? Just tell her, if our family wants to eat it, we'll fry it fresh on the spot. That meddling, nosy expression is just too ugly to look at. Rinka and I eat with utter delight, and this harmonious scene once again warms the hearts of countless viewers. At this point, the live stream should have paused, but the chat is filled entirely with voices of opposition. Viewers even launch a poll requesting an option to keep streaming straight through until bedtime. The vote count hits a staggering 99%. It far surpasses the option for a midday break and resuming broadcast at 3 p.m. Director Yosuke is practically ecstatic. This S-tier variety show commanded huge attention before airing, and to be this explosive after just one morning of streaming means this opening battle was executed brilliantly. So Yosuke gives a grand wave of his hand. Group 2 goes to eat first, then swaps with Group 1. Studio guests and audience members can have free time. Whoever wants to eat can head straight to the dining hall. Assistant Director Wang Fuji looks a bit worried. Won't the higher-ups at the station blame us if they find out? Yosuke rolls his eyes. Who does he think he is? Wang Fuji is stunned on the spot. Since when has the chief director been this hardcore? Yosuke sneers inwardly. If this show blows up, even the station head will have to come running to suck up to me. Rio doesn't dare leave to eat. Host Emi thoughtfully brings her snacks and milk provided by a sponsor. The live stream continues. Emi gives a sly smile. Since this is an unscripted stream, let's add a small segment. Let's have Diva Rio give Rinka a call to check on the morning situation and ask what she had for lunch. A wave of ominous foreboding rises in Rio's heart. The morning stream made her realize that I seem exceptionally skilled at lying. With no choice, Rio can only reluctantly agree. The chat is ignited once more. If I could marry Rio, I would never dream of lying to her for a single word in my entire life. I bet Ren tells the truth. I refuse to believe there's a man in this world who doesn't lie. Now we can only place our hopes in the obedient and sensible Rinka. Hopefully Rinka was just talking nonsense. Rinka, having just finished eating her fried skewers, is washing her hands. Seeing the caller ID, I quietly tell Rinka, answer the phone. Don't forget what you just said. I pick up the call, speaking in a relaxed tone. My dear, what's wrong? You just left and you already miss me? Hearing this tone, which is no different from usual, Rio sneers in her heart. Rinka's morning homework, is it all finished? All finished? Didn't I tell you through the app earlier? Everything she studied is learned. Everything is completely correct. I lounge against the sofa with a relaxed expression, looking completely carefree and showing zero guilt, while constantly making eye signals to Rinka. Rinka immediately shoots back an I understand expression, and the chat below collapses into hysterics. Ren has no idea that every single move of his and Rinka's is being watched by Diva Rio. He has even less idea that he is being watched by viewers across the entire internet. Visibly, Diva Rio's anger meter is starting to skyrocket again. Looking at her expression, and then looking at Corinne and Hana, they are laughing so hard, their back molars are almost showing. Rio takes a deep breath, her chest rising and falling sharply, and asks in as flat a tone as she can manage. Let Rinka tell Mom, what delicious things did Daddy make for you for lunch? Rinka freezes abruptly, panicking on the spot. Daddy made 4 dishes for lunch today. They are braised gluten, carp sausage soup, stir-fried chicken tenders, and chicken skewer scrambled eggs. The chat explodes into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, Rinka is too funny. Braised gluten, sea bream sausage soup, stir-fried chicken tenders, and chicken skewer scrambled eggs. How come I recognize every single word, but put together I haven't got a clue what it means? She clearly spouted a bunch of weird stuff, yet accidentally spilled the raw truth. The studio erupts into boisterous laughter. Even the host is holding her stomach and unable to stand straight. Even the usually aloof Corinne can't help turning her head away, her shoulders shaking non-stop. Rio's temples are throbbing. On screen, like a cat with its fur bristling, I spring straight up and reach out to rub Rinka's lips. Shh, shh, you slipped up. Rinka panics instantly, starting to ramble and explain. Mom, I was just joking. Actually, what I ate for lunch today was braised gluten, right? Right? Rinka blinks her big, darting eyes, her brain working at lightning speed. I have to go practice the piano. Practice the piano, Mom. We'll talk when you get back. Seeing Rinka's guilty expression, Rio can hardly believe how her once sensible and obedient daughter has learned to lie and act mischievous. Hana's laughter sounds full of mockery to Rio. Rio, as fellow mothers, I have to remind you, once a child develops the habit of lying, it's really hard to change. Corinne immediately chimes in. If it's under the instigation or tacit approval of the father, the child might even turn lying into a regular habit. Powerless to refute, Rio can only nod. Lying is indeed wrong. I will definitely find an opportunity to correct her. Amy hastily reminds her, Diva Rio needs to remember, our live stream is confidential, and you can't say anything after it ends either, since we have to record 4 whole episodes after all. Sayuki quickly steps in to diffuse the tension. Actually, sometimes you can't blow a tiny little white lie out of proportion, otherwise kids might end up living too cautiously. At least, that's how I felt when I was little. Hana and Corinne exchange a glance without arguing back. What could a little girl possibly understand about marriage and child rearing? Rio casts a grateful look toward her. Emi continues, Diva Rio, during summer vacation after lunch, what does your husband usually arrange for Rinka to do? Rio answers without hesitation. Usually after lunch, he arranges for Rinka to take a nap, and around 2:30 p.m. he has her practice the piano. Sayuki's eyes light up. Does Diva Rio want to cultivate Rinka into a musician or a female singer like you? Rio shakes her head with a smile. My husband and I hope Rinka can test into Tokyo University in the future. Everything else is just cultivated as a hobby and specialty. So that's how it is. Inheriting your musical talent and not developing it is a bit of a pity, Sayuki says with regret. Corinne suddenly cuts in. A daughter's genes are often inherited from her father, whereas sons usually inherit from their mothers. Hana immediately chimes in. My daughter inherited my husband's strengths. Whenever she lies, I can tell right away, because she didn't inherit a single bit of my acting talent. Emi goes on, then let's see if Ren follows the old routine to arrange things for Rinka. The chat is abuzz with discussion once more. I've totally seen through Ren's childcare routine. Pure double standards. Saying one thing to your face and doing another behind your back. He definitely won't let Rinka take a nap. Others say, no matter how much Ren indulges her in the morning, his love for Rinka is real. He'll definitely make her rest. The father-daughter pair are sighing and groaning with gloomy faces. I stroke my chin and ask, played all morning? Time for a midday nap? Rinka's little face drops instantly as she runs over and hugs my arm. I'm not sleepy or tired at all. Every time I take a nap, all that gray time is wasted. I feign deep thought. You have a point. It really is wasted. In that case, why don't you go practice the piano right now? Rinka sits down with a huff and a pout. No! I kindly remind her, but you haven't finished the homework the piano teacher assigned last night. Rinka's eyes suddenly light up. If I finish the piano homework, record a video and send it to the teacher, can you take me to play Arena of Valor this afternoon? The chat explodes instantly. Surely he won't agree to this now, right? Otherwise that's going way too far. He definitely won't agree. Look, Ren is even frowning. I shake my head. How about this? You don't do the piano task, and you don't play the video game either. Even though I want you to be happy, I have to be responsible for your health. You'll strain your eyes from excessive screen time. Rio's heart right now is a swirl of mixed emotions, preventing eye strain from too much gaming. On that point, he's actually right. But what's this about not finishing the piano teacher's assignment? Ren, is this really how you pull wool over people's eyes? On screen, Rinka freezes as well, then squints her big eyes in deep thought. That doesn't seem right. Mom said even though our family is doing okay, my piano teacher is super hard to book. A single lesson costs over 8,000 yen. I immediately put on a gratified expression and rub her little head. Splendid. You even understand the logic of not wasting money. Rio finally wears a comforted smile. At least the daughter is sensible. She didn't fall for Ren's idiotic idea. However, Rinka abruptly stands up, looking at me with a dead serious expression. I'll go practice the piano and submit my assignment right now. Then you call the teacher to cancel the rest of the lessons. And the money saved can be used to buy me a new phone. Just like you said, the two of us can duo Q in sweet harmony. The chat shatters into pieces once again. And here, I thought this little daddy's girl was actually being sensible. If Ren dares to agree to this, I'll immediately bring a 40-meter broadsword to help Diva Rio hack him to pieces. Under Rio's gnashing teeth gaze, wishing she could personally execute someone, I actually nod. In that case, I won't play support anymore. This time, I'm playing marksman. At this moment, Rinka is sitting upright at the living room piano. Melodious piano notes drift and linger in the air. The studio audience and netizen viewers all nod repeatedly. She really plays quite well. Rio's face is full of gratification. Rinka has improved so much. Every time I hear her practice, I feel genuinely proud. This child is uniquely gifted and learns lightning fast. Sayuki nods in agreement. I learned piano from childhood too. But at Rinka's age, my level definitely wasn't as high as hers. Right at that moment, stop right there. The music stops instantly. Rinka lifts her little face, looking utterly baffled. Daddy? I stroke my daughter's head with doting affection. Rinka played exceptionally well, but Daddy caught 2 minor flaws. Rinka's pretty face is filled with question marks. Daddy, you know how to play the piano too? How come I never knew that before? Rio, watching the screen from the other end, is completely stunned as well. Sayuki asks, with wide-eyed curiosity, Diva Rio, does your husband really know how to play the piano? Rio seems to recall something funny, the corners of her mouth curving as she shakes her head. How should I put it? If one finger Zen counts, then yes, he knows. The chat explodes instantly. I didn't expect Diva Rio to be this humorous. What on earth is one finger Zen? It's making my stomach hurt from laughing. If one finger Zen counts, then I'm a piano grandmaster too. Rio's interest is piqued as well, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on my serious expression on screen. I begin pointing out the issue. Rinka, when you played just now, there was a break in the notes. Play those 2 phrases again. The chat boils over yet again. I can't even... This is too funny. Someone who only knows one finger Zen wants to tutor a piano prodigy? I predict Ren is about to suffer a massive public wipeout. Rubbing my hands in anticipation, Rio and Sayuki exchange a startled look. As professional singers, neither of them had managed to hear it at all just now. When Rinka replays that passage, the two of them exclaim in unison, there really is a slight break in the notes. Rio is full of disbelief. Such a minute flaw. Even I, a professional singer, didn't catch it. But he clearly doesn't know piano, so how did he hear it? Everyone is even more baffled now, continuing to glue their eyes to the screen with a bellyful of astonishment. On screen, I nod with a solemn expression. There is indeed a note break. It feels just like someone hopping and skipping while walking, very uncoordinated. I sit down next to Rinka, placing both hands on the keys to skillfully demonstrate, explaining as I play. Look at my wrist and arm. The note break happens because your wrist is too stiff right here. If it's not relaxed enough, the sound isn't connected. It should be like this. Fluid and melodious notes spill forth beneath my fingertips. To make the tone transparent and relaxed, you have to reduce muscle stiffness and tension. Holy crap, tweaking it like that really makes it so much smoother. He actually knows how to play? Can you believe this? Even his wife didn't know he could play the piano. This man hides his depths way too deep. Rinka freezes for a moment, then her eyes light up. She claps her little hands excitedly and shouts, "Daddy, you're amazing!" I smile and say, now for the second problem here. I mimic Rinka's earlier playing style. The notes here are smudged together. The previous note hasn't cleared out before the next one jumps in. The two notes are getting mushed into a blur. This is because you're lifting your fingers too slowly. You need to conquer finger laziness and channel your strength right into your fingertips. In this single moment, I become a shining, magnificent hero in my daughter's eyes. Nodoka looked at me with eyes full of adoration, her little face brimming with pure worship as she said, "Papa, you're amazing." My teacher actually mentioned this exact issue before, but they didn't explain it half as clearly as you did. And even when I play it like this, my teacher always says it's acceptable, yet you caught it instantly. Papa, you understand piano way better than Mama. Don't talk nonsense. Your mother is the true master-level talent. Try it again now, just following the method I just taught you. When Nodoka played it through a second time, sure enough, her progress was lightning fast, with immediate, remarkable results. The live stream chat buzzed. Does Teacher Nodoka's dad offer lessons? How much per session? I want to book Teacher Nodoka's dad for a private lesson right now. I'll pay whatever it takes. This level of professional expertise is simply off the charts. Kaya sat staring blankly at the screen, almost unable to believe her own eyes. When on earth did he learn piano? The chat scrolled rapidly. Just based on that performance and guidance alone, his professional tier is definitely not low. A sudden wave of irritation flared up in Kaya's chest. Just what else are you hiding from me behind my back? Kiora chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Husband and wife living together under the same roof, yet still keeping secrets and hiding things from each other. Are you guys terrified the other person might find out? Hana joined in with a chuckle. My husband tells me absolutely everything. I honestly can't understand why Ren felt the need to hide this. Is playing the piano some kind of shameful secret? Hearing this, Kaya's face turned a few shades darker. Emi opened her mouth to speak, but this time she had no idea how to smooth things over or rescue the awkward situation. Saki smiled to break the tension. Time for another fun and interesting segment. So now, let's have our diva queen give her husband a call. And for this segment, the queen has to pretend to be angry, okay? Just tell Ren, I know everything now. You better come clean and confess right this second. The scene cuts instantly. Nodoka is busy practicing her piano while the two of us are playing video games in broad daylight, completely unfazed and without a guilty bone in our bodies. Mama is calling. Keep playing so she can hear that everything is completely peaceful at home. Accompanied by the soothing piano melody, I pick up the call, while Nodoka's little ears perk up attentively. Darling? Kaya takes a deep breath, instantly dropping her expression into an icy mask. Ren, I know everything now. You'd better explain yourself clearly right now. What else have you been keeping from me? I flinch in startled fright, while Nodoka presses down even harder on the piano keys, terrified that the stray wrath might burn her too. My dear, what on earth could I possibly be hiding from you? The chat explodes. Look at me fumbling and stalling on screen while my brain spins at supersonic speed. That comical expression leaves the audience in the broadcasting studio holding their breath to stifle their laughter, while Kaya's anger meter maxes out entirely. Finally, about to confess to loafing around and slacking off while babysitting, are you? When I get back home, I'm going to twist your head right off. Men really can't handle being put on the spot. As long as you're a strong-willed woman, using this trick on your husband will definitely yield unexpected surprises. That tactic is spot on. Last time I asked my husband about his secret stash of money, he immediately confessed to buying 2 expensive collectible figures. I asked my husband the exact same thing last time, and my husband ended up confessing that he swings both ways. On screen, I take a deep breath, my voice dripping with heartfelt guilt. That song, Fly to the Moon, you wrote last time. I secretly changed a few notes in it. Kaya freezes instantly. It's that exact line, leaving the bustling metropolis behind to fly into the loneliest starry sky. Kaya's eyelashes tremble violently, and her eyes widen in shock. Saki hurriedly signals her with her eyes, and Kaya finally snaps back to focus. Not that! What else are you hiding from me? I let out a shocked gasp, looking utterly heartbroken, as if I had just confessed to something catastrophic. That necklace I bought you for your birthday last time. It actually wasn't 14,000 yen. It was 1,004,000 yen. Kaya is dumbfounded all over again. The live stream chat goes completely berserk. Oh my god. Please send a dozen husbands like this my way. I wouldn't even mind swapping out a new one every single day. Isn't he a stay-at-home dad? Where on earth did he get so much spare cash? Kaya demands in a sharp tone. Where on earth did you get all that money? I stammer in response. My secret personal savings fund. Kaya feels a sudden sweet warmth bloom in her chest, but immediately puts her stern face back on. Not that either. What else are you hiding from me? I blink rapidly, instantly catching on. Years of experience across 2 lifetimes allow me to immediately straighten my posture. Why don't you just tell me straight? What exactly am I hiding? Whatever you say I'm hiding, I'll admit to it right now. The chat floods with commentary. Kaya just got completely reverse psychologied by him. Since she can't expose that this is all a setup by the production crew, she can only bite the bullet and say, "Fine then." I blink in utter bewilderment, muttering under my breath. Given her usual temperament, launching into such an aggressive interrogation surely meant she wanted to put me through the ringer. How on earth did it just fizzle out like this? Nodoka falls into deep thought as well. Could it be that time of the month again? The chat suffers a critical hit. We are literally going to die laughing in this live stream. Diva Kaya's household is just too entertaining and hilarious. Even though Ren has a few tiny flaws, he is without a doubt an absolute catch of a good man. Sayuki's eyes suddenly light up. Wait, was that song Fly to the Moon? If I remember correctly, it was sung by your company's artist, Yuka, right? Kaya gently nods in confirmation. Saki smiles and presses further. Diva Kaya, would you mind explaining this to everyone? Kaya pauses to collect her thoughts before speaking. I wrote, "Fly to the Moon." But later on, I noticed the chorus part felt a bit different from when I originally composed it. It sounded much smoother and more melodic. I honestly thought I had just misremembered my own work. Saki continues with a curious smile. So Ren actually knows how to compose music too? Kaya shakes her head gently. He has never shown any talent or inclination in that direction. Sayuki asks again, then what about the story with the necklace? Kaya reaches up to pull the necklace out from her collar. He gave me this for my birthday. At the time, he told me it cost 14,000 yen, and I didn't think much of it. I just thought it looked pretty, so I've been wearing it every day. Sayuki lets out an audible shriek. Oh my god! This is the Snow series released by Lux this very year. It definitely costs over 1,000,000 yen. Wow, gasps of astonishment ripple across the entire studio audience. Are there still any models of this fairy tale husband left in stock anywhere? Help me, why am I turning green with jealousy just watching a live stream? Even though Ren clearly hid things from the diva, who wouldn't watch this and say they completely understand? The whole issue of him slacking off while watching the kid instantly stops mattering at all. The female celebrity panel and Saki all wear looks of pure envy, especially Kiora, who can't help thinking of her own husband back home. She silently prays in her heart, when it's our family's turn to stream, please don't let you embarrass me like this. Kaya can't help glancing back at the big screen. I've already taken a photo of Nodoka's piano homework and sent it straight to her piano teacher. Immediately after, Nodoka's excited squeal rings out. Daddy, hurry up, let's do a sweet duo cue together. I'm definitely hitting Grandmaster rank today. And so, the entire rest of the afternoon on screen is filled with the joyful bonding time of father and daughter playing games together. Our gaming banter fills the live stream room with an atmosphere of absolute happiness and cheer. Why isn't my lady Zen robot going over to attack him? He just popped his ultimate. This is making me furious. Damn you, Xiahou-dun. Darling, that character's name is Xiahou-dun. Make sure you pronounce the last character correctly and remember it well, okay? Kaya watches the lively chat feed, then looks back at the happy father-daughter duo on screen, falling deep into thought. Ever since Nodoka started kindergarten up until now at 8 years old, it feels like she has genuinely never looked happier than she does today. This makes her start to question whether the past parenting methods she and Ren used were actually correct. Making sure a child studies hard isn't wrong in itself, but Nodoka certainly hasn't seemed very happy doing it. At this thought, Kaya shakes her head. No, everything I do is for Nodoka's own good. Kiora suddenly speaks up. I want to state once more, Ren is an irresponsible father. He's letting the child indulge in video games and rot her mind. Once she gets sucked into this, you'll never be able to pull her back. Hana chimes in agreement. Exactly. If my husband dared to let my son play video games like that, I wouldn't tolerate it for a single second. Sayuki immediately fires back. But Nodoka is genuinely happy right now. Their father-daughter bond is so strong, and she finished her homework. What's wrong with having a little fun? Kiora sneers coldly. Did you forget? Nodoka's homework was practically done for her by Ren. Sayuki presses on urgently. Nodoka is only going into the 2nd grade after summer break, and she already knows all the 1st grade material anyway. Doing it this once is totally fine. Hana shakes her head repeatedly. This has nothing to do with academic grades. It's an issue of attitude. Kaya has to step in to mediate. Doing homework for your child is definitely wrong, everyone. Please don't copy Ren's example. However, the sentiment in the live stream chat is heading in a completely different direction. Who cares about all that? As long as I'm having fun watching, that's all that matters. This family is literally my daily source of joy. Doing homework once in exchange for a whole day of pure happiness for a child? Totally worth it in my book. I just think Ren is handsome and gentle, and Nodoka is pretty and adorable. Just watching them is enough. Which husband and child in this world are ever truly perfect? If my husband had even half of Ren's patience to spend a whole day playing with our child, I'd go thank the heavens. Amidst the cheerful laughter of father and daughter, the afternoon slips quietly away. I cook a lavish, hearty dinner for Nodoka, and after working up an appetite all day, she eats with immense relish. It makes the viewers at home drool with envy, and many can't help starting to compare them to their own husbands. Nowadays, a man who doesn't gamble, doesn't chase bad habits, and actually knows how to cook? What more could you possibly ask for? Blame this all on Ren. My son is now forcing me to cook for him every single day, but I genuinely don't know how. Diva Queen, since your husband is so good at managing household life, I hereby announce my voluntary withdrawal from the competition. Night falls. Nodoka is still just a child, and since she missed her afternoon nap, she's really starting to hit a wall. Sitting on the sofa watching cartoons, her eyelids start drooping heavily right past 8 o'clock, looking so adorable it could melt anyone's heart. Kaya can't help smiling warmly as she watches the screen. Meanwhile, I am bent over working hard to clean up the mess from the entire day, a scene that once again prompts countless viewers to roast their own husbands. When I turn around and find Nodoka slumped over the sofa and practically asleep, I gently shake her awake. You haven't washed up yet, you know. Nodoka rubs her sleepy eyes, puffing out her cheeks in a spoiled pout. Papa, skipping washing up for just one day is totally fine. I just want to go zizz sleepies. The chat instantly floods with predictions. Ren spoils his daughter so much, he's definitely going to say yes. Right? He's bound to say yes. He already did her homework and played video games all afternoon. He's not going to put his foot down over a tiny thing like this. But I shake my head. No way, Nodoka. Papa can let you play, but you can't get lazy about good lifestyle habits. Stroking her head, I continue. A young lady needs to keep herself clean. Eating food without brushing your teeth gives you cavities, you know. Do you want little bugs moving into your mouth to build a home? Only then does Nodoka grudgingly pout and slip into her slippers. Fine. But then Papa has to sing me a lullaby. Gasps of surprise echo across the broadcasting studio. Wow, he managed to persuade her just like that? Ren really knows what he's doing. I think he's completely right. You can't compromise on matters of principle, because that's how you help children build good habits. If parents start cutting corners and being perfunctory, children won't take those things seriously either. Saki smiles as she looks toward Kaya. Diva Queen, does Ren sing to put Nodoka to sleep every single night? Kaya is visibly startled for a moment before shaking her head. Because Nodoka is extremely attached to Ren, he's the one who puts her to sleep every night. I'm usually busy, and Nodoka only ever wants Ren to tuck her in. Sayuki wears a face full of admiration. Oh my! A soft smile curls the corners of Kaya's lips. Ren really does a wonderful job. The scene shifts to Nodoka's princess bedroom. Nodoka lies comfortably tucked into bed, blinking her bright, sparkling eyes. Papa, sing me Mama's song. Make sure you imitate Mama's voice, okay? Mama hasn't sung to me in so long. Those words give Kaya's heart a vicious, painful pinch. It's true. Just how long has it been since she last sang to Shishi? And when on earth did her daughter start clinging exclusively to Ren? Memories come flooding back. Whenever Shishi wanted her to tuck her in, she would use work as an excuse, and when feeling irritable, she would even snap at her daughter. Over time, after Shishi started school, she stopped asking altogether. At this thought, Kaya's heart feels as though it's being pierced by countless fine needles. Yet Ren has always remained endlessly patient. On screen, I gently pat my daughter's head with a smile and say, "How about Papa sings you a song about our whole family instead?" Yay! Nodoka closes her eyes with a look of pure bliss. I close my eyes as well, and a gentle lullaby begins to echo softly through the room. Gasps of shock ripple back and forth through the broadcasting studio. Kaya even leaps straight to her feet, staring in utter disbelief and fixing her wide eyes on the big screen. The live stream chat is completely detonated in an instant. Wait, that voice. Could that possibly be Shishi? Who would ever believe this? A rugged 6-foot-tall guy singing in a child's voice? It sounds identical. What kind of godly voice acting skill is this? That's completely off the charts. What's this song called? Why have I never heard it before anywhere? Right at that moment, Nodoka suddenly opens her eyes and looks up at me. Did he sing it wrong? Excitement sparkles in Nodoka's eyes. Your voice just now was so cute. You sounded just like a little girl. I stroke her head with doting affection. That's your own voice, silly. Close your eyes and listen to the song. I resume gently patting Nodoka, humming the line once more. Papa, did the sun come out and the moon go home? The chat catches fire once again. I'm around the same age as Ren. Why do I suddenly want him to sing me to sleep too? Hey, back off up there. I want to just call him Daddy directly. I'm old enough to be his mother, yet I still want to be lulled to sleep by him. Sayuki stands frozen with wide, beautiful eyes, having stayed on her feet ever since I started singing. She extends a slender finger, asking in absolute horror, what kind of terrifying voice control ability is this? There aren't even a handful of people in the entire music industry who could pull that off. Diva Queen, did you honestly not know anything about this? Kaya wears an equally bewildered expression. I truly didn't know a thing about it. On screen, I began singing the second verse of the song, starting off once more with an uncanny, flawless children's voice. Suddenly, a soft, gentle female voice seamlessly chimes in to take the next line. An explosion of exclamation erupts across the studio as the question and answer duet continues on screen. Sayuki lets out a sharp shriek. Oh my god, isn't that the voice of the Diva Queen herself? Holy crap. It actually is. Shishi, Ren, and the Diva Queen, all singing together. An entire family of 3 hidden inside a single song. This has got to be an original piece. I searched through every database using every possible method and found nothing. Hana and Kiora exchange glances, their eyes filled with growing anxiety. Not only does Ren tutor homework, take care of the kid, and play games, but he also displays extraordinary fatherly qualities. And now this singing ability is truly jaw-dropping. It's even an original composition. This puts enormous pressure on them for the next 2 episodes. What if they actually get completely outperformed by him when their turn comes? Sayuki's voice climbs an octave in excitement. Original. It's definitely an original song. I checked the copyright database and it's nowhere to be found. Hana frowns and counters. But if even the queen didn't know Ren could sing or compose, could he have written it while working at the queen's company? Kaya immediately denies it. He has never stepped foot in my company, and I've never brought a song like this back home either. Sayuki becomes even more certain. Then it's 100% an original. Don't forget, he even edited the Queen's song earlier. The chat is scrolling at a blinding speed. What's your deal? Does an original song hurt your precious Hana somehow? Is it really that hard to just admit someone else's husband is exceptional? The stream is about to end, and Shishi is going offline. Wah! I'm going to miss Papa Ren so much. Strongly petitioning to redirect the camera to the bathroom, we demand to watch Ren take a shower. Amidst a wave of soaring praise for me, the live stream slowly draws to a close. Sayuki remains completely absorbed in shock, urging Kaya to make sure she gets the original audio file of the song as soon as she gets home. Watching the entire live broadcast from start to finish leaves Kaya's heart experiencing a complete emotional roller coaster. From confidence to depression, then from anger to sheer shock, leaving only a single question echoing in her mind. Ren, just how many things are you keeping from me? Our very first episode of Mom is Away concludes on a perfect note, and we trust everyone felt the warmth of family through Ren and Shishi. Next week, we'll step into the home of movie Queen Hana to see how her husband handles childcare. See you all next time. As the program ends, Kaya sits in the car on her way home, gazing out the rain-streaked window at the flashing neon lights with a swirl of complicated emotions in her chest. There is a lingering dissatisfaction with me, disappointment over her daughter lying, and the dread of facing the cameras once more, since the production crew still has to film her homecoming footage. Assistant Jae turns around from the passenger seat with a smile. brother-in-law and Shishi are just way too charming. I had a huge fangirl smile on my face the entire time. Kaya tugs at the corner of her lips. A pleasant surprise? Never mind, it's nothing really. Shiai laughs. Men stay boys until the day they die. There's always an ungrown child living inside their hearts, wonderfully innocent. Kaya's eyes flicker. Is that really true? At 10 p.m., Kaya pushes open the front door to find the house spotless and orderly. At that moment, I am sitting on the sofa watching television, with a cup of steaming hot tea giving off gentle wisps of vapor on the table before me. The moment she comes home, the house is always clean, and that warm cup of tea instantly melts away the last shred of lingering unhappiness in her heart. Let me massage your shoulders. Kaya shakes her head, subconsciously glancing toward the hidden camera tucked away in the corner. You've been busy all day, come sit and chat with me. She pats the empty space on the sofa beside her. I flash a mischievous grin and raise an eyebrow. I get it, you want to cuddle and kiss me. Kaya's face flushes red. Watch your language when you talk to me. I shamelessly shuffle over to wrap my arms around her, resting my chin on her shoulder. We've been an old married couple for ages, what's wrong with that? Oh, will you be serious for once? Kaya pushes my head away, her lips wearing a look of feigned disgust, while her heart feels as sweet as honey. She suddenly recalls Shai's words, men stay boys until they die, and the mature, steady Ren only ever acts this childish in front of her. Isn't this kind of pampering exclusively hers alone? Let me ask you something. Did you study music in the past? I nod with an expression of supreme pride. I used to be the lead C-weight vocalist of the Sanmi Elementary School choir. I puff out my chest proudly. Kaya is left torn between laughter and exasperation by my antics. And you even went out of your way to study the piano? I studied it. Kaya's tone is laced with deep suspicion. I nod earnestly. But once you became a huge singing superstar, how could my clumsy third-rate skills ever dare to show themselves in public? Ever studied songwriting? I shake my head with a look of pure bafflement. You come home after a busy day, and this is the first thing you ask? Kaya's heart skips a beat. Realizing she asked too directly, she hurriedly changes the subject. Was Shishi well-behaved today? My face darkens instantly. Back when I was the one home all day, when did you ever care this much? Today you're suddenly sending messages and calling, specifically asking all these questions just because you were terrified I'd corrupt your precious daughter. No, that's not it. Just at that moment. I just listened to Nodoka's piano homework. Her technique and emotional expression are practically on a professional level. Did you secretly give her private lessons? Saki said. After hanging up the phone, the clouds of suspicion in Kaya's heart grew even heavier. Did you teach Shishi how to play the piano? I curl my lips in utter disdain. With my meager 2-bit skills? I wouldn't even be qualified for Shishi to teach me, Saki said. Kaya is practically bursting with fury. She clearly knows it's him, but why is this man's mouth so stubbornly tight? Why don't we head over to the media room for a bit? Her eyes darting playfully, she adds. I really want to hear you sing today. I stare at her blankly, reaching out to feel her forehead. What's gotten into you today? You're a mega diva. What on earth provoked you into wanting to hear an ordinary bystander like me sing? Kaya swats my hand away. No reason. Today I saw some little idol boy singing to a girl. Even though his singing wasn't much to write home about, it was awfully charming. How about you and I go wash up? Ren! Kaya grits her teeth. I lean in close to her ear and gently blow a puff of air. I'll get cleaned up and wait for you. Her boiling anger instantly vanishes into thin air. Then I'm going to take a shower too. I leap 3 feet high with excitement, off to gallop across the plains. Before the words even leave my mouth, I dive headfirst into the bedroom. Kaya's face turns completely crimson. Sneaking a sideways glance at the hidden camera, she stomps her foot in frustration. Why couldn't I just hold back? Saki said. Damn it, not a single one of the questions I wanted to ask actually came out. The next day, Kaya rushes off to the broadcasting studio without even pausing to eat breakfast. When Shishi wakes up and doesn't see her mom, her little mouth pouts unhappily. I smile and hand her a little card. Above it read Kaya's elegant, graceful handwriting. Mom came back too late and had to leave too early. I'm so sorry, but Mom secretly kissed you a few times. Love you so much, Saki said. Shishi instantly beams from ear to ear, her big eyes curving into little crescent moons. Mom has really changed. She cares about me even more than before. If I could get a card from Mom every single day, that would be amazing. I stroke her little head with doting affection. Don't worry, Papa will definitely pass the message along to Mom. Back in the broadcasting studio while Mom is away, Saki opens the show with brimming energy and enthusiasm, Saki said. Good morning, dear audience and friends. Today we welcome our second family to the stream. Before we begin, let's take a look at the exciting highlights of Diva Kaya returning home last night. Kaya's heart instantly leaps into her throat. The production crew didn't edit that weirdly, did they? On screen, the spotless, immaculate home draws a chorus of admiring gasps, and then the dialogue echoes across the speakers. My time of the month just ended. You want to cuddle and kiss or what? We're an old married couple already, plus the two of us haven't been intimate in half a month. Will you please get serious for once? The footage of Kaya looking utterly mortified and ashamed is identical to her real-life self sitting right there in the studio, making her wish she could dig a hole and bury her head in it. Meanwhile, the me on screen flashes a mischievous grin, eyes overflowing with doting affection. The live stream chat instantly explodes into a frenzy. Pwahaha, help me. If I had a wife like Kaya, why would I ever go to work? I just stay home making babies every single day. Ren's cheeky yet doting look is just too addictive. Well, never serious either anyway. The opening highlight reel lands like a joyful bomb. And now, let's invite Hana to introduce her family, Saki said, and kick off today's live stream. Hana stands up with absolute confidence, flashing an elegant, poised smile toward the camera. My husband, Daiki, is a corporate general manager who places a huge emphasis on cultivating our child's capabilities across the board. He is a true role model for our son. Our son Kenta is 9 years old. He excels in his studies and is far more mature and insightful than other kids his age. The live stream chat immediately starts buzzing with commentary. Movie queen Hana's husband? Just hearing that sounds high class and impressive. Saki said, wow, this family sounds so cultured and well-bred right off the bat, please. They were just feeling sorry for Kaya's household a second ago, and the moment it's their turn, they start bragging away. But the moment the camera feed actually unfolds, everyone in the studio is left staring in slack-jawed stupidity. Kenta is kneeling on the floor with tears streaming down his face, while Daiki sits nearby smoking a cigarette with a dark, grim expression. Hana's smiling face freezes instantly. Her entire body goes rigid as she awkwardly stammers out an explanation. Well, the child must have made a very serious mistake this morning. The live stream chat detonates instantly. What catastrophic crime could a 9-year-old child possibly commit? What the heck? What century is this that we're still pulling out kneeling punishments? Are you even his real dad? Didn't she just say he was going to be a role model for the child? He's just sitting over there puffing away on a cigarette like some big boss? A totally inappropriate chuckle suddenly rings out across the broadcasting studio. Saki said. All eyes snap instantly toward the observation gallery. Kiora is fighting desperately to hold back her laughter, Saki said. Sayuki's shoulders are shaking as if she's turned on a built-in vibration mode, and Kaya has already burst out laughing out loud. Kaya hurriedly covers her mouth to apologize. I'm so sorry. It's just that the contrast between what we're seeing on screen and what movie queen Hana just described is, well, it's a bit too stark, Saki said. Hana forces down her burning fury, shooting a freezing, venomous glare toward Kaya. Diva Kaya, children require strict discipline. I trust my husband has his reasons. At least he doesn't do his child's homework for them. Everyone, please keep watching patiently. Saki hurriedly steps in to smooth over the atmosphere. Saki said everyone can continue observing and look for those rare, shining moments when Daiki handles childcare. The scene shifts. Daiki sits lounging with one leg crossed over the other, exhaling a cloud of smoke. His eyes sweep coldly toward Kenta. Do you know what you did wrong? Kenta shivers violently from head to toe. Stammering out a reply, Saki said, I know. He continues in an icy tone. Now what are you supposed to be doing? Kenta stammers frantically. What were you writing? Daiki's eyes widen fiercely. Then what are you standing there spacing out for? Get to it! Hearing this, Kenta scrambles in panic over to his desk and starts scribbling frantically away. A close-up camera shot of Kenta's workbook reveals handwriting that is an absolute, messy scribble. full of glaring errors. The chat section explodes into chaos. Saki said, "Are you kidding me? How is this completely different from what Hana just claimed? Compared to his usual schoolwork, this is multiple tiers lower. Isn't it completely normal for a kid not to want to do homework? They're acting like he desecrated his family's ancestral graves. Does he really need to punish the child this harshly?" Saki said, "Dad!" Kenta raises his head with an excited expression on screen. Daiki, lounging lazily on the sofa with a cigarette dangling from his lips, grunts indifferently. Saki said, "Put it away once you're done." Kenta asks, tentatively, "Can I play on my phone for a little bit?" Daiki waves a hand dismissively without even lifting his head. "Go play. Just stop bugging me." Kenta lets out a joyful cheer and immediately scrambles to grab his smartphone. A dead silence falls over the broadcasting studio. Not a single person dares to provoke Hana. She hastily explains, "B, but he definitely checks the homework later. He said he was just handling some urgent business affairs right then." But as the camera zooms in, the big screen clearly displays the contents of Daiki's phone screen. Saki said, "Everyone's expression turns distinctly peculiar." Kaya chimes in with an unbothered tone. "If my eyes aren't deceiving me, he seems to be scrolling through videos of attractive women dancing." Kaya feels an indescribable wave of satisfaction wash over her. She turns her head to look directly at Kiora. "As a child education expert, how would you evaluate this? As everyone knows, Kiora and Hana are closely allied and formed a pact before the broadcast even began. But with Kaya putting her on the spot like this, she instantly finds herself riding a tiger she can't easily dismount. Daiki's approach is indeed inappropriate, and it causes severe psychological harm to the child. If a parent refuses to check homework but spends their time scrolling on their phone, the child will naturally follow their example. Hana fights desperately to keep her temper in check, shooting Kiora a ferocious glare. "What are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be on the same team?" Kiora glares right back at her with a look of utter helplessness. "With things already looking like this, how do you expect me to spin it? If I let my conscience be damned and say your husband did the right thing, do I even want to survive in this industry anymore?" Saki said. The entire morning stream drags on in excruciating boredom. Daiki is scrolling through dancing woman videos. Kenta is playing video games. Viewer numbers plunge off a cliff from over 2 million down to barely 50,000, turning the director's face pitch black. After biting her tongue all morning, Saki finally steps out to rescue the situation. We will now enter our fun, interactive segment. "Please call your husband right now." Hana nods hastily, quickly pulling out her phone to dial. On screen, Daiki frowns the moment he looks at the incoming caller ID. Why is she calling morning, noon, and night like she's inspecting a guard post? Hana is left standing there completely dumbfounded. "When I'm not by your side." The live stream chat explodes once more. "No way." Hana constantly brags about how affectionate she and her husband are. But this looks like a completely different story. Saki said, "In contrast, Kaya never shows off, yet Ren's affection overflows right off the screen. The gap between these two families is just massive." Saki said, "And to be honest, watching this family stream is agonizingly boring." The moment Daiki picks up the phone, that cloyingly sweet voice rings out across the broadcasting studio. "My darling wife, we've only been apart for a few hours, but I miss you so much." Movie queen Hana discovers her acting skills have completely failed her at this exact moment. Taking a deep breath to suppress her surging rage, she forces her voice to remain as calm as possible. How did Kenta do with his morning homework? Daiki's eyes remain glued to the dancing woman video, his expression dripping with impatience. Yet his tone turns sickeningly sweet and tender. "My darling treasure, don't you worry. I'm keeping our son's studies locked down tight." The chat instantly scrolls by like a madhouse. If I hadn't watched the live stream myself, I genuinely would have been fooled by Daiki's smooth-talking lies. Daiki's scheming is on another level. He lies without even blinking. Total Oscar-winning actor right there. This contrast is too much for my heart to handle. Please hurry up and cut back to Ren's household. Unable to vent her frustration in front of the camera, Hana can only bite the bullet and press on. "What are your plans for lunch?" Kenta is in the middle of a growth spurt, so his nutrition has to keep up. Daiki brushes her off casually. "Don't worry, honey. I hired a professional nutritionist to customize a meal plan. I even brought in a master chef to cook on site, guaranteeing a balanced mix of meat and vegetables that will fully satisfy our son's growing body." Knowing full well Daiki doesn't know how to cook, Hana figures this arrangement is at least passable and saves face, so she instructs further. Honey, put a bit more care into Kenta. Don't just focus on your work. A child's growth needs our constant companionship. Daiki's tone instantly snaps with impatience. Got it! Stop nagging me. I know what I'm doing. The look of utter disgust plastered across Daiki's face is impossible to hide, nagging me morning and night about everything. The live stream chat boils over once again. He actually talks to his wife like that? That is completely unacceptable. Ren treats Kaya with such meticulous care and attentiveness. Compared to Ren, Daiki gets completely obliterated. What kind of decent child could a father like that ever raise? Hana gazes at the screen full of public criticism. We just joke around like this normally at home, but the viewers refuse to buy it, leaving the chat flooded with skeptical remarks. The doorbell rings, and the so-called master chef arrives with ingredients in hand. Daiki jumps up immediately to bark orders. Watch yourselves. All the pots and pans in my house are imported. Why are you so clumsy? My son is in the middle of a growth spurt. If you mess up lunch, you'll regret ever being born. Lunch is served shortly after, each dish exquisitely plated. But the moment Kenta takes one look at it, he wrinkles his nose in disgust. I don't want to eat this. I want fried chicken and french fries. Daiki's already irritable temper instantly reaches its boiling point. He snaps directly at Kenta. Damn it. A collective gasp echoes across the broadcasting studio, and the livestream chat goes wild. What atrocious character, cursing right in front of the child. This doesn't match Hana's description of him being a good husband at all, disciplining his kid entirely by roaring at him with zero patience. Compared to Ren, he's miles behind. Hana watches the unfamiliar stranger on screen playing the role of her husband. Her face cycles between pale green and stark white. Feeling so mortified, she wishes she could crawl into a hole in the ground. Saki said what pushes her to the brink of a complete breakdown comes next. Daiki finishes eating without even bothering to wipe his mouth, heads back to his room to lie down, and resumes scrolling through his dancing woman videos. Moments later, loud snores echo across the room. The camera cuts to Kenta's bedroom, where he takes advantage of Daiki being fast asleep to sneakily fire up a mobile game. Saki said, "Zhongkui, what the heck are you doing not hooking Daji? What the hell? Are they all dead?" The livestream chat detonates all over again. What is wrong with this kid? His mouth is full of trash talk. If my son ever dared talk like that, I'd give him a swift smack upside the head. The audience watches in stunned disbelief, the chat scrolling with endless mockery. Hana's face flushes a burning red, feeling as though she has completely lost every ounce of her dignity. Kiora watches this total train wreck, feeling her heart skip a beat. Tomorrow is my family's turn. I absolutely cannot turn out like Hana. Meanwhile, Kaya leans back comfortably in her chair, a triumphant smirk curving the corners of her lips. Compared to the warm, cozy interactions between her own Ren and Nodoka, she feels thoroughly vindicated and delighted inside. With that kind of pathetic standard, how do you even have the nerve to judge my Ren? She decides to stir the pot intentionally. Teacher Kiora, why so quiet? Kiora's face darkens, shooting a displeased glare at Kaya. Saki said. Kaya laughs playfully. Why are you looking at me like that as a child psychology expert? Shouldn't you step up and offer some commentary here? With the show's popularity plunging rapidly, host Saki chimes in. Teacher Kiora, perhaps you could offer some advice? Kiora has no choice but to brace herself and pick up the microphone, Saki said. Regarding Daiki's parenting style, I strongly disapprove. A child being picky about food and indulging blindly in video games are bad habits that parents must correct promptly, rather than letting them run wild. Furthermore, using foul language leaves deep psychological shadows on a child, Saki said. Parents must pay close attention and intervene immediately. She finishes her speech and hurries back to her seat, not daring to utter another word. The live stream room instantly turns dead boring, and online viewership drops off a cliff, leaving a pathetic 20-something thousand viewers. Director Yosuke's face turns pitch black. What on earth is Hana doing? Why is her husband such an absolute disaster? Assistant Director Wang Fugi looks completely speechless. Who could have guessed? Hana painted her household as a paradise on earth. Whoever thought it would completely implode like this? On stage, Hana sits on pins and needles, having exhausted every possible excuse. With her husband and son performing so miserably, no amount of smooth talking can rescue her collapsing public image. Across the entire internet, the chat feed is demanding one thing: bring Ren and Nodoka back for another live stream. Kaya's lips curl upward. Still want to put up a front? You crashed and burned without me even having to lift a finger. Talk about no comparison, no injury. Your husband and son are an absolute critical hit. Saki runs through her hosting cue card routine. And now let's have movie queen Hana give her husband one more call to see what the situation is over there. Hana's heart hammers anxiously as she forces herself to dial. On screen, Daiki wakes up bleary-eyed, takes one look at the incoming call, and impatiently hangs up before rolling over to go right back to sleep. Hana's face turns as dark as a coal pan, and the entire broadcasting studio falls into a dead silence. A panicked Yosuke finally loses his patience. This won't do. All the momentum we built up in session 1 has completely evaporated. Shut it down right now. Hearing the instruction, Saki lets out a massive sigh of relief. This job is truly not for human endurance. Thinking it would be easy after session 1 and hoping to ride the hype. But session 2. Dear audience and friends, movie queen Hana's family livestream concludes here. On the car ride home, Hana sits in the back seat of the Maybach, her face looking thoroughly wretched. Saki said. As they near the house, she takes deep breaths. I have to stream again tomorrow. Stay calm, stay calm. The moment she steps inside, she is greeted by a table full of unwashed dishes and bowls, Saki said. Daiki, just waking up from his nap, rubs his eyes as he steps out of the bedroom, walking straight into her freezing, icy glare, Saki said. Hearing that look, his words trip over themselves. W-wife, why are you back so early? Was Kenta good at home today? How was his homework? Did you check it? Did he sneak off to play on his phone? This rapid-fire string of questions leaves Daiki completely bewildered. What's gotten into my wife today? But he quickly composes himself, answering right off the cuff. Wrote it, checked it, didn't play. Kenta was super good today. No sooner do the words leave his mouth than Kenta's furious roar echoes from his bedroom. Jonkui, what the fuck are you doing? Daiki's face turns pitch black. Wife, let me explain. Hana's anger surges straight to the top of her head, but remembering tomorrow's live stream, she forces it back down. Go take his phone away and bring his homework out here for me to look at. Daiki understands even better now. She didn't flip out. Is this really my wife? Daiki charges into his son's bedroom, followed instantly by the sounds of piercing, heartbreaking screams and crying, Saki said. He comes out holding the workbook, but before he can even hand it over, opening it to take a look at the ghostly scribbles leaves him completely dumbfounded. What kind of garbage is this? Backstage in the green room, host Saki covers her chest, her heart fluttering nervously, Saki said. That concludes today's broadcast segment. Saki muttered under her breath, wiping a bead of cold sweat from her forehead. With the cameras finally powered down and the studio lights dimming, everyone could finally exhale and prepare for tomorrow's unpredictable trials. She silently prayed that even if Shisui's household couldn't measure up to Kaya's, it shouldn't turn out like Hana's. Saki quickly adjusted her mood and stepped onto the stage, wearing a professional fake smile. Good morning, dear audience and friends. Today we welcome our third family, the renowned TV host and expert teacher Shisui. Livestream chat instantly started buzzing with a flurry of overlapping comments. Talk shows? Not interested. I only want to watch Ren. What is wrong with that woman's sour expression all day long? Calling herself a child psychology expert? She nearly scared my son to tears yesterday. Don't even get me started. My son fussed all day yesterday, insisting I play Arena of Valor with him. I feel you upstairs. I'm currently beating my son right now, playing Jonkui, and he can't even land a single hook. Hello everyone, I am Liang Jichao's grandma. I want to ask what kind of place this is. Maijikara at home said my grandson is already playing games like a little darling, so he told me to come and learn from the kids. Saki looked awkwardly at the chat scrolling by, but relying on her professional poise, she forcefully dragged the conversation back on track. Dear audience and friends, following our usual custom, let's first take a look at a clip of Hana and Kaya at home. Hana instantly grew tense. The production crew wouldn't dare broadcast literally anything just for ratings, would they? Kaya, on the other hand, slumped back leisurely into the sofa, sitting as steady as a fishing boat on a rock, striking a completely carefree pose. The livestream feed slowly opened up, first offering a glimpse into everyday life at Hana's household. How did Kenta perform today? Is his homework coming along well? Did you check it? Hana asked. You didn't let him sneak off to play on his phone, did you? Finished writing it, checked it, and didn't let him play. Kenta was super obedient today. The netizens fell completely silent. But immediately afterward, a furious roar echoed from the screen. Jonkui, what the fuck are you doing? The sheer volume made the entire audience burst into laughter. Fortunately, the footage cut off right there. The video editor broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, how could they ever dare broadcast the violent fallout after Hana discovered the truth? Sayuki giggled so hard her whole body trembled. Seeing the viewer count steadily rising, the production team finally let out a sigh of relief. The live chat was flooded with calls to bring Ren back. Host Saki hurriedly stepped in to save the flow. Next, let's take a look at a clip from movie queen Kaya's household. As the camera angle shifted, the moment Kaya stepped across her front door, it was pushed open from the inside. "Mom, welcome home!" Little Nodoka hopped out happily from the doorway, opening her arms wide to pounce on her. Kaya felt a sudden lump in her throat. She was usually so busy rushing around that she could barely remember the last time she gave her daughter a proper hug. Ren leaned against the doorframe with a gentle smile. This little one insisted on waiting up for you to come back before she'd go to sleep. Kaya pulled her daughter tight, her heart aching with tenderness as the little one buried her face in her mother's neck to act spoiled. Actually, I fell asleep just a moment ago, but Papa stayed right by the window the whole time, waiting for Mom to come back. Raising her head, she caught the faint trace of exhaustion hidden deep in Ren's eyes, and a wave of sweet warmth instantly washed over her heart. The live stream chat exploded completely at that exact moment. "Oh dear Lord, can someone please bless me with a fairy tale husband like Ren? A man like this is practically public execution for my own husband." Talk about comparing people to others and wanting to die. There's no harm without comparison. Compared to Ren, that guy Daiki is just a giant baby. Hana wished she could dig a hole and crawl into it. How on earth did stray bullets manage to hit her all the way from here? Sayuki gazed at Kaya with eyes full of utter adoration. Sister Kaya, please teach me. How on earth did you manage to hook such a top-tier husband? Please share your secrets." Ren replied, "Sure thing. Next time I'll help you look over a few options and we can study it together." The warm and cozy story continued to play on screen. Kaya pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was still spotless. Freshly washed laundry fluttered on the balcony. A pot of fragrant, steaming porridge was kept warm on the dining table. Little Nodoka puffed out her little cheeks with pride. Papa said Mom works too hard, so he specially brewed this heartwarming porridge for Mom. I even helped out too. I stroked my daughter's head with doting affection. That's right, Nodoka was a huge help to Papa today. Really? Then I simply must taste my darling's hard work tonight. Kaya walked over to the table and sat down. I casually scooped a bowl for her and reminded her with a chuckle. The temperature is just right, drink it while it's warm. Millet porridge is low in calories, guaranteed not to ruin our diva's perfect figure. Just then, Nodoka tugged gently on her mother's sleeve. Then she whispered a secret right into her ear. Papa is cheating. Actually, he reheated this porridge over and over again. Kaya was instantly filled with a deep sense of fulfillment. She had been working herself to the bone for her career, yet she had overlooked the fact that for a child, happiness is the most precious part of childhood. She couldn't help but glance toward her daughter's bedroom. Seeing me patiently soothing the child to sleep, that tiny bit of lingering fatigue instantly vanished. This man silently protected their home. Marrying him was without a doubt the smartest decision of her life. Quite a few people in the broadcasting studio were moved by the heartwarming scene. The final minute of the footage captured the moment Kaya left for work. She still left a little sticky note on the desk. Shishi, thanks for the porridge. Mommy loves you. After writing it, she kissed the sleeping little one goodbye and left. Little did she know, the moment she closed the door, I found out that Nodoka had been awake the whole time, holding the note and grinning from ear to ear. I looked at my clever little daughter, half amused and half exasperated. Well, so you little rascal were awake the whole time. Nodoka giggled mischievously. I was afraid if I woke up too early, Mommy wouldn't write the little note or kiss me anymore. I gently ruffled her hair. All right, go back to sleep for a bit. Papa will wake you up when breakfast is ready. Okay. Just when everyone thought this segment had come to an end, the production team quietly rolled a hidden behind-the-scenes clip of Nodoka helping me cook the porridge, warming the hearts of millions. A tidal wave of chat comments instantly swept across the screen. Oh my god, Nodoka is just too sensible. I want to bundle up the diva Ren and little Nodoka and take them all home with me. What do I do? Everyone forming a mob to steal a kid, raise your hand! By the way, does anyone know what color burlap sack Shishi likes? There's no harm without comparison. That Daiki guy is simply here to make up the numbers. Hana rolled her eyes furiously, thinking to herself, How on earth did it circle back to her again? Will this ever end? Hosaki beamed and passed the microphone over. Nodoka is truly a thoughtful little angel. Teacher Kaya, do you have any special parenting tips you'd like to share with everyone? Saki completely treated Shisui sitting nearby as invisible air. The smile on Shisui's face instantly froze. After all, she was the certified child psychology expert here. Kaya gracefully took the microphone with a gentle, poised smile. To be honest, I feel quite ashamed. I'm usually so busy with work that I neglect the family, Ren said. Everything at home is entirely managed by Ren alone. My only secret is placing unconditional trust in him. The live stream chat was once again flooded with a dense wall of comments. Every time I watch the Diva's family routine, I want to grab my own husband and give him a sound thrashing. Now this is the warm and cozy life we aspire to. Thinking back to the chaotic mess at Hana's place, it's simply unwatchable. I wonder how child psychology expert Shisui's household is doing. Hopefully they can deliver a different kind of surprise later. Shisui's husband is buried in debt outside. He probably doesn't even dare breathe too loudly at home. More than just lacking status, his treatment at home probably isn't even as good as their pet dog. Nodoka's standout performance maximized the show's entertainment value, causing the previously dropping viewer count to skyrocket. Director Yosuke behind the scenes grinned from ear to ear, while the audience reveled in the heartwarming moments. They also began eagerly anticipating the footage from Shisui's household. Some viewers even started maliciously stirring the pot, comparing me to her husband Makoto. Saki stepped forward in her high heels, smiling warmly as she extended an invitation. Next, let's have teacher Shisui talk to us about her husband and child, and then we'll cut straight into the live broadcast. Shisui slowly raised the microphone, instantly radiating the commanding presence of a professional host. To put on a flawless display in front of the camera, she had forced Makoto and their son through multiple rehearsals last night. Even down to what they should be doing at every hour was mapped out with absolute precision to ensure zero mishaps. Facing the camera with her standard smile, she introduced her beloved husband Makoto. She praised him as an exceptionally disciplined and thorough actor who approached everything with careful planning. Then, she proudly mentioned that their 9-year-old son Kenta was not only a straight-A student, but also inherited his father's exceptional musical talent, showing an innate passion for various instruments. Netizens began discussing animatedly in the public chat. Makoto's singing is just okay, his acting is a bit awkward though. I really don't see what's so great about him. Makoto's piano playing was genuinely stunning back in the day. I wonder if his son is just as talented. Definitely looking forward to this. When the live feed officially cut in, the entire screen exuded an artistic atmosphere. It left everyone sighing in admiration at what a truly cultured intellectual family this must be. The living room was filled with master calligraphy and paintings, and various musical instruments were neatly arranged in the corners. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell this was a carefully staged showcase. The onlookers in the chat stream began chattering once more. Front row seat! Can't wait to see the expert's family atmosphere. Just look at this thoughtful arrangement. Being a parent is truly no easy feat. So much dedication. A good family environment is crucial for a child's growth. You can tell teacher Shisui put a lot of effort into the details. Aren't those paintings on the wall famous masterpieces? How much fortune must it cost to decorate a house like this? Host Saki looked curious. Teacher Shisui's interior design is truly unique. Could you tell us a bit more about it? Shisui lifted her chin triumphantly, glancing sideways at Kaya. Our household places a massive emphasis on holistic development. From the classical arts to musical instruments, nothing is left out. My beloved won't be found wasting time playing video games with the kids like certain people do. These words were dripping with hostility, practically spelling out direct mockery on her face. Everyone's gaze instantly snapped uniformly toward Kaya. Sayuki hurried in to smooth things over, praising the master-level collection around the house and commending the deep dedication to education. Shisui's pride was practically overflowing. Take this unassuming violin in the living room, for instance. That is an absolute masterpiece, crafted by an Italian violin-making master. Not only are they rare in number, but the sound quality is simply irreplaceable. A sudden commotion rippled through the audience seats. The legendary music master Shostakovich, attending the event, stared intently at the screen. Then he furrowed his brow, shaking his head, while muttering that something was deeply off. In the control room, director Yosuke frantically slapped his thigh in panic. This was a titan of the classical music world, an absolute walking traffic magnet. He hurriedly shouted into his headset, "Quick, pass the microphone to Master Shostakovich." Master Shostakovich took the microphone and cleared his throat. "Actually, I've done quite a bit of research on Western instruments like the violin myself." The live chat exploded instantly. Such a sky-high price for a violin? As if Shisui could ever afford it. Must be a high-end counterfeit fake. I bet she got scammed like a total sucker. Let me drop some inside info for you guys. Not only is that violin fake, but those paintings on the wall are 9 chances out of 10 counterfeit too. Don't ask how I know. I'm in this exact industry. Seeing the chat completely spiral out of control, Shisui grew anxious and restless. The control room became a total mess. Nobody expected such an immediate on-air catastrophe. Saki hurried to take control of the situation. Teacher Shisui isn't an antique appraisal expert after all, so buying a counterfeit by mistake is understandable. Her original intention of creating an artistic atmosphere for her child is worth praising. Let's continue watching the home feed. The live camera cut back to the home, yet the spacious living room was completely empty. Saki cast a puzzled glance toward the screen. Shisui herself wore a look of total confusion. Makoto never mentioned he was going out today. The production crew immediately switched cameras to Kenta's bedroom. Sure enough, he was already awake, lounging lazily in bed and fiercely grinding away on his smartphone game. This Jonkui hook is completely blind. Daji, what are your issues? Get lost. Angry. Lost a star again. He threw his phone down onto the bed in a rage, pounding his fists furiously against the pillow. The corners of Shisui's mouth twitched violently, and her chest heaved up and down with anger. Every single warning she gave him last night went in one ear and out the other with this brat. The camera shifted next to Makoto's bedroom, where he was also playing on his phone, while soft sounds of a woman's panting could faintly be heard leaking from the earpiece. The live chat whipped up another stormy wave of reactions. I thought I was watching a family education show. Why did the broadcast suddenly get so spicy? My Bluetooth earphones just happen to run out of battery right now. How am I supposed to explain this sound to my mom? Sob, sob, sob. You guys were joking, but I'm the only one who actually got smacked across the face by my mom. Scared me half to death. I thought it was one of my study websites running in the background. Sayuki blushed a burning red and lowered her head, screaming internally in her heart, "I'm just a singer. Who can teach me what kind of expression I'm supposed to make right now?" Just as Shisui was wishing she could storm home right this second and beat Makoto up, Kenta's roar suddenly echoed through the live audio. "Makoto, hurry up and get me something to eat!" Makoto scrambled out of bed in a panic. "Coming, Kenta? I want burgers, fries, and a shake. Didn't your mom say we're having nutritious porridge this morning?" Kenta instantly threw a tantrum, grabbing a pillow and hurling it straight at Makoto. Angry, "Just do whatever I tell you. That woman isn't even home." A flash of cruelty crossed Makoto's eyes, but his face twisted into an ingratiating smile. "I'll order it for you right now." The moment he closed the bedroom door, the smile vanished completely from his face. He gritted his teeth and growled low, angry, "Am I your dad or are you mine?" "Makoto!" Kenta's impatient demand blasted from inside the room. Makoto's expression morphed instantly back, putting on a sweet voice as he replied, "I'm calling the delivery right now, my dear boy." He fiercely swiped his screen to lock it, cursing under his breath. "All you do is eat. Are you a bottomless pit? Best if you starve to death, you little monster." The chat stream was once again completely ignited. This bizarre pair of father and son is truly legendary. Talk about seeing something new every day. First time seeing a dad act like a grandson to his son. Monkey see, monkey do, the kid just copies how mom treats dad at home. Shows how tyrannical Shisui is behind closed doors. Haha, I can't breathe anymore. What kind of fairy household is this? Strongly demanding to cut back to the diva's family. Who cares to watch this trash stream? Shisui's face turned dark enough to drip water, while the other guests exchanged awkward glances. Who could have guessed a child psychology expert's home life would look like this? The atmosphere in the live stream room plunged straight to freezing point, and viewer numbers plummeted drastically. Realizing the situation looked bad, Saki quickly chimed in to save the day. Why don't we move on to our next segment and let teacher Shisui connect with her family live on air? Before Saki even finished speaking, Shisui impatiently dialed the number. Ringing tones blasted through the live broadcast, but it wasn't coming from the phone in Makoto's hand. Instead, it was coming from another identical phone Makoto had fished out from underneath his bed. The incoming caller ID on the screen displayed two stark characters, the harpy. "Why is this old hag calling again? Talk about a lingering ghost," Makoto muttered in utter disgust as he hit answer. The next second, his voice morphed into a sweet, fawning, sugary tone. "Oh, darling wife, what made you suddenly think of calling me? Do you have any supreme instructions?" Shisui let out a deafening, piercing shriek of rage. It made Sayuki and Kaya jump in their seats. At that moment, Shisui felt her lungs were about to explode from fury. Good grief, Makoto. It's one thing to hide at home watching trash like that, but you actually dared to keep a secret burner phone behind my back? Makoto on the screen was so startled. His legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed onto the floor. He hurriedly groveled, trying to probe carefully. "What's wrong, my dear wife? Who on earth made you so angry?" Shisui suppressed her raging fury and demanded harshly in a chilling voice. "What time did you guys get up today? Did Kenta write his homework or not? Did you check it? How did you arrange lunch?" A flash of disgust flickered across Makoto's eyes, but he patted his chest and promised smoothly, "Everything is being executed strictly according to your plan. Promptly up at 7 in the morning? The child's homework was done exceptionally well, and I've checked every single bit of it without a single error. At noon, I will personally head to the kitchen to cook a grand feast for the child." The live stream chat instantly and completely spun out of control. Ren angry. This lie is patched together so seamlessly. Bro's composure is truly as steady as a giant rock. "I've decided. We must hand this year's Best Actor Oscar over to Makoto. It would truly be a crime for such acting skills not to win an award. Who says Makoto's acting is bad? I'll be the first to object right here." Shisui's tone turned icy as she instructed. "Once I get back, I'll be inspecting Kenta's homework one by one. After finishing dinner, you must make him practice the piano and record a video to send to me." Makoto nodded and bowed, playing along with a series of agreements. "Darling, put your mind at ease. I will strictly execute the task and won't slack off even a tiny bit." Shisui hung up the phone and noticed the bizarre atmosphere in the broadcasting studio. She hurriedly let out an awkward, apologetic laugh to smooth things over. "Please forgive us, everyone. Sayuki, speak up. Things aren't usually like this. Perhaps Makoto's mood has been a bit out of sorts lately." Kaya's lips corners hung with a playful, teasing smile. "Practicing what you preach is what matters most. Could it be that Teacher Shisui is simply too overbearing at home, which is why the child shows zero respect for his father? I am merely offering an objective suggestion, hoping Teacher Shisui will pay a bit more attention." Shisui was burning with fury inside, yet she could only force herself to maintain outward calm. "Many thanks to Heavenly Queen Kaya for the advice. My child is usually very obedient. It must be that Makoto hit a nerve somewhere and rubbed him the wrong way." The public chat stream was love-flooded once again. Someone with this level of sweat competence is actually a child psychology expert? What an absolute joke to the whole world. If I ever dared to call my dad directly by his given name, I reckon my dad's shoe sole would have already come flying across my face ages ago. "Upstairs, you're slandering me. Pure, unadulterated slander. I am a civilized person. When have I ever resorted to physical violence and slapped anyone?" The camera cut back to Makoto's household. The moment he hung up the phone, he slammed it fiercely onto the floor. Then he cursed in a blind rage. "That damn dead virus hag of an old witch. If it weren't for needing you to guarantee the mutual guarantee dice agreement, angry would I ever need to act this cowardly." The words had barely left his mouth when Kenta violently kicked open the bedroom door and shouted, "Where are my fries and burger? Did you actually buy them or not?" Makoto hurriedly turned around, squeezing out a humble smile. "They're on the way." With a loud clatter, Kenta slammed the door shut, his entire face radiating pure displeasure. And Makoto's grand feast turned out to be mere takeout delivery. Hana immediately felt Kaya tower even taller in comparison. Look at Kaya. She even knows how to hire a top chef. And this Makoto? He straight up orders takeout for his kid. The meal had barely finished when Kenta tried to sneak back to his room to play games. Makoto hurriedly scurried over to coax him. "Kenta, my boy, your mom told you to practice your piano. Let's practice for a bit, shall we?" Kenta rolled his eyes straight back. "She's not even home. What business is it of hers?" Out of options, Makoto had no choice but to pull out Shisui's ultimate trump card, but your mom said we have to record a video to report back to her. A clear flash of apprehension crossed Kenta's eyes, and he grumbled reluctantly. Fine, I'll go practice. Is that what you wanted? Just as he set the sheet music down, Kenta sat there and just smashed randomly at the keys. Save me! What did my ears do to deserve this? Quickly bring Ren back. Now that is the true sound of nature. Makoto's face turned completely green. If this video gets sent over, we're guaranteed to get cursed out dead. Kenta, can we take this seriously? Your mom is going to be furious if she sees this. Kenta instantly blew his top. Can't you just edit the picture? Just mute the video and slap some background music over it? When would she ever have time to listen closely? With that, he waved his hand dismissively. Don't bother me. Panicking, Makoto shouted after him. You haven't done your homework yet. Your mom's going to check that too. Kenta violently threw open the door and hurled all his books out. Why don't you just finish writing them for me instead? I need to go play Honor of Kings now. Silence descended instantly across the broadcasting studio. Sayuki felt her fists clench in frustration. First Hana, now Shisui. What on earth is going on with these celebrity parents one by one? Sayuki pointedly noted sweat. Teacher Shisui. Sure, Kenta's smartphone skills are slick, but editing photos and faking things is where we draw the line. Hana chimed right in with a pointed jab. Kaya helps her kid relax by ghostwriting, but Kenta's attitude clearly shows there's a fundamental parenting issue here. Shisui stared in dumbstruck amazement at her newly turncoat ally, Hana. Meanwhile, Hana guiltily averted her gaze. You didn't help me earlier, so why on earth should I help you now? Kaya let out a helpless shake of her head. These fair-weather friendships love scatter at the slightest breeze. After watching these two households, she suddenly felt that Ren and his daughter were absolute angels. Could it be that she had been pushing herself too hard lately, setting unrealistically high standards for Nodoka and making her resort to deception? No, she resolved to change her ways and spend more quality time with her child. By afternoon, the livestream viewer metrics had cooled right down. Kenta had locked his door to play video games. Makoto's phone calls begging for screen time were bluntly hung up by the director. Seeing viewer numbers hitting rock bottom, Sayuki hurried in to save the day. Teacher Shisui, why don't we connect live with Makoto and see what the situation is like over there? Shisui felt 10,000 objections rising in her heart. With Makoto's current behavior gender, isn't calling him right now just putting him on public trial? Yet with ratings needing maximum impact, she had no choice but to bite the bullet. Before the call connected, Makoto was still ranting away on camera. What kind of damn dead hag is calling and annoying the hell out of me? Yet the moment the ringtone sounded, his expression shifted instantly. Darling wife, what are your honorable instructions? Shisui's face instantly went dark. Why is there zero movement over there? Have you been slacking off again? Cold sweat poured down Makoto's back. Well, Kenta just practiced till he was tired and took a short break. I'll make him play for you right now. Cupping the phone, he sprinted to the doorway. Kenta, get out here right now. Your mom is doing a spot check. Kenta opened the door wearing an intensely disgruntled look. He shot Makoto one more vicious glare before dragging his feet over to sit down. And the moment those piano notes rang out, Makoto! Is this really how you take care of our child while I'm away? At this thought, a sudden strategy sparked in her mind. Makoto actually majored in music professionally. She could use this exact opportunity to utterly crush Kaya. Play a piece for me right now. Shisui's tone was dripping with command. Makoto's brain short-circuited completely. He stammered. Though he did major in it back in the day, he'd gotten terribly rusty ever since entering the entertainment industry. Darling, I haven't even touched a keyboard in all these years. I told you to play, so play. Where do you get off arguing so much? Shisui's voice suddenly pitched up sharply. Makoto's hand holding the phone was shaking like a leaf in a storm. Ultimately, he caved in. I'll play. All right, darling. Kaya's lips' corners curved upward with a teasing, playful arc as her tones swelled with pride. My husband is a talented graduate of the Tokyo National University of Fine Arts and Music. The piano is absolute child's play for him, and he often guides Kenta's piano practice too. Yet, observing Makoto's expression, which looked infinitely worse than crying, the chat stream instantly exploded. Isn't this an obvious attempt to challenge Kaya? Sure, Makoto has a formal background, but who wins and who loses is still anyone's guess. Besides, his vocal training foundation is pretty solid too. If he debuted today, he'd definitely blow up across the internet. On screen, Makoto trembling pushed down the keys, stumbling through the opening melody of Evening in Moscow. Classical music titan Shostakovich raised his microphone to offer a sharp critique. This is quite literally the most basic beginner practice etude. Who would have thought that the moment he finished speaking, the live stream was instantly detonated by a super basic, amateurish blunder from Makoto? Shostakovich's brow knitted into a deep frown. Something feels entirely off. The scale fingering just now was ridiculously wrong. Makoto realized he had completely crashed and burned, causing his mental fortitude to instantly shatter. His fingers shook like he was carding cotton, and the notes instantly devolved into a chaotic porridge of sound. That level of physical noise made even tone-deaf viewers cringe and furrow their brows. The chat was overflowing to the absolute brim. You can even botch an entry-level piece like this? This professional competence is an outright joke. A prestigious Tokyo university turned out this level of sweat skill? Absolutely shameful. Somebody bring me a piano. Even if I just stomp on the keys randomly with my feet, it would sound better than this. Although Shisui didn't understand music theory, looking at everyone's facial expression circle told her something was terribly wrong. The anger in her chest flared right up, causing her to shriek through the screen. "Makoto, what on earth are you playing at?" On screen, Makoto flinched violently from the roar, pulling his neck back as he offered an awkward, cowering defense. Weren't those days long gone? I haven't practiced in ages. Plus, I'm a vocal major. The piano is just a decorative side skill. Hearing this, Shisui snapped back to her senses. Vocals. Singing was his true specialty bubble tea. Shifting gears instantly, she barked out an order. Then hurry up and sing a section. Give us 1,000 miles. Hearing those words, Makoto completely turned to stone. 1,000 miles was Kaya's legendary, iconic cover track, demanding an absurdly high level of pitch accuracy and vocal technique that ordinary people wouldn't dare touch. Makoto's expression at that moment was an absolute mixed bag of 100 different emotions. Then he thought to himself, since I'm already trying to save face in front of my wife, let's just embrace death dead. All right, darling, I'll sing it. He threw his throat wide open and began howling. You left me 1,000 miles away, my entire world turned black-white. That single high note practically blasted the chat clean off the screen. Save me. That howl almost sent me straight to the afterlife on the spot. Listening to it gave me the exact visceral vibe of a whole village gathering together for a funeral banquet. Bro, name your price. From now on, every funeral feast in our village belongs to you. For the very first time, I feel like the status of Big Bold Noodles is being challenged. Shostakovich's face turned green with rage, and he tossed his microphone straight behind him. Sayuki pressed her hands tightly over her mouth to suppress her laughter, struggling desperately to maintain her image. Kaya supported her forehead with a look of utter helplessness, yet she still couldn't help letting out a giggle. I must say, Teacher Shisui, your husband is certainly putting in a lot of effort. Hana completely dropped any pretense now, sitting right in her seat and laughing like a honking goose. Shisui's face darkened menacingly as she glared daggers at her, cursing these spectators, making a mockery of her every which way internally dog water. On the other end of the call, Makoto still hadn't realized imminent disaster was upon him. He even fished for praise with a trembling voice. Darling, how was that? Wasn't my singing exceptionally charismatic? Before he could even finish, Shisui darkened her face and hung up the phone with a loud slap. The goddess persona she had worked so hard to cultivate was now completely ruined by Makoto. Tens of thousands of viewers instantly fled the live stream room. The two directors jumped in panic. Seeing ratings on the verge of collapsing, they hurriedly ordered Sayuki to cut the live feed. Respected audience and friends, today's live broadcast has successfully come to a close. The first episode of Mom Isn't Home is also drawing to its finale. I've been waiting for this. Tomorrow I'm tuning in sharp to watch my goddess and milk dumpling, online begging on my knees for the big boss Ren to grace us with her singing voice. Is it just me sitting here waiting for Ren's god-tier Honor of Kings gameplay? Host Sayuki lightly clapped her hands, and a voting ballot popped up on the screen. parent-child games are the ultimate artifact for building emotional bonds love. We've specially prepared a challenge for everyone, so come vote for Kaya's household. The big screen scrolled endlessly with talent options, showcasing individual personal charm, Sayuki suggested with wide, round eyes. How about we go with singing? Both Ren and Nodoka's vocals are absolute perfection. I'm so excited to hear them sing. Kaya smiled in response. Let's leave it to the netizens' choice. I'm looking forward to it as well. The live chat was instantly flooded with enthusiasm love. Goddess Sayuki and Heavenly Queen Kaya have both spoken. Brothers and sisters, charge! Vote singing straight to the top. I just registered a burner account. Sisters, can I vote twice? I'll fight tooth and nail for my male god for the stage belonging to my wife and daughter. Under the rallying call of the two heavenly queens, the votes for singing skyrocketed like a rocket, quickly crushing heart all other options. Yay! Sayuki made a massive heart gesture with excitement. Thank you all for the netizens' support. Kaya also revealed a gentle smile. Thank you everyone for your love for Nodoka and Ren. Once this song is confirmed as original, I will release it on behalf of the company, and I hope everyone gives it plenty of support. Sayuki suddenly squeezed right in front of the lens and held up one arm high. Kaya instantly caught on and raised her other arm as well. The two goddesses smiled brilliantly right into the camera. Live chat entered an instant state of total frenzy. Ugh, my goddess made a heart gesture at me. I'm dead. My goddess totally has feelings for me in her heart. Screenshot successful. This is instantly becoming my desktop wallpaper. Bro, your fingers are too fast. I screenshotted it too. My triple folding screen phone has been saved. Hana and Shisui darkened black their faces as they exchanged glances circle. All the spotlight had been stolen by those two, making them utterly furious. Meanwhile, Nodoka and I had just finished an intense canyon battle. Rubbing her little tummy, she looked up at me with a pitiful expression. Her big, watery sweat eyes blinked. Daddy, I'm hungry. I checked the time and lovingly ruffled her little head. I've already messaged Mom. She'll be home early today. What does Nodoka want to eat? Nodoka's pupils rolled around playfully. Yesterday we had skewers, so how about we have hot pot today, pretty please? The smile on my face instantly froze. My wife Kaya, who is strictly disciplined to the point of obsession delicious about her diet, has an ironclad, unbreakable rule to only eat light meals for dinner. If she finds out we're having hot pot tonight, the consequences will be unimaginable. Daddy, are you in a tough spot? Sayuki chimed in. Wait. Nodoka tugged on my finger, her little pink lips pouting out like an oil jug. Looking at my daughter's eager, hopeful gaze, I hardened my heart and bit my lips. Not in a tough spot at all. Yay! Daddy is the best! Nodoka instantly flashed a victorious expression, love. Sayuki said, well actually, my face was smiling on the outside while I wept on the inside. Coaxing a little princess is truly technical labor. Kaya finally returned home. The moment the door opened, I pulled her straight into my embrace. Darling, you're finally back. This sudden warmth love left Kaya completely bewildered sweat. Before she could even react, I scooped her up and carried her straight into the bedroom. Ren, what are you trying to do? Kaya eyed me suspiciously. Did you do something behind my back that you're feeling guilty about? I hurriedly waved my hands in denial. I just wanted to discuss something with you. Discuss what? Kaya's curiosity was instantly hook. Let's have hot pot tonight, shall we? I clung to Kaya's arm and started acting spoiled. Pretty please, darling. Kaya got goosebumps all over from my sugary, sticky tone. Didn't I say we were eating light tonight? Why suddenly crave hot pot? Sayuki said. Well, actually, this is just because my lips was suddenly craving it. I scratched my head guiltily. Kaya stared at me, appraising LY, and figured it out instantly. She didn't hate hot pot. The timing was just wrong. There was no way Ren wouldn't know this. The only person who could beg him to eat hot pot was none other than Nodoka. To my surprise, Kaya readily agreed. I suspected I had misheard. You agreed? You actually agreed to have hot pot tonight? Kaya nodded. Hot pot has clear broth bases and spicy ones too. Can't I just eat from the clear broth side? Without another word, I leaned in and planted a fierce kiss right on her forehead in my excitement. Darling, you're the best. Don't worry. All the ingredients were brought over by Old Sun, completely organic circle, healthy, and pollution-free. With that, I shouted toward the hallway. Dinner is ready. Nodoka had already been lurking by the door crack, eavesdropping. Hearing Mom agree, she leaped up with joy. "Mom, I love you." Kaya's eyes lit up. Sayuki said. She beckoned toward Nodoka. "Nodoka, come here for a second. Ren, go get things ready. I have a few words for Nodoka." My heart skipped a beat. Kaya wouldn't start lecturing her right before a meal, would she? We can't let our daughter's good mood love get ruined. Sayuki said, "Wait, darling, is there something you need to keep secret from me? Just say it right here." Kaya raised an eyebrow. "Fine then, tonight's hot pot is officially canceled." Seeing this, I instantly folded like a cheap tent. As I walked out of the room, I shot my daughter a self-preservation look. Daddy really tried his best. Nodoka shuffled over toward her mom, Sayuki said, her little body tensing up tight. Normally, Kaya arranged all sorts of talent classes and homework for her, making Nodoka somewhat nervous and fearful whenever she was alone with her mother. "Mom, don't worry. Nodoka will definitely study hard and guarantee high test scores." Kaya paused for a moment, looking at her jittery, uneasy daughter, and couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. "Nodoka, what's wrong with you?" Sayuki said, "Wait, but Mom isn't here to talk about studies today." She gently pulled her daughter into a hug. "Last night when I tucked you in," Sayuki said, "I heard you humming a tune in your lips, and the melody was exceptionally lovely." She stroked Nodoka's head. "What song was that?" Nodoka scratched her head bashfully. "That's a song Daddy taught me called 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness." Kaya's beautiful eyes instantly lit up. "Really? Then can you sing a couple of lines for Mom to hear?" "Absolutely!" Noriko's eyes curved into crescent moons with joy. Kaya said with a smile as the song finished, "Aside from her youthful child's voice, her vocal techniques were exceptionally well mastered. To sing like this after just a few short days, this child truly studied with all her heart." Noriko began to show off with delighted gestures. "Daddy taught me this song specially. It's our family of 3's exclusive song. Is that right?" "Well, does Daddy sing it well?" Noriko nodded her little head like a pounding mortar. "Daddy sings it super well." Kaya's heart stirred inwardly. Doesn't this happen to complete the show's hidden task? She crouched down gently and looked at her daughter. "Then Mommy will give you an important task. Tomorrow, sing this song together with Daddy, and by the way, record a video and send it to Mommy, okay?" "Really? Does Mommy like this song too?" Kaya lovingly grazed the tip of her nose. "As long as it's sung by Daddy and Toki, Mommy will always love it." Once the hot pot was cooked, I attentively picked out a large piece of meat for my wife, then pretending to casually probe, "What big schemes were you 2 ladies hatching behind closed doors in the room just now?" Kaya glanced sideways at me with a playful smile at the corners of her lips. "Ren, you actually know how to write and sing songs? I heard from Toki that your singing was simply stunning." My hand holding the chopsticks trembled slightly as I let out a guilty, dry laugh. "Ahem, just a tiny bit. I certainly can't compare to you, the Heavenly Queen." Kaya raised her slender eyebrows slightly. "Is that song 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness really your original work?" I hurriedly shoved a large mouthful of mutton into my mouth to cover up my panic. "Well, I suppose you could say that." After all, according to the memories in my mind, this divine hit song wasn't going to explode in popularity for several more years. Kaya rolled her eyes at me with exasperation. "Yes is yes, no is no. Don't play dumb with me. Did you write it or not?" I had no choice but to bite the bullet and meet her gaze, admitting weakly, "Yes." Kaya's eyes were filled with astonishment, but it's definitely a parent-child divine hit that can sweep across the entire internet. Kaya immediately made the executive decision. "I've already assigned a task to our girl. Tomorrow you're in charge of staying home and helping her practice this song until she knows it by heart. So you 2 ladies spent all that time researching just this matter?" I let out a long sigh of relief, my suspended heart finally dropping back into my stomach. Kaya's face turned serious. "What did you think? You must take this seriously. While cultivating Toki's artistic flair is certainly important, it must never interfere with her main academic subjects. You have to handle these things on the premise that her studies are guaranteed." Hearing her launch into nagging mode again, I hurriedly and ingratiatingly picked up meat for her bowl. "Eat some meat, eat some meat. This is fresh mutton that Uncle Sun specially sent over today." Kaya casually transferred the meat over to Toki. "I need to maintain my figure and eat less. Did you actually listen to the warning I gave you just now?" I nodded continuously like a pecking chick. Received, received. Don't worry, my wife, I'll definitely teach this song very, very well. The little munchkin beside us also wanted to chime in. But alas, her mouth was stuffed full of meat, so she could only widen her eyes and nod frantically. Her little appearance was simply heart-meltingly cute. With her goal achieved, a comforted smile finally appeared on Kaya's face. After a pleasant dinner, I briskly washed the dishes, tidied up the house, and slipped back into the bedroom after taking a shower. I lunged like a hungry tiger onto the big bed, securely gathering Kaya into my embrace. "Lady wife, your husband has come to report for duty." Kaya pushed me away somewhat flusteredly, asking with flickering eyes, "Did Toki fall asleep soundly?" I chuckled mischievously to put her mind at ease. That little girl is sleeping soundly right now. Kaya couldn't help rolling her eyes at me. "Our daughter isn't a snoring champion like you." My skin was thick enough, so I just chuckled foolishly. Kaya suddenly turned over and stared at me with a serious expression. "Ren, since the little one is asleep, the two of us need to talk about some serious business." Seeing her acting so serious, I quickly put away my smile. "Please issue your instructions, lady wife." That song, Three Treasures of Auspiciousness, is definitely a masterpiece. Both its melody and artistic conception are top tier. Once released, it's guaranteed to explode across the internet. I nodded cooperatively, admiring her inwardly. As expected of a music industry heavenly queen, this vision is truly sharp. I probed tentatively. "Do you mean to record it yourself? But your company's musical style skews young. Is this song suitable?" Kaya's beautiful eyes swirled with excitement. "Who said anything about giving it to the company? This song is all about our family. A family duet is the most appropriate." After pondering for a moment, I readily agreed. "No problem. But your work schedule is usually so packed. Will you be able to manage?" Kaya proudly lifted her chin. "Did you forget what kind of status your wife has? It's just a song." Since my wife was full of confidence, I naturally gave her my full cooperation. Yet Kaya suddenly grabbed my hand. "Is there something else you're keeping from me? I want to hear you confess it yourself." My heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "You know everything? When on earth did you find out?" Kaya lifted her delicate lips. "Just 3 days ago." I let out a long breath and admitted defeat. "I confess, I originally wanted to give you a surprise for our anniversary. Since the secret is out, let's let its owner see it early." Before Kaya could react, I pulled her down onto the bed and casually fished an exquisite brocade box out from under the pillow. It's a limited edition blue diamond from that major Italian brand. I had a hard time managing to snag one. "I crafted this ring setting with my own hands. Hurry up and try it on." Kaya gently caressed that dazzling gemstone, her entire being instantly blooming with joy. I sat off to the side, scratching my head. Now I had to break my brain all over again, trying to think of a new anniversary gift. Kaya stamped her feet in anxiety. "Ayo, I am not talking about a diamond ring at all." At this, I panicked completely. I really didn't hide any other private savings. Could it be that she found out about taking Toki to secretly eat fried skewers and play ranked matches? What a betraying little secret agent. We looked at each other as if sharing a telepathic link, and cried out almost simultaneously. Kaya stared at me with a scrutinizing gaze. "You actually understand music theory, don't you?" Meanwhile, I hung my head and made a weak confession. I confess to everything." We stared at each other in blank dismay, big question marks stamped all over our foreheads. Kaya broke the silence first, raising a slender eyebrow to ask me, "Just what are you trying to confess?" I rolled my eyes in embarrassment. "I admit that I do indeed know a little bit about music." Kaya's eyes instantly welled up with red. "Then why did you hide it from me for all these years? I really thought you knew nothing at all. With talent like this, staying home to raise the child is such a waste." I hurriedly leaned in and coaxed her softly. "Having one big star in our family is enough. I am more than willing to be your supportive helper behind the scenes. Besides, I really enjoy the time spent raising our child." Kaya deliberately blinked her eyes as she stared at me. "Just how much do you enjoy raising the child usually? And quickly explain what happens when you're not home." Fearing that she would dig any deeper, I executed a roll to take the initiative and directly blocked her red lips. Kaya pushed at me coquettishly. "You're messing up my hair." In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. "Mom, hurry up and get up." Noriko bounced into the bedroom bright and early, loudly urging Kaya. After finishing up breakfast in the kitchen, and seeing that my wife still hadn't moved, I hurried into the room to check. "Wife, why haven't you gotten up yet? Is something making you feel uncomfortable?" As I spoke, I nervously felt her forehead. After all, this self-disciplined champion rarely lingered in bed. Making sure her body temperature was normal, I finally breathed a sigh of relief, muttering under my breath. "Good thing she isn't running a fever." Kaya stretched her arms and yawned, sighing happily. "I'm fine. It's just that I slept exceptionally comfortably last night." Her mental stress had indeed been high lately, yet listening to my singing last night had made her sleep with unusual tranquility. It looks like this bedtime lullaby service needs to become a regular routine. Then hurry up and get washed up. Today I specially simmered your favorite white fungus and lotus root soup. The taste is simply divine. Noriko's big eyes instantly lit up like little stars, and she clapped her hands in excitement. "That's wonderful! I dreamed last night that Daddy was making this." Kaya glanced at her wristwatch. Then she hastily slurped down a few mouthfuls of hot porridge and headed out the door. I stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching that car slowly drive out of the residential complex, and smiled and shook my head helplessly. Even though she's the boss, she still works herself so hard. Noriko obediently shook my arm. "Daddy, I'm gonna do my homework and piano practice this morning, eat braised pork ribs at noon, and this afternoon you have to teach me how to sing." Feeling a pang of heartache, I patted her little head. "Toki, darling, you don't need to push yourself so hard. You can rest whenever you're tired." The little girl shook her head like a rattle drum. "I promised Mom yesterday that I would learn that song. That way Mom can duet with us." What a considerate little sweetheart. A wave of emotion washed over me. I immediately patted my chest to give my guarantee. "No problem. Daddy will give you his full support." Inside the broadcasting studio, the lights were dazzlingly bright as host Koyuki stepped onto the stage full of vibrant energy. With the previous experience behind her, Kaya appeared calm and confident. As soon as Kaya sat down in her seat, Hana launched into a passive-aggressive public attack right then and there. Kiora chimed in with a fake smile to back her up. Parents are children's role models after all. Bad habits like lateness shouldn't be passed down to the kids. Despite how fiercely these two had clashed earlier, they were now banding together to form a united front. After all, who could blame them when Kaya's household was currently the most popular and generated the most jealousy? Sayuki found it hard to watch and stepped straight up to defend her. There's really no need to blow things out of proportion. It's only 8:50. We still have a full 10 minutes before the live broadcast starts. Kaya didn't even lift an eyelid, treating those two completely like air. She simply took her seat gracefully, right beside Sayuki. Host Koyuki frowned inwardly and muttered to herself, "The live stream hasn't even raised its curtain yet, and these troublemakers are already picking fights for no reason." At that moment, the director's crisp instruction came through the earpiece. "Koyuki, all departments get ready. The live stream is cutting to the screen immediately." Koyuki instantly switched to her standard professional smile, raised her microphone, and delivered a warm opening. "Treasures in front of the screen, welcome back to the second episode." Without any further ado, our first stop is still everyone's most anticipated household, Music Heavenly Queen Kaya's home. In an instant, the screen flooded with bullet comments scrolling past. "Friends, to be honest, it's been 3 days. Has Toki baby quietly climbed to the master rank yet? Am I the only one whose heart is itching to hear Toki and Daddy duet?" Only seconds after the broadcast began, the online viewer count skyrocketed like a rocket, breaking through 500,000 and rushing straight toward the top 3 in popularity. The backstage director's mouth split wide in a smile, and Koyuki's face was glowing with radiance. It looks like everyone's fondness for Toki is completely impossible to hide. Let's first take a look at the warm behind-the-scenes footage from their home over the past few days. The big screen lit up. In the cozy living room, the family of 3 was laughing and chatting around a steaming hot pot. Kiora's sharp and cold voice rang out in the studio. "I think Ren's approach as a father is simply far too inappropriate." The atmosphere on set dropped to freezing point instantly, and everyone stared at her in shock. Koyuki even gasped sharply, never expecting this person to jump out and ruin the mood at a time like this. Kaya raised her phoenix eyes and launched an immediate counterattack. "Then I'd like to ask Teacher Kiora, exactly what did my husband do wrong? Perhaps you'd care to share your parenting Bible with us?" Kiora's face flushed red and white in turns, leaving her with no choice but to stiffen her neck and argue forcefully. Children have weak digestive systems. Hot pot is spicy and greasy and must be strictly limited. Besides, adults shouldn't give in to their every whim, or the child will be spoiled sooner or later. Sayuki couldn't stand it anymore and immediately spoke up in rebuttal. Teacher Kiora, aren't you being overly sensitive? As long as everyone is happy and the ingredients are fresh, that's what matters. Besides, Toki naturally loves spicy food. I believe that clean ingredients and comprehensive nutrition are what matter most. Viewers in the live streaming room were instantly ignited with anger. This old hag is back to picking fights and bothering people for no reason. Eating a meal of hot pot gets described as some kind of heinous crime. She's truly speechless. Toki isn't a newly weaned baby. Who is she hurting by eating hot pot? Exactly. Kids from our Sichuan region can eat spicy food the moment they're born. Just order takeout. The hot pot they boiled at home is clean and hygienic. Since when is it your turn to point fingers? The public chat was completely one-sided in condemnation, and Kiora's face turned as colorful as an overturned palette. Kaya's lips curled into a sneer as she pressed her attack further. I completely disagree with Teacher Kiora's lofty theories. Proper family education is never about blindly rejecting children. As long as a request is reasonable, parents should fulfill it within their capabilities. If you deploy that setback education every single day, it will only make children timid and extremely unconfident. Kaya's remarks directly won applause from everyone present. Koyuki immediately stepped in to skillfully control the flow. All right, it seems the guests have thoroughly exchanged views. Let's continue with the next clip. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks at night and returning to the bedroom, under Kaya's queen-like scrutiny, I had no choice but to obediently offer up that miracle of the ocean diamond ring. The bullet comment section instantly exploded into a frenzy. Wait, isn't that miracle of the ocean? That's worth at least 3.5 million. Handsome, knows how to cook and raise kids, and is even this romantic. Did the Heavenly Queen save the galaxy in her past life? A single Sayuki watched with little stars popping out in her eyes. Meanwhile, the married Hana and Kiora felt their hearts burn with sheer jealousy. The footage on screen continued to play. I scratched my head. All right, I do know a little bit about music. Kaya widened her eyes. I thought you were completely tone-deaf. With talent this good, staying home to raise kids is such a waste. I looked deeply into her eyes. Having you as a big star at home is enough. I am willingly your supportive helper. Besides, I super love raising kids, and when you're not home, I really miss you so much. The bullet chat section was blasted with sweetness once again. What kind of fairy tale husband is this? Civil Affairs Bureau. Please issue one to me right now. Sisters, I'm currently cross-examining my husband, and he actually forgot our wedding anniversary. In the studio, the corners of Hannah's mouth tightened as her heart twisted with envy. Kiora's face was also livid, as she desperately tried to recall any moments of tenderness from her own husband. Kaya leaned languidly back into the sofa, her expression serene. There is no harm without comparison. I don't even have to say a word to instantly crush you all. How boring. Seeing that the behind-the-scenes clip was about to end, Koyuki suddenly received a directive from the director and her eyes lit up instantly. Families. The director's group just gave us a surprise. There's another piece of top-secret morning footage to broadcast. The bullet comments instantly blew the roof off. As expected of the Heavenly Queen's household, they're already starting up early in the morning. It's definitely related to that treasure of a husband. No way. No way. Could it be that Ren got caught playing Honor of Kings in secret? The screen cut back to the kitchen, where I was washing dishes. Everything looked completely normal. Suddenly, I raised my head and began singing loudly in an intensely mesmerizing, quirky tune. I went out at dawn to pick up dung. Coming home, why couldn't I see my woman? Checked the east courtyard, checked the west courtyard, searched the south courtyard, looked through the north courtyard. Searched every neighbor near and far, can't find my woman and my heart's unsettled. While singing, my hips even followed the rhythm with a seductive, flamboyant wiggle. As you come to the main hall, taking away my dice for no reason, tell me what's the reason for this. Noriko, who was brushing her teeth, couldn't take it anymore. With toothpaste still in her mouth, she rushed right out. Daddy, your singing is so awful. Bursts of uproarious laughter erupted instantly inside the broadcasting studio. Sayuki covered her mouth with one hand, while nearly snapping the sofa in half with the other. Kaya's cheeks flushed bright red, the corners of her lips twitching as she cursed inwardly. So when I'm not home, Ren is this kind of scoundrel. The chat was completely swept over by laughter. Ha ha ha, what on earth is Ren singing? Don't you guys think this song is kind of catchy? He's a total musical genius. Save me, I love handsome guys who can entertain themselves like this. The Gatmo is absolute perfection. Kaya covered her forehead and sighed heavily. Truly a headache. Were all those delicious breakfasts of mine produced during 10 minutes of this kind of brainwashing magic sound? Kiora acted as though she had caught a life-saving straw, immediately launching into a sneering attack. Heavenly Queen Kaya, as a child psychology expert, I must remind you that this kind of vulgar song and dance will have a severely negative impact on a child's imitation in psychology. Hana hurriedly chimed in to agree. That's right, that's right. In our household, we are extremely careful for fear that the children might pick up bad language. How many children nowadays are full of foul language at such a young age? What a terrible influence this is. Kiora and Hana exchanged glances, both wearing smug, triumphant smiles of absolute certainty. Sayuki immediately stepped forward to refute. How on earth is this considered vulgar language? Many entrepreneurs from humble backgrounds did manual labor when they were children. My dad even hauled dirty water back in the day. This is remembering past hardships to appreciate present blessings, reminding us that labor is the most glorious thing. How did it all get so distorted in your mouths? The bullet comment section instantly blew up. We must support Goddess Sayuki. How is collecting dung vulgar? What are those two old hags acting so high and mighty for? Exactly. Many regions have these kinds of folk ditties. What's there to make such a fuss about? Can't do this. Not allowed to do that. Are you raising a child or serving an ancestor? Is it really necessary? To be completely fair, compared to the foul language Mamoru spews while gaming, Ren singing is practically a heavenly gift. Kiora and Hana turned green with rage. Why is the entire internet helping Kaya speak up? Kaya went in with full firepower. Well then, doesn't your husband watching adult videos negatively influence the children? Rectify yourself before trying to rectify others. Kiora gritted her teeth in fury. Is that so hard to understand? I'm just speaking strictly based on the facts. If Heavenly Queen Kaya doesn't want to listen, she doesn't have to. Kaya folded her arms and sat straight back down. Good thing I stopped listening. Left completely speechless by the retort, Kiora could only sit back down in sullen resentment. The bullet comments flooded the screen with endless rows of applause. Is that it already? The behind-the-scenes clip is way too short. Quickly switch the camera to the Heavenly Queen's home. We want to watch the live stream. I really don't want to see those two old aunties anymore. Just mute their mics. Production crew, hurry up. If you let those two keep yapping, all the viewers are going to run away. We came here to watch Toki and Ren, not to watch those two old hags bicker. Director Yusuke looked at the rapidly plummeting viewership numbers and almost smashed his monitor in anger. He had originally wanted to boost ratings with that quirky performance segment, but it was all completely ruined by those two troublemakers, Kiora and Hana. Quick, switch to the livestream feed. Koyuki instantly switched to her professional mode, walking to the center of the stage with a beaming smile. It looks like everyone can't wait any longer, so without further ado, let's immediately enter the live streaming room. Arriving at the Heavenly Queen's home. Daddy, I'm done with my homework. Noriko held her notebook up high, handing it over with a proud look. I carefully inspected it from start to finish. Then I smiled and praised her. Toki is simply amazing. Not a single math problem was wrong today. Glancing at my watch, I saw there was still over half an hour before piano practice. So I smiled and proposed, Toki, would you like to play an intense and thrilling match of Honor of Kings? Who would have expected Noriko to shake her head and reject me? No way, Daddy. I want to finish my piano practice early so you can teach me how to sing 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness sooner, okay? When my daughter took the initiative to make a request, how could I possibly refuse? Today our Toki is the boss. We'll do everything your way. Noriko immediately hopped up and down with joy, ran over to sit properly at the piano, and began playing Evening in Moscow. This piece was quite challenging for a child, yet the notes flowing from her fingertips were flawless, melodious, and enchanting. The live stream's bullet comments instantly exploded. I remember someone else's kid playing this too. Kids really are incomparable when you put them side by side. Toki's personality is just too wonderful. Ren's encouragement-based parenting deserves massive credit for this. The practice session, originally scheduled to end at 11. You must be exhausted, right? Come eat some strawberries. I handed over a freshly washed batch of strawberries with a pang of heartache. Yet Noriko shook her head. Daddy, I'm not tired. Will you teach me how to sing 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness right now, please? I put away my smile and turned serious for a change. Toki, balancing work and rest is a must. I know you want to give mommy a surprise, but your health is more important. Seeing the slight look of disappointment on my daughter's face, an idea instantly struck me. I suggested, how about this, Toki? Daddy will sing it for you first. Immersion counts as studying too. Noriko's eyes instantly lit up. Yay! Toki loves hearing Daddy sing the most. Once the song finished, Noriko remained utterly immersed, wearing a look of lingering delight. Blinking her big, round eyes, she eagerly urged me, "Let's start right now. I'm fully rested." I was somewhat surprised. Noriko nodded her little head vigorously. I want to learn this song quickly, I readily agreed. Sayuki excitedly grabbed Kaya's hand. Sister Kaya, Toki is going to duet with Ren. Kaya's palms were slick with nervous sweat. Feeling that her daughter duetting with me made her heart beat even faster than going on stage herself. The moment Noriko started singing, that clean and pure child's voice rang out. Toki's musical talent is simply top tier. Koyuki's face was full of amazement. Kaya only now suddenly realized that her daughter had grown up without her noticing. Yet as a music industry heavenly queen, she had never even properly sung a single song with her. The father and daughter vocals called and responded to each other, cooperating in absolute, seamless harmony. Abba, has the sun come out and the moon gone home? When the stars come out, where does the sun go? I clapped my hands in excitement and cheered. That's fantastic! Yay, yay! Let's record a video right now and send it to mommy. Yet Noriko shook her head. We have to give mommy the most absolute perfect version. Then as a reward, Noriko tilted her head and thought, we've already eaten skewers and hot pot. Today I want to eat home-cooked food made by Daddy's own hands. I immediately patted my chest to give my guarantee. No problem, just leave it to me. I tied on a white apron and put on a chef's hat, instantly radiating the aura of a professional master chef. The bullet comments went completely wild. In this outfit, is God Ren about to pull off a major Western cuisine operation? My steamed buns are already ready, just waiting for Ren to serve the dishes. It's enough to make the kids next door cry from jealousy. I'm already starting to beat up that cowardly husband who puts sugar in spicy soup. On screen, I laid out nearly 20 ingredients neatly on the table, including beef tenderloin, garlic, and butter. Noriko stared wide-eyed at the table full of ingredients and asked curiously, "What delicious thing are you going to make with all of these?" I puffed out my chest with confidence. Beef Wellington! Daddy's Beef Wellington can genuinely be called an absolute masterpiece. Back in the day, in order to capture Kaya's picky palate, I specially enrolled in classes to learn Western cuisine. I originally thought that since Kaya was a heavenly queen used to rare delicacies, she would prefer Western dishes. To my surprise, Kaya didn't like Western food at all, complaining that steak lacked flavor and that salads weren't fit for human consumption. That's how I ended up bitterly mastering a full repertoire of Chinese culinary arts. It's been so long since I made this dish. I wonder if my skills have gotten rusty. I skillfully sprinkled black pepper and began the marinating process. Kiora let out a disdainful chuckle in the studio. Plenty of people make beef Wellington in this country, but very few can actually do it right. Is this Ren trying to show off on purpose? Kaya didn't let her off the hook, launching a sharp counterattack right back. Even if he's showing off, it's still 100 times better than Mamoru, who only knows how to order takeout. The bullet comments instantly expressed unified support. Showing off what? You need actual skill to be able to show off in the first place. Indeed, this is way better than ordering takeout. I think Ren looks extremely professional. Those movements are so practiced. What the person above said is true. I'm a Western cuisine chef, and Ren's techniques and steps are completely standard. Plus, those ingredients look top tier at a glance. During the break, while the steak was marinating, I started making the mushroom duxelles. I rapidly minced the mushrooms, onions, and garlic. Then I stir-fried them with butter, salt, and black pepper. The sequence, technique, and timing of all this required extremely strict precision. The bullet comments boiled over once again. So professional. I'm studying Western pastry arts, and I feel like he's more professional than my teacher. The control over techniques and timing is utterly flawless. This is simply master-level precision. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of a 5-star hotel. Look, Master Chef. A young cook rushed over to a Western-faced master chef holding his smartphone. How many times have I emphasized this? No smartphones allowed in the kitchen. The scolded young cook wore a look of utter guilt. He had originally wanted to sneak a peek at Sayuki and Kaya's livestream, but seeing me make beef Wellington made him instantly excited. Just as he thought he was about to get chewed out, the master chef snatched the phone right out of his hand. "Oh my god, is this your Huaxia Culinary World Championship? This young man must be the champion." Little Hana looked completely bewildered. How did a dad raising a child suddenly turn into the Culinary World Championship? The master chef stared intently at the screen, nodding repeatedly. There are too few chefs nowadays who are willing to make mushroom duxelles from scratch. They all use pre-made ones. But that ruins the aesthetic of a beef Wellington. He did an exceptionally brilliant job. On screen, after finishing the mushroom duxelles, I started searing the steak. Suddenly, a burst of flames surged skyward from the frying pan. "I told you it wouldn't work. The fire is so big, the steak is definitely burned. How can you feed this to a child? It'll cause cancer." Kiora seized the opportunity to mock loudly. The other panelists instantly grew tense, all assuming I had messed up. The Western master chef in the hotel kitchen lost his temper on the spot. Is this woman a panelist? What the hell does she understand about beef Wellington? The biggest flaw you guys have is inviting a bunch of completely unrelated laymen. After being decorated and shaped, the steak was stably served onto the dining table. Noriko could no longer wait. She impatiently took a huge bite, and the rich aroma instantly exploded in her mouth. Noriko wore a look of absolute satisfaction. Getting my daughter's affirmation made me feel like cooking this meal was entirely worth it. The livestream bullet comments flooded the screen once again. "This looks so delicious. Toki is eating with such relish. Is this really a child-rearing livestream? Why does it feel like it turned into a food mukbang?" Right at that moment, Kiora suddenly chimed in with a passive-aggressive suggestion. "I think we should still eat less Western cuisine. With so much traditional food of our own, if children keep eating Western food, they'll grow up to worship foreign cultures." Hana hurriedly nodded in agreement. That's right. That's right. How many kids online are influenced by foreign cultures nowadays? The consequences are so severe. Kaya let out a disdainful, cold sneer and struck back directly. "I heard Kiki Entertainment recently signed several major foreign brand endorsements. Their domestic brand endorsements don't even make up 30%, right?" Kichi Entertainment happened to be Hana's agency. Kaya continued her onslaught. "Our Strength Entertainment has 80% domestic product endorsements and has even invested in museums all across the country. Last year, we even held a nationwide traditional culture tour. So may I ask what contribution Kisi Entertainment has made to traditional culture?" Complete silence fell over the studio. Hana's manager backstage frantically made hand gestures in a panic. "My ancestor, why did you go provoking her? You might be a best actress, but the company still has several rising starlets to promote." Hana only then realized she had spoken amiss, and was so frightened she instantly clamped her mouth shut. At this moment, host Koyuki stepped in to smooth things over. It's currently 12 noon, so guests and viewers can take a midday break. We'll resume promptly at 3 in the afternoon. Having bustled about all morning, everyone was indeed tired. "Sister Kaya, let's go eat together." Sayuki playfully looped her arm through Kaya's. "I'm starving myself." Sayuki blinked her eyes. "Are you craving Ren steak? Go home and have your hubby cook you a private meal then." Kaya rolled her eyes, then shook her head. "I still need to exercise some self-restraint tonight." Despite saying that with her mouth, she secretly sent me a message. "Leaving work early. Want to eat something good when I get home tonight." I was at home when I received Kaya's message and tapped it open instantly. The camera happened to capture my phone screen. "What do you want to eat? Steamed fish, kung pao chicken, or fish soup dumplings?" "Never mind. Only children make choices. I'll cook all of them for you." Kaya's face instantly flushed bright red. She couldn't help complaining about the production crew. Why do they broadcast everything? The bullet comments exploded instantly. "Whoa, none of these 3 dishes are simple." Simple? This isn't even from the same culinary family. Ha ha ha! Do you guys know how devastating this is to us 300-month-old babies who only know how to make instant noodles? The scene shifted. I was calling Uncle Sun to order ingredients. Noriko curiously trotted over and asked, "Who are you talking on the phone with?" I shook my phone and smiled. "It's Uncle Sun, the one who brought us skewers last time. I'm having him send over some ingredients." "But doesn't the house already have plenty of ingredients?" Mom sent a message saying she'll be home early today, so Daddy's planning to make a few feast-worthy dishes. Noriko rubbed her little milk teeth with a tangled expression. Toki's teeth can't chew dishes that are too hard. I laughed and explained between amusement and exasperation. Feast-worthy dishes just means delicious, lavish, large dishes. Noriko finally understood in a flash. So that's what it means. When is Daddy going to start teaching me how to sing then? I glanced at the time. If Toki is ready, we can start anytime. Noriko broke into a beaming smile. Then let's start now. The bullet comments boiled over again. I just moved my butt to go eat lunch. To the person above, you're not the only one. I sat right back down too. Even though I'm starving, Toki is just too adorable. I can't bear to walk away at all. To watch Toki, I'll gladly skip this meal. Am I seeing things? Or is that a horsehead fiddle? What kind of instrument is that? I raised the instrument in my hand and shook it. This is called a horsehead fiddle. It'll accompany our singing later. Then let's hurry up and start. I sat on the sofa and slowly drew the bow across the strings. The resonant horsehead fiddle melody was deep, graceful, and full of infectious emotion. I gave Noriko a signal. Once the song finished, the people in the live streaming room remained completely immersed, and the bullet comments flooded the screen. When is the official release date? The horsehead fiddle is a minority ethnic instrument, right? It would be perfection if the Heavenly Queen could sing it together with them. Begging on my knees for a full version. I'm also super looking forward to the full version of Three Treasures of Auspiciousness. When is it coming out? Kaya was still savoring the song. Noriko sang so hard not just because she wanted to hear it, but even more because this was prepared by me for our family of 3. Alright, we'll record it tonight and release it tomorrow morning. Kaya's voice wasn't quiet at all, and the entire studio heard it loud and clear. Really? Sayuki cheered uninhibitedly. Long live Sister Kaya. Hana gnashed her teeth in anger. Tomorrow is clearly supposed to be our family's live stream slot. After I sent the video to Kaya, should we start a match of Honor of Kings? Noriko asked tentatively. Don't I need to go study? Do you still have homework left unfinished? Today's homework is all done. That's my good girl. Then let's play a quick round together before dinner. Noriko cheered happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she grabbed her device. Yay, Daddy is the best. Then why do we still need to study? I can just do tomorrow's homework instead? My movements paused for a second. What is today should be finished today. You've done a great job with that, Principal. So this is your reward for now. Tomorrow's homework should be left for tomorrow. Noriko felt like my personality had changed far too much. In the past, whenever she finished her tasks, Kaya and I would always arrange other things for her. But now, not only did I take her to play video games, but I also brought her along to eat street skewers and hot pot. Sensing Noriko's emotional state, I reached out and gently ruffled her little head. Mommy and Daddy are both first-time parents. If there were things we didn't handle well in the past, you have to forgive us, okay? Noriko nodded heavily. I took out a brand new smartphone. Today, you and I are gonna storm through the Honor of Kings Canyon. Why do you keep dying? Is this rank too hard to play? But I've taken down so many people. I furrowed my brow, feeling something was amiss. I hadn't exposed my vision at all. Yet lying in wait in the brush resulted in being counter-ambushed 3 times in a row. It didn't look like hacks. It looked more like someone stream sniping. The bullet comments instantly rolled across the screen in a blur. Ha ha ha! Ren's guess was right! We're stream sniping out in the open. How dare you steal our wife? Let's see just how good you really are today. We originally wanted to snipe you, but considering you're feeding Toki kills, we'll let you off the hook for now. Daddy, your score is so terrible. 0 kills, 6 deaths, 1 assist. They seem to be scolding you. Noriko directly opened the full team voice chat. This Diao-chan is my daddy. You guys aren't allowed to scold my daddy, okay? A surge of fire instantly flared up inside me. Dare to make me lose face in front of my daughter? Today I'll teach you all how to behave properly. I sat up straight with my legs crossed, my expression turning dead serious. Daddy is going to get serious now. I started playing with full concentration. After taking the blue buff, I dove straight into the brush. Sure enough, the 2 of them gave chase, and I instantly flashed forward to trigger my ultimate. Relying on nimble positioning to bait out their skills, I executed a silky smooth combo to score a double kill. Daddy! The audience in the live stream room was completely dumbstruck. Why did Ren suddenly become so fierce? This game sense is outrageous, and that execution is ridiculously smooth. It's definitely a fluke. It has to be a fluke. Just wait until we respawn. We're going to make Ren pay. Securing the double kill left both the enemy mid laner and support wiped out. I quickly changed my equipment and, leveraging high mobility, wiped out the bottom lane marksmen right before they respawned, conveniently gobbling up the health packs in 2 lanes. By the time the enemy jungler and top laner realized what was happening, 3 of our teammates were already down. But I had long since been waiting in ambush along their mandatory path. Double kill, followed immediately by a triple kill. The enemy team was wiped out entirely, accompanied by the victory sound effect. I easily clinched a 3-game winning streak. The bullet comments boiled over once again. Is this hero too overpowered? To be completely fair, that Diao-chan's positioning is genuinely flashy. How are you supposed to play this game when they can win even with wall hacks? The decisive match began. As usual, Noriko chose Zhong Kui, while I switched to Tai Zenren. It instantly drew mockery from countless netizens in the livestream room. Aren't Zhong Kui and Tai Zenren both supports? No way. Are they about to start throwing and trolling their teammates? Did Ren get too full of himself, just because he won 2 games? Let's see how he plays this round. The team just happens to be missing a solo laner. The corners of my mouth curled upward, just as I planned. I synthesized my first piece of equipment, boots of dexterity. A teammate asked with utter incomprehension, why is Tai Zenren not building tank gear? Buy physical defense boots. I merely smiled. Building tank gear is practically an insult to Tai Zenren. At the 4-minute mark, I finally made my move, first swiping out Sunbin, who was sitting at half health, and then charging straight for the mid lane. A stream sniping spectator had already seen through my intentions, and prepared an ambush halfway. But I seized the initiative, leaping straight into the brush where the stream sniper was hiding. In his panic, he missed all his skills, and I seized the opportunity to neatly harvest his head. I managed to turn a wholesome parent-child livestream into a high-level gaming tech broadcast. Director Yisuke originally wanted to have Noriko pass a message, telling Kaya to call and stop me. Yet the viewer count in the livestream didn't drop. Instead, it surged, breaking past the 1 million mark. Seeing the audience completely captivated by my god-tier gaming skills, praise flooded the bullet comments like a tidal wave. Kiora and Hana turned pale with anger. They finally couldn't sit still any longer. Kiora slammed her hand down on the table. Host. I believe Ren's way of raising a child is simply internet addiction. Hana immediately opened fire right behind her. That's right. A child's self-control is already poor to begin with. And parents are taking the lead in playing games. Isn't this literally cultivating a gaming addiction? Quite a few elderly parents nodded in succession. They didn't play games themselves, and naturally held a deep aversion to gaming, so they readily agreed. Sayuki immediately retorted. They've barely played for an hour, and all tasks were completed. Addiction is an obsession, not mere exposure. With technology as advanced as it is today, letting children get in touch with online games isn't a bad thing. Sayuki's words won strong agreement from the parents present. They weren't old-fashioned, or else they wouldn't have come to participate in this show in the first place. At this moment, Kaya stepped forward. Fellow audience members in the live stream and present in the studio, I am the CEO of Strength Entertainment, but I am also a mother. As a CEO, I hope everyone uses the internet. But as a mother, I believe the key lies in moderation. That degree of moderation should be controlled by us parents. Accompanying your child in gaming not only enhances emotional connection, but also allows you to better manage that moderation and help children build good online habits. If you don't let them use the internet, will they stop using it? Obviously not. They'll only sneak around to play, pull all-nighters, or clash with parents, damaging emotional bonds. Precisely because children have weak self-control, they end up prone to addiction and foul language. Therefore, I believe accompanying children in gaming both enhances emotional bonds, prevents addiction, and establishes healthy digital habits. The above is my perspective. Everyone is welcome to offer criticism and corrections. Thank you. True to being a music industry heavenly queen, Kaya's words completely reversed the situation in one fell swoop. Thunderous applause erupted in the studio, and the live stream sparked massive resonance. Finally, someone speaks the truth of my heart. I'm heading right now to start a canyon match with my son. Heavenly Queen, save me! My son thinks I'm too trashy and won't carry me. What do I do? I want to play games with my wife's best friend. Begging for a carry. Wake up, person above. You don't have Ren's god-tier skills. At 4 in the afternoon, accompanied by the victory sound effect, I led Noriko to yet another win. Meanwhile, inside the general manager's office at Superplay Interactive, Lai Yu stared intently at the live stream screen. Unable to hold back his exclamation, he remarked, "A genius. Ren was simply born to eat this bowl of rice." Secretary Wang Zhe shook his head. Compared to current gaming rising stars, Ren has no age advantage left. Liu remained unpersuaded. "I see many of Ren's operations that even professional players couldn't pull off. His hand speed and game sense are top tier." Wang Zi poured another dose of cold water. Ren isn't going to play professional esports anyway. The guy is the Heavenly Queen's husband. Li. Yu stroked his chin in thought for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. If we can't get him to play esports, inviting him to endorse or participate in a non-professional open tournament works too. Contact Strength Entertainment immediately. Just as the audience was eagerly anticipating my god-tier plays for the next round, I directly turned off the phone. "Toki, we've already played for an hour and a half. We can't play anymore, okay?" Noriko rubbed her eyes, indeed feeling a bit tired. "Go take a nap for a bit. When you wake up, Mommy will be back." Watching my daughter obediently return to her room, I turned around and began tidying up the house. Right at that moment, the doorbell rang. I took the ingredients. "Old son, making you run all this way yourself. Thanks for the hard work. Is someone special coming over to visit the house today?" "Not really. Kaya is coming home early today, so don't I need to pamper and spoil her a bit? Mr. Ren truly is a wonderful husband." A wave of pride immediately welled up inside me. "That goes without saying, but our family's Kaya is also a one-in-a-million wonderful wife." In the studio, Kaya's cheeks instantly flushed red at being praised like that by me. Sayuki immediately took the lead in teasing. "A one-in-a-million wonderful wife, oh!" Bursts of laughter instantly erupted throughout the studio. Watching the husband and wife showing affection on the big screen, Kiora and Hana were consumed by jealousy so intense, it practically shattered their teeth. Thinking of how long it had been since their own partners spoke a tender word to them, the two of them felt an urge to call them up right then and there to start a screaming match. The footage of me showcasing my Western culinary skills at noon had already gone viral among netizens. "He's so handsome, and on top of that, his Western cooking is this awesome." Those video reposting accounts instantly gained countless followers. In the afternoon, I fired up the kitchen again in full swing to prepare dinner. This time, I was making state banquet-grade Chinese cuisine. The fans in the live stream room instantly blew the roof off. Knowing Western cuisine is one thing, but the moment Chinese cuisine comes out, it's already at state banquet level. Great God, Ren is simply flawless beyond belief. Just looking at that fluid, cloud-like knife work tells you it's anything but simple. There are hardly many people left who can cook these dishes nowadays. If Ren can even replicate half of them, it's enough to utterly crush 90% of Chinese culinary chefs nationwide. In the studio, the gunpowder smell grew thick once more. Kiora fired the opening salvo. Using this many ingredients for a single meal is just too wasteful. There are still so many people out there who don't have enough to eat. As a public figure, shouldn't one practice diligence and thrift? Such extravagance will severely distort children's values. Hana eagerly followed up. Some cooking traditions are better off lost. How many good things are wasted on a single dish like boiled cabbage? Look at Western cuisine. It never wastes anything. Besides, haven't you heard? Westerners use a coefficient where the greater the proportion of food expenditure, the poorer the family. Sayuki instantly flew into a rage. Our Huaxia culinary arts have a long and rich history. They are a cultural heritage and the crystallization of our predecessors, craftsmanship. This can no longer be measured by mere food ingredients alone. Teacher Hana, how can a best actress possibly say something like that? The bullet comments exploded into fragments. Spoken like a true champion, I despise people who worship foreign things the most. That bootlicking expression is genuinely enough to make people want to throw up. With that kind of virtue, she can still be a best actress? The entertainment circle really will try to promote anyone. What the hell do Westerners know about coefficients? Do they even understand how to eat? Have they ever tried spicy konjac snacks? Kaya couldn't sit still any longer either. Teacher Kiora's calligraphy, paintings, and violin at home must cost a pretty penny, shouldn't they? If I remember correctly, Teacher Hana recently also bought a villa in Shanghai Mansions. Kaya's single remark instantly shut Kiora and Hana right up. Pressing her advantage, Kaya continued. I work hard precisely to provide my child with better living conditions. As for wastefulness, that is completely baseless fabrication. Strength Entertainment donates 10% of its profits to charity every year, and it hasn't dropped below 100 million since 3 years ago. I'm not putting a label on myself, rather earning more means taking on greater social responsibility. This is the correct set of values that should be instilled in children. Compared to those Western luxury goods built on fame and fortune, our Huaxia luxury items truly possess internal depth and foundation. Thunderous applause rang out across the studio once more. Sayuki excitedly grabbed Kaya's hand. Sister Kaya, that was so well said. Kaya gave a faint smile, her gaze drifting over toward me. Ren, oh Ren, just how many more surprises do you have hidden that I don't know about? After dinner, just as I was preparing to wash up and head to bed, Kaya blocked my path. I wore an expression of undisguised excitement and anticipation. Are we in such a rush? I take very quick showers. Kaya gave me a side-eye with a light laugh and scolded playfully. I have serious business to discuss with you. Curiosity stirred inside me. Why does Kaya have so much serious business over the past 2 days? I put away my cheeky grin. Go ahead. That song, 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness from today. I want to record and release it under our family of 3's name. What do you think? Of course that's great. Come to think of it, you really haven't released a new song in a long time either. Kaya made a swift, decisive call. Then tonight it is. It's still early. Let's head to the company's recording studio. I froze for a moment. Kaya grabbed my hand. Of course it's urgent. Inside the Strength Entertainment recording studio. It was Noriko's first time coming to a place like this, and her little face was written all over with tension. Are our songs really going to be published on phones? That's right. Are you not happy, Toki? Noriko shook her head with an earnest expression. Of course I'm happy. I'm just a little nervous. I pulled Noriko into a tight hug. Don't be nervous, Toki. You sing even better than Daddy. You have to believe in yourself. Noriko's eyes instantly lit up. Really? I nodded emphatically. Really? Noriko started hopping up and down with happiness. The recording session lasted well into the small hours of the morning, and Noriko had long since curled up fast asleep on the recording studio sofa. Just when I thought it was finally over, Kaya suddenly spoke up. Do you remember that song you sang to me yesterday? I nodded. I remember. I want to record that song as well, and release it under your name. I looked at her with uncomprehending eyes. Kaya's gaze was firm. I don't want your talent to be buried, and even less do I want you to have buried your own talent just for my sake. I looked straight into her eyes. Early the next morning, the studio was already bustling with activity. No sooner had Kaya settled into her seat than Sayuki rushed over brandishing her smartphone. Sayuki shouted with excitement, "Your song blew up! It went straight to #1 on the trending searches." Kaya was stunned too. How long has it even been released? The hype shot up this fiercely? Not only 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness, but also this song titled Yearning, credited under the name of Kaya. Sayuki lowered her voice to guess. Sister Kaya, could this possibly have been written by Ren? The corners of Kaya's mouth curved upwards slightly, but she didn't say a word, just that single smile. At this moment, internet discussions concerning me had already completely exploded. Chen Tuyao is definitely Great God Ren. He actually dropped a new song. Great God Ren using Kaya's name as a credit. This mouthful of dog food was shoved straight into my face. Did you guys miss the main point? The lyrics and composition were done entirely by Great God Ren. Oh my god, is he too versatile? The hype for the 2 songs was so explosive that even before broadcast time arrived, the program's backend was flooded with private messages urging an early start. Director Yisuke made a prompt, decisive call. Notify Koyuki to start the broadcast 10 minutes early today, and quickly play 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness and Yearning first. Sayuki looked filled with astonishment. Isn't there still 10 minutes left? Why are we starting already? Koyuki walked with brisk strides to the center of the stage, her smile radiant, along with the debut single of her husband, Ren. Thunderous applause echoed across the studio. The audience's enthusiasm for the Heavenly Queen's couple was clearly evident. Let's all enjoy the divine songs from the Heavenly Queen's household together. The studio's audio systems were cranked up to maximum, and the melody of 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness filled the entire space. Noriko's tender child's voice, my clear and bright male vocals, and Kaya's gentle female vocals. Intertwined under the drive of the horsehead fiddle, instantly pulling all viewers into that artistic conception. Once the song finished, everyone was still left with a lingering aftertaste, but a new accompaniment began to play. The familiar prelude struck up, instantly hooking into everyone's nostalgic memories of youth. Only suitcases laden with mountains and oceans. What on earth will the future bring? The bullet comments flashed across the screen in a rapid blur once again. Great God, Ren is too overpowered. He sang the recklessness of youth and dreams right into life. Watching this show genuinely makes me angry. I want to beat up my husband 10 times a day. The moment the song ended, all the guests in the studio chanted in unison, "Encore!" The program's effectiveness was pushed to the absolute maximum, setting the whole venue ablaze. Koyuki timely voiced everyone's question. When was Ren's song Yearning written? A blush suddenly flushed across Kaya's cheeks, tinged with shyness. She whispered, "Actually, it was the day we finished recording 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness. Before that, I asked him to coax me, and he sang this song." Sayuki's eyes instantly sparkled with stars. Meanwhile, Hana and Kiora sitting nearby turned green with envy. The audience in the live stream and in the studio were caught off guard and force-fed a full mouthful of dog food. With the show having only been on air for 10 minutes, the online viewer count in the live stream directly smashed past the 1 million mark. Backed by such explosive popularity, Koyuki's hosting was brimming with confidence. Koyuki smiled brightly as she announced, "Friends in the live stream and here in the studio, the sweetness from the Heavenly Queen's household will pause here for a moment. Next, let's take a look at Best Actress Hana's segment." The bullet comments instantly exploded. "We haven't seen enough yet. We want to watch Great God Ren. What's even worth seeing at Hana's place?" Before the official content even started, the live stream's online viewer count dropped by 100,000 in a flash. Hana gritted her back teeth until they practically cracked, furious on the inside, while deliberately averting her gaze from the bullet comments and viewer counts. The screen cut over to her house to show Ren laying across the coffee table, writing his homework with a look of extreme reluctance. Meanwhile, Daiki sat off to the side, his face looking even uglier than his son's. He couldn't wrap his head around what had gotten into Hana. The company clearly had an important meeting, yet she insisted on holding him up in the living room to tutor his son's homework. Daiki slammed his hand down onto the desk and roared at Ren. "What are you staring at me for?" Looking deeply aggrieved, Ren pointed at his workbook. "Daddy, I don't know how to do this question." Daiki flared up in towering rage. "Hana sent you to an aristocratic school, and you can't even solve such a simple problem? What use are you?" Seeing this, Ren fought back his tears and silently kept writing the next question. Daiki, still wearing an expression of utter impatience, collapsed straight back onto the couch and started scrolling through his phone. The anxious knot in Hana's heart went completely cold. She had given repeated, earnest instructions before leaving the house, and this was all she got in return. The bullet comments instantly boiled over. "I seriously give up on this dad. Kneeling last time, wall sits this time. He's got quite a variety of punishments. Didn't Hana say her husband is a big boss? How come he's just idling around the house doing nothing every single day? I've had enough just watching this." The viewer count in the live stream plummeted in a steep drop. In less than 5 minutes on air, it tumbled from 1 million online down to 800,000. Moreover, the numbers kept dropping continuously. By noon, only 50,000 people remained in the live stream room. Poor Ren had to squat while doing his homework all morning, while Daiki lay lounging on the couch playing on his phone the entire morning. Host Koyuki hurriedly stepped out to salvage the situation. "Fellow audience members, it's almost lunchtime. How about we have Best Actress Hana make a phone call home?" The bullet comments were filled with a chorus of refusals. "No watching. We want to watch Great God Ren's family. I'm only here to watch my wife, my daughter, and Ren." Daiki and that idiot Madara really ought to take a good lesson from Ren. "Hey, person above, are you trying to make Confucius take on his 3001st disciple?" What else could Hana do? She could only pretend not to see the bullet comments and picked up her phone with a sinking heart. On the screen, Daiki immediately straightened up. "My beloved wife, why are you calling all of a sudden? Let me tell you, I've spent the entire morning accompanying Ren with his homework. He was so diligent." With that, he whipped his head around to glare at Ren. "Right, Ren? Startled, Ren's lips quivered slightly as he whispered in a small voice, "Yes, Mommy?" Daiki immediately beamed from ear to ear. "You heard that, right?" Hana's chest heaved violently with anger, her breathing turning ragged. The bullet comments exploded once more. This whole family is made of actors. Daiki's acting skills. It'd be a crime not to award him a Kazuo prize. Who's Kazuo? The biggest village idiot in our town. Hana swallowed down her rage, asking as calmly as possible, "How are you guys planning to handle lunch?" Daiki waved a hand with complete indifference. "Just have the home chef come over and cook, obviously. Can't you cook a meal for Ren with your own hands?" A note of deep disappointment laced Hana's voice. "Aren't there eggs at home? Even if you don't know how to cook, can't you at least scramble an egg? Stop spending all day playing on your phone and tutor Ren's homework seriously. Let me tell you, I'm checking his homework when I get back tonight. Don't forget what I told you this morning about teaching him to sing." This series of nagging left Daiki deeply irritated. Without another word, he directly hung up the phone. "So damn annoying. I'm your husband, not your son. Looks like it's time for a business trip. I can't stay another second in this house." Daiki glanced coldly at Ren. "Fine. Didn't your mom tell you to sing? That song 3 Treasures of Auspiciousness going around online is all right. Record it later and send it to your mom." The bullet comments boiled over again. "Throwing around your mom, every other sentence. Is he even your biological son? Hold on, don't ruin the song of Toki, our little darling. Can he even sing properly? I'm going to faint." Half an hour later, Daiki tossed a plate of pitch-black, scorched fried eggs in front of Ren. "Eat up, hurry." Ren wrinkled his nose in disgust. "This is completely burnt to charcoal. Your mom is the one who made me do it. If you have complaints, go take it up with her." Left with no choice, Ren reluctantly pinched off a piece of the charcoal and stuffed it into his mouth. Daiki raised his phone, preparing to record. "Sing the song you just learned for me." Ren protested in a tiny voice. "Daddy, I haven't learned it yet." "You still haven't learned it after all this time?" Daiki's face darkened instantly. "Whether you know it or not, sing right now! Sing whatever lines you know." Ren had no choice but to resign himself to fate, closing his eyes and tilting his head back as he began to sing. "Has the sun come out? Has the moon gone home?" Daiki impatiently demanded, "Why did you stop?" Ren softly reminded him, "Daddy, it's your turn to sing this line." Daiki immediately shot back, "Are you singing or am I singing?" Ren looked utterly aggrieved, tears already swirling in the corners of his eyes. "What's with that look? You can't even sing a single song. How did I end up with a good-for-nothing son like you?" Daiki stood up in irritation. "Whatever, forget it. I have urgent matters to attend to. Finish your homework yourself and play on your phone all you want." Daiki nimbly put on his clothes and slammed the door behind him with a loud bang. The bullet comments instantly blew up. If that were my biological dad, I'd give him a flying roundhouse kick right back. I didn't expect Daiki to match Great God Ren's cooking skills, but at least put in some basic effort. The viewer count in the live stream plunged off a cliff, quickly crashing below 200,000. Director Yusuke flew into such a rage that he ripped off his headphones. Right at that moment, Assistant Director Taro suddenly cried out in alarm. "Look, what's wrong with Ren?" Every single heart in the studio leaped into their throats. Could Ren have gotten food poisoning? Why is his face flushing an abnormal shade of red? Sayuki stared anxiously at the screen showing Ren. "Sister Kaho, did Zuo have breakfast this morning?" Hit with Sayuki's question, Hana instantly panicked. I don't know!" Kaya made a swift, decisive analysis. He squatted for a whole morning and then ate those burnt eggs at noon. Something was bound to go wrong. Watching Ren collapse limply against the sofa, his spirit fading fast as he even began dry heaving, Kaya shouted loudly, "Quick, call his dad!" Hana snapped out of it, as if waking from a dream, but call after call went through to Teiki, with no one picking up on the other end. Close to tears from anxiety, Hana looked around for help with pleading eyes. "What do I do? He still isn't answering his phone." Kaya immediately stepped forward. "You hurry home to check on your child. I'll handle contacting the hospital." Hana could no longer care about the live stream. The broadcast was forced to suspend as a result. The doctor wore a stern expression as he lectured Hana. "You're a mother now. No matter how busy you are, you can't be this careless. Don't you know how important breakfast is? Thankfully, you brought him in promptly. If you delayed any longer and his condition worsened, see where you'll go to cry. Hana's tears finally burst forth, completely uncontrollable. Hasn't she struggled for half her lifetime precisely for Zuo's sake? Watching Hana in such heartbreaking despair, Sayuki couldn't help feeling a pang of sympathy. Sister Kaho, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't entirely your fault. Kaya pushed open the door to the hospital room. These are the medicines prescribed by the hospital. I've written the usage instructions on top. Hana glanced sideways at Kaya, muttering with unconcealed reluctance. Who asked you to stick your nose in other people's business? Huh, you think I wanted to deal with you? I felt sorry for Zuo. I couldn't care less about you. Another figure walked in from outside the hospital room corridor. Wife, I'm here. Carrying a thermal food container, I came jogging all the way in. Seeing Kaya safe and sound, the anxious knot in my heart finally settled down. I had half thought she might have fallen ill from staying up too late working last night. But when I turned my head and spotted Sayuki and Hana sitting on the sofa, I froze dead in my tracks. Hana and my wife were supposed to be notorious bitter enemies. How on earth did they end up huddled together in this lifetime? Hana awkwardly averted her gaze from mine. Meanwhile, Sayuki looked at me with an expression bordering on outright adoration. Kaya took the food container, opened it up, and showed it to the doctor. Can Zuo eat this right now? Peeking over to take a look, the doctor said with pleasant surprise, Millet, Chinese yam, and red date porridge? Of course he can. Something light and nourishing for energy and blood right now is just the thing. Kids love it. Young man, you're really thoughtful. Ren. Hana actually lowered her head and bowed deeply to me. I waved my hands hurriedly. No. I can't possibly accept Best Actress Hana's thanks. This is purely a coincidence. I honestly thought my own wife was the one who fell sick, I said, scratching my head in awkward embarrassment. Kaya gave me a blissfully fond side-eye. What about Toki? There are too many germs in a place like a hospital, so Toki is studying at home. Kaya blinked her eyes with suspicion. She's really studying? She's not sneaking time on her phone? I immediately stood straight as a board. Toki is extremely well behaved. Looking curiously between Hana and Sayuki, I asked, how did you three manage to get together? The queen of music, the queen of film. Now it was Kaya's turn to grow nervous as her brain raced frantically to come up with an explanation. Suddenly, someone else burst through the door of the hospital room. What's going on? Why is Zuo hospitalized? Daiki rushed in with an expression of intense anxiety. Meeting the glamorous, breathtaking Kaya face to face right as he entered, he was about to step forward to chat her up. When Hana marched up to him in a single stride, "Where the hell were you? You wouldn't answer your phone." Seeing Hana's shrewish display, a wave of irritation flared instantly in Daiki's chest. I was in a company meeting. Didn't I tell you to stay home? What were you even doing going to the company? I happen to be a company boss, you know. I can't just idle around at home every single day. Looking helpless, Daiki brushed it off. All right, let's talk about our son first. How did he suddenly end up hospitalized? Hana's fury only grew hotter as she shoved Daiki away and cursed. It's all your fault. Zuo didn't eat breakfast. And then at noon, he ate those burnt eggs you fried. He got food poisoning. If my son suffers even a scratch, I'll fight you to the death. Taken aback, Daiki hurriedly stepped forward to placate her. Wife, don't get angry yet. You know very well I don't know how to cook. Besides, I really had an urgent matter at the company this afternoon. A super important meeting. Hana violently shook off his hand. No matter how important your company is, can it be more important than your son? You clearly just don't care at all. Daiki's temper flared up in response. What do you mean I don't care? I watched him all morning and he was completely fine. He got food poisoning the second I walked out the door. How could I possibly foresee that? He's a growing boy. Getting food poisoning just means food poisoning. I ate plenty of that stuff growing up. How come I never poisoned myself? I think you're just spoiling Ren rotten, making him way too delicate. This is entirely your problem. Pointing at her own nose, Hana turned red with rage. I spoiled him! Now you're trying to blame me? Ren, you truly have no conscience. The doctor finally couldn't stand watching any longer. All right, this is a hospital. Keep it down. What kind of behavior is this? Screaming and yelling. Hana finally clamped her mouth shut, her heart aching as she stroked her son's cheeks with a trembling hand. Daiki, however, refused to back down. Who do you think you are? I pay your medical bills, so you just worry about your patient and keep your nose out of other people's business. The moment those words left his mouth, The doctor flew into an instant rage, but Kaya beat everyone to the punch, speaking up first. What kind of attitude is that? This is a hospital. Kaya happened to be the genuine CEO of a top-tier entertainment company, and her overpowering aura instantly crushed Daiki's arrogance into dust. Daiki's blustering bravado extinguished in an instant as he slunk out of the hospital room with his tail tucked between his legs. I proudly puffed out my chest. My wife is simply awesome. Sweeping her gaze across the room, Kaya spoke in a calm tone. Let's not hang around here anymore either. Let's go. Her face was flushed with barely contained excitement. Wife, that outburst you just did was so cool that Daiki didn't even dare let out a single fart before scurrying off. A man who only knows how to throw tantrums. Kaya tilted her head to give me a sideways glare, asking with deep implication. You wouldn't happen to be like that too, would you? Of course. Kaya's eyes widened instantly. I burst out laughing. I meant that with me around, nothing bad could ever possibly happen. Such a smooth talker. Kaya turned her head away, though the smile on her face was impossible to hide. Come to think of it, you still haven't told me how the three of you managed to gather together. Kaya instantly grew nervous again. After her mind spun at lightning speed, she offered an answer. There was a major brand meeting, and all three of us were invited as special guests. She glanced sideways to observe my expression. It's nothing. Just seeing three great beauties standing together made me realize just how beautiful my wife really is. What best actress? Compared to my wife, they all pale into utter insignificance. Kaya was coaxed into splitting into a wide grin. All you do is talk sweet nonsense. Let's go. I want to go check if Toki is really studying at home. On the drive back, I deliberately kept the car moving very slowly. Before leaving, I hadn't given Noriko any explicit instructions on what she had to do. Thinking about the happy education approach these past few days, a tiny bit of worry crept in. Would Noriko fail to hold back and sneak in some video games? Only after returning home did I realize my worries were completely groundless. Not only had Noriko finished her homework, but she was even proactively studying English. Good afternoon, Mom and Dad. Kaya picked Noriko up with a look of pleasant surprise. Toki, you can speak English already? Noriko sheepishly scratched the back of her head with a giggle. Hee hee, just a little bit of the simple stuff. Mom was what I just said, right? Kaya nodded repeatedly. Extremely right. Toki, you are simply amazing. Letting out a sigh of relief, I couldn't help giving Noriko a thumbs up. Toki is too awesome. Studying on your own even when Mom and Dad aren't home. Tell me. The moment the words slipped out, I suddenly remembered Kaya was right beside me and hurriedly scrambled to cover my tracks. Wife, look. Seeing Toki perform so well, giving her a little reward is only right. This doesn't count as spoiling the child too much, right? Kaya smiled and shook her head. Of course it doesn't count. Toki, tell us what reward you want. Noriko tilted her head in thought, but the reward she blurted out gave me a massive shock. I want to play Honor of Kings with Mommy and Daddy. A loud buzzing rang in my head. It's over. If Kaya hears this, she's going to lose her mind. Doesn't this sound exactly like, I don't want to test into Tokyo University anymore, I don't want to study, I want to become a gaming addict girl? I can already picture the expression on Kaya's face instantly freezing into ice. First giving Noriko a fierce scolding, then dragging me into the bedroom to blast me with a furious rant. Ren, this is how you take care of our child while I'm away? I am so disappointed in you. I absolutely could not let that happen. But before I could snap back to reality and look down, the phone Kaya handed over was already in my hand. Kaya arched a brow. You can only play for 1 hour, and losing is not an option. Back in the studio while Mom was away. Due to Hana's absence, Kiora was left sitting in solitary isolation opposite Kaya and Sayuki. Even though neither of them was looking at him, he was sweating profusely from nervous tension. After all, the category voted on by netizens yesterday turned out to be martial arts, something he had zero clue about. Before the broadcast started, a behind-the-scenes highlight reel was played first as customary, and the screen unfolded. You're so awesome! You got first blood! Noriko raised her little hands in excitement. The sight of a family of 3 joining forces to play video games left the audience in the live stream dumbfounded. It's over, it's over. My wife has been corrupted by Ren. Once you get hooked on Honor of Kings, you can never quit. The Heavenly Queen playing a marksman, Great God Ren playing support, and Toki playing a mage in the mid lane. This cracks me up. Children are just accidents here. Taking the first match in 7 minutes, I smugly shook my phone. "How's that, wife? Toki?" Noriko cheered enthusiastically. "Daddy is too amazing! You're my idol!" Strutting like a proud rooster. "You're a music heavenly queen with tens of millions of fans, and I'm a full-time stay-at-home dad with a fangirl daughter. We're a perfect match." An hour passed in the blink of an eye, but Kaya was still left wanting more. Having never played video games before, she never imagined it could be this fun. "Let's play one more round. This time I'll play support." Just as I was about to agree, my phone was suddenly snatched away by Noriko. Noriko stood with her hands on her hips. Adults and children alike must always keep their word. Gaho only then snapped back to sense, realizing she had gotten a bit too carried away, but she genuinely wanted to play one more match. I leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "I'll duo with you tonight." Kaho's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. The bullet comments exploded instantly. "Toki is just too understanding. The Heavenly Queen and Great God Ren gave birth to 7 little housekeepers. This looks suspiciously like a secret ad for the Civil Affairs Bureau. Stop tricking me into having a daughter." As soon as this behind-the-scenes clip finished airing, the live stream's popularity instantly skyrocketed, with the online viewer count directly smashing past the 1 million mark. As you spoke, Kiora suddenly started making trouble, saying, "I think doing this is inappropriate." Parents accompanying their children to play video games might sound nice as parent-child interaction, but put bluntly, it easily gets kids hooked on internet addiction. Besides, it's almost dark. Playing video games at this hour. What will happen if it ruins the child's bedtime? Kaho directly shot back. "Then do you know why Noriko and I accompany Toki in playing video games? Because when we aren't home, Toki finishes all her homework on her own, completes her tasks for the day, and even studies English. Rewarding a child's request when they've earned it isn't spoiling her, in my opinion. It's an affirmation of her hard work. As for why I play along with her, it's because only by understanding the game myself do I have the right to evaluate playing games." Kaho's domineering and assertive retort was entirely reasonable and well-founded. Kiora felt a tight lump form in his chest, leaving him with no choice but to sit at his desk and stew in silent frustration. Host Isuke hurriedly stepped out to salvage the situation. We can see that the two parents have already exchanged views on this issue. Now, let's welcome the live stream broadcast of our final family group, Teacher Kiora's household. Kiora nervously wrung his hands together and muttered. Just then, the doorbell rang on screen, and 2 elderly folks walked in. Kiora was dumbfounded on the spot. Aren't these Madara's father, Ma Baoguo, and mother, Song Ziwei? What are they coming here to meddle for? She secretly ground her teeth. If these two ruin the live broadcast, just wait and see how she'd deal with Madara later. On the screen, Madara looked utterly delighted. It turned out that when Kiora returned home last night, she had unexpectedly given him a task, to teach little Madara martial arts. But how on earth was he supposed to do that? He had no choice but to drag his old man into it. Host Yisuke curiously asked, "Teacher Kiora." Kiora squeezed out a polite, flawless smile. "These are my parents-in-law." The bullet comments instantly blew up. "Isn't this Ma Baoguo? The Ma Baoguo of the Lightning 5 Flash Fist. Holy cow! Madara's dad actually turns out to be Ma Baoguo. This is the contemporary grandmaster of the Ma family Shingiquan. I heard a single move of his Lightning 5 Flash Fist can beat foreigners black and blue with 0 competition." The livestream's popularity surged crazily. Kiora never expected such an unexpected windfall. Seizing the traffic jackpot immediately, Yisuke followed up. "Your father-in-law turns out to be Ma Baoguo?" Kiora's brain worked at lightning speed as she quickly organized her words. "It's like this. My father-in-law has always dedicated himself to promoting traditional martial arts, which can also be considered contributing to the nation's intangible cultural heritage." Thunderous applause erupted throughout the entire studio. On the screen, Ma Baoguo looked around the room, his eyes filled entirely with envy. "You've been married this long, and this is my first time coming to your house. Not bad, kid, living in such a big place?" Madara smiled awkwardly. He immediately whispered a warning to his parents. "You guys must make sure not to let Kiora know you came, otherwise she's gonna be unhappy." Ma Baoguo's face instantly dropped. What's that supposed to mean? I'm her elder, and she's not happy about me visiting? Madara hurriedly explained, No. I didn't tell Kiora you were coming today. If she finds out, she'll definitely be upset." Only then did Ma Baoguo's expression soften slightly. "Quickly take me to the restroom. It's all your fault, kid. You couldn't even manage to get plane tickets, and buying high-speed rail tickets would have been fine too. You just had to buy hard-seat train tickets. The bullet comments instantly spammed the screen. Buying hard-seat train tickets? What a great filial son, I'm truly speechless. The child is already this big, and the parents-in-law haven't even stepped through the front door yet. I'm honestly seeing things I never thought possible, not even able to find the restroom. This Madara really is utterly submissive to the core. As the bullet comments scrolled past one by one, Kyora's face sank inch by inch as well. The heavy hat of unfilial piety had been firmly nailed onto Madara's head once and for all. After lunch, Madara anxiously cut straight to the point. I called you here today to get everything squared away, teach Xiao Qiao some martial arts. Little Madara stomped his foot and stood up, the rolls of fat on his face jiggling. Grandpa, I want to learn the lightning 5 flash fist. Ma Baoguo burst out laughing. Good grandson, Grandpa will teach you the lightning 5 flash fist right now. Right in front of Madara and little Madara, Ma Baoguo demonstrated the so-called lightning 5 flash fist. The complete set of movements left the audience in the studio and the live stream completely dumbfounded. Was he just electrocuted? Is this really the legendary lightning 5 flash fist? Even a stray dog could put on a better show than this. Madara wore an expression of complete awkwardness. Maybe let's just forget about it? Hearing that, Ma Baoguo instantly got displeased. What? Afraid Xiao Qiao can't learn it? Don't you worry, I might not trust anyone else teaching him. But your old man here is a generational grandmaster. I guarantee I'll teach Xiao Qiao right. Little Madara excitedly raised his hand. I want to learn from Grandpa! After teaching for a full hour and tripping over his own feet more than a dozen times, little Madara actually convinced himself that he had already graduated as a master. Grandpa, I want to spar with you. Ma Baoguo was so happy from ear to ear that he couldn't close his mouth. You've got great talent. In just a single short hour, you've already entered the inner chambers. However, your grandpa here is a generational grandmaster. The gap between the two of us is still as vast as a natural chasm. Little Madara cupped his fists together. Grandpa, I've made up my mind. I still want to spar with you. Ma Baoguo immediately agreed. Xue, make sure you film the video properly. Song Xue nodded repeatedly and hurriedly lifted her phone to start recording. Ma Baoguo placed his hands behind his back. Come on, Grandpa will let you take 3 moves first. Little Madara assumed his stance and let out a mighty roar. Here I come! True to form, the Grandmaster instantly collapsed onto the floor. The bullet comments immediately laughed themselves into a frenzy. I can't take this anymore. I'm laughing so hard my sides are splitting. This grandson is too filial. With a single punch, he sent a generational grandmaster packing. I'm done for, laughing so hard my stomach is cramping up. You young people have no martial ethics, launching a sneak attack on a 69-year-old senior citizen. On the screen, Ma Baoguo wobbled as he stood back up, his right eye bright red and glowing with a purplish tint. Madara rushed up to him with a face full of worry. Are you all right? Ma Baoguo shoved Madara aside. I was careless and didn't put up my defense in time. He immediately burst into laughter. Truly, the student surpasses the master. My good grandson's martial arts have reached the pinnacle, though they still lack a bit of seasoning. Let's go again. Little Madara nodded with eyes full of anticipation. This time, I'll definitely use my full strength. Ma Baoguo clenched his fists so tightly from nervousness that he kept chanting in his heart. Please don't use your full strength. He took a deep breath. Let's begin, my good grandson. Grandpa, beep, beep, beep. The wailing siren of an ambulance came howling into the distance. The bullet comments completely exploded once more. This plot development is simply wild. Brothers, watching today's live stream was totally worth it. This family of Madaras really knows how to stir up endless antics. Master Ma really has it tough, delivering his own head across 1,000 miles and doing it on a hard-seat train at that. As Ma Baoguo was hauled away by the ambulance, this live stream had no choice but to be abruptly interrupted. The director's team was about to be driven to absolute madness of rage. First, we had Kenta's food poisoning interrupting the broadcast. Now we have Ma Baoguo being sent straight to the hospital by his own grandson. While Yisuke was fuming at the height of his anger, his phone started ringing. Hearing the stern, furious reprimand coming through, What on earth is going on with this live stream? Can you actually do your job or not? Yusuke wore an expression of profound bitterness and grievance. Chairman, please let me explain. I'm not here to listen to your explanations. For the third episode, change the broadcast so that all 3 families stream together. The 4th episode will shift to an offline variety show. The planning department is already in contact with a resort. Yusuke panicked instantly. But this program... The chairman directly cut him off. That's for you to figure out. If you can't handle it, then we'll replace you. He had no choice but to agree. After receiving the notification, Yusuke let out a sigh of relief. Streaming with all 3 families together at least offers an alternative solution. Even if 2 families mess up, at least we have Noriko and Toki there to hold down the fort. Dear audience members watching both in the live stream and here in the studio, our 2nd episode is drawing to a close. However, our 3rd episode will feature a joint broadcast of all 3 families, observing the measures fathers take when handling sudden emergencies while taking care of kids at home. A joint stream? That works! This way we'll finally get to see Great God Ren and Toki. I honestly can't stand Hana's and Kyora's households anymore. One of them ruins their child. Ma Baoguo, a generational grandmaster, will never forget this heavy day. After the live stream ended, Kaho and Kiora were invited backstage to the production room. Pardon me, is there something special you wanted us for? Kaho asked. For the first 3 episodes, we focused entirely on streaming the fathers taking care of children at home. For the 4th episode, we are planning to stream outdoors. We want to let parents interact with their children through a summer camp format, and we're here to gather your opinions. Seeing Yusuke's predicament, Kaho immediately agreed on the spot. Letting children go outside more to see the world is indeed beneficial for their growth. Kaho thought for a moment and asked, "How long will the summer camp last? Are there any safety risks?" Yusuke hurriedly explained, "Rest assured, safety is absolutely guaranteed. The duration will be 3 days and 2 nights. In that case, I don't have any problems." Kaho agreed instantly. Though it's best to delay the timing by 2 days, Kenta is still taking medicine, and changing environments right now might worsen his condition. We will definitely take that into consideration. Sister Kaho, you actually dared to ask about Kenta today? Sayuki hurried over to Kaho's side and whispered. Kaho smiled slightly. It's true that I can't stand Hana, but that has nothing to do with the child. Sayuki's ride pulled up. Sister Kaho. Kaho nodded and stood in place, waiting. Shortly after, a Mercedes-Benz sedan pulled up by the roadside. Well, if it isn't the Heavenly Queen? Noriko opened the front passenger door. Heavenly Queen! Just as Kaho stepped into the passenger seat, her vision was suddenly blocked by a soft pair of hands. Guess who I am? Upon arriving home, Toki was still covering Kaho's eyes. Mommy, you're not allowed to look yet. Kaho found it rather strange. What are you and Daddy up to? Toki kept her lips sealed tight. Daddy said this is a surprise, and I'm not allowed to tell Mommy. Noriko gave Toki a thumbs up. After a rustling sound, Toki slowly released her hands. The house was adorned with all sorts of atmospheric lighting set up by Noriko, and Kaho was surrounded in the center by various balloons, looking just like a fairy. Noriko was holding a guitar in his hands. Kaho, today is the 10th anniversary of when we first met. I have a song I want to dedicate to you. Toki was beyond excited. Good luck! Kaho looked pleasantly surprised and bewildered. What good luck? Toki flashed a peace sign. Daddy wrote a song for Mommy called Good Fortune. Noriko smiled knowingly as his fingers gently plucked the strings. In his past life, because he had dedicated all his time to keeping up with Toki's studies, he had never once played this song for Kaho. Now he was going to make up for it. As the song came to an end, Kaho's eyes were already brimming with hot tears. Noriko set the guitar aside and produced a bouquet of roses from behind his back like a magician, handing them over to Kaho right away. At this very moment, you are my heavenly queen. The behind-the-scenes clips flawlessly captured this romantic and colorful moment. And this song, Good Fortune, instantly set the live stream ablaze. Oh my god, is this an original song too? Writing a song for the Heavenly Queen and even singing her to tears. Great God Ren is simply the epitome of an ideal man. Even a 30-something old man like me got choked up by the singing. Sayuki wore an expression of utter fangirl captivation as she tightly hugged Kaho's arm. Sister Kaho, you simply have to teach me how to hook such a great boyfriend. He's just too perfect. Kaho was equally filled with deep emotion. Teaching you. Kaho genuinely felt that this was her own good fortune. Heavenly Queen Kaho, everyone is deeply envious of your romance. Do you have anything you'd like to share? And this song is clearly your husband's heartfelt creation. Did you really not suspect anything at all? Kaho picked up the microphone, showing a rare display of shyness in front of the camera as the Heavenly Queen. I truly feel that marrying Noriko is my great fortune. And as for this song, I really had no idea beforehand. Yusuke followed up. Then, do you plan to officially release this song? Kaho affirmed. Of course I have that thought, but the premise is that Noriko agrees. As long as Noriko is willing, I will release this song through Starlight Entertainment as soon as possible. And I guarantee that within a 10-year copyright period, this song will be completely free for the general public. The bullet comments boiled over once again. Long live Heavenly Queen Kaho! Free? I can't even imagine how much money this song would make if it were released normally. Hey! Have you guys checked the headlines? Great God Ren's family version of Three Treasures of Auspiciousness has been publicly praised by the national television network. Kaho hurriedly picked up her phone. Headline ranking number 1, Three Treasures of Auspiciousness. This song perfectly portrays a heartwarming picture of a harmonious family through 3 distinct voices. Kiora felt deeply disgruntled inside, her gaze continually darting toward Hana sitting beside her. Hana didn't know what had gotten into her either. She had been acting aloof and ignoring everyone since early morning. As the behind-the-scenes clip concluded, Yusuke walked to the center of the stage and announced to all the guests, "Dear audience friends, today's live stream will feature a joint broadcast of 3 families together. Therefore, the production team has prepared 3 challenge tasks for them." The 3 parents with children instantly grew tense. Yusuke pulled out a card and read aloud. Challenge round 1. We ask the 3 teachers to use your phones to call your spouses and lure your spouses away from home for half an hour. Kiora's brow furrowed. May I ask what the purpose of this segment is? Isn't this show about fathers taking care of kids at home? Why do we need to lure the fathers away? Kiora was worried that if Madara wasn't home, who knew what kind of embarrassing scene little Madara might pull off? Hana was equally filled with anxiety. With Kenta being sick, she had specifically made Kento take time off to take care of him at home. Kaho's demeanor was much more relaxed. After all, it wasn't like Toki had never been home by herself before. Plus, she would even proactively study English on her own. But the host's next words made the expressions of all 3 parents shift dramatically. After the fathers leave home, members of the production team will arrive at the houses to take the children out. This is primarily to test the children's reactions when faced with strangers. Now, please have the 3 guests call the children's fathers. Please note, no hints or reminders are allowed during the phone calls. In sequential order, Kaho would make her call first. On the screen, Noriko was busy cleaning up while Toki was doing her homework. My wife is calling. Ren picked up his phone. Is something up? Noriko couldn't help feeling a bit concerned. What's wrong? There's a document on my office desk. Can you bring it home for me? I estimate I'll be coming back very late tonight. Noriko let out a sigh of relief, thinking Keiho had run into some major emergency. Don't worry about it. After hanging up the phone, he walked into Toki's room. Daddy has to step out for a bit, and we'll be right back. Finish your homework, and wait for Daddy to come back and play with you. Toki paused her pen. Where are you going? Noriko rubbed the top of Toki's head and gently explained the situation. Then hurry back, Daddy. Noriko flashed an OK sign with 7 fingers, slipped on his jacket, and headed out the door. It seems Great God Ren isn't just a daughter-in-law's slave, he's a wife's slave too. So tense. Do you guys think Toki will open the door for a stranger? My poor little Toki. No sooner had Noriko left than the production team members arrived directly outside Noriko's front door. The sound of knocking echoed out. Toki walked to the front door. A young miss appeared on the video screen beside the door. Toki, Sung-yu said, I'm a friend of your dad's. Your dad asked me to take you to your mom's company. Don't go. The production team is so full of schemes, you said. They specifically found a pretty young miss. Toki won't fall for it, right? Toki? She's a bad person. Seeing this, Kiora let the corners of her lips curl upward in triumph. Whether it's a little girl or a little boy, nobody has any resistance against a pretty young miss. Kaho also nervously clasped her fingers together, her palms breaking out in sweat. Sayuki also looked extremely nervous, gripping the sofa armrest while darting her gaze around in search of help. Toki suddenly raised her head. Then do you know what my daddy's name is? The young miss paused for a split second and quickly replied, Noriko. Your dad is named Noriko. Toki, does big sister look like a bad person to you? Yes, Toki nodded heavily. I didn't expect that answer. I'm laughing so hard I can't even breathe. I never expected Noriko to say she looked like one. The real question is, why does she look like one? If there's a pretty young miss I don't know who says she knows daddy, then she's a bad person. You give my daddy a call. If my daddy says he knows you, then I'll open the door for you. This sudden sweetness went straight to the hearts of everyone in the studio. Kaho lowered her head as a faint flush crept naturally across her cheeks. Sayuki breathed a sigh of relief and playfully bumped against Kaho. Sister Kaho, your face is blushing. Kaho hurriedly covered her face. No way, it's just that the studio air conditioning is set too high. It's hot. Sayuki covered her mouth. She really doesn't know the first thing about lying. On screen, the production team members hadn't given up yet. Toki, I really am a friend of your dad's, but my phone is out of battery right now. I'm truly not a bad person. If you wait a little longer, your dad's gonna get worried and angry. He's gonna be fierce with you. Toki pointed at the front door and shouted back, Daddy would never be fierce with Toki. Didn't you say your phone is out of battery? Toki has a phone. Toki will call Daddy. Toki fished out a smartphone from the sofa creaks, one that Noriko had secretly bought for her. She tapped the screen a few times, and the call went through successfully. Realizing things were taking a turn for the worse, the staff members hastily made themselves scarce. Toki, why are you calling Daddy? Daddy, a strange young miss claims she's your friend and wants to take Toki to find you. Noriko's voice grew noticeably nervous. Don't you dare open the door for her. Daddy is coming home right now. Toki didn't open the door for her, she already left. Noriko's tone relaxed a fraction, though a hint of tension remained. All right, wait for me at home. Daddy is coming right back. You could hear the tension in Great God Ren's voice right through the phone. Toki is too smart. She's simply the dream child. Now that's a good kid. In my house, leave aside a stranger at the door. We'd bring a stray dog right inside. The live stream viewer count surged sharply, quickly smashing past the 2 million mark. Such fantastic broadcast impact made Isuke feel immensely gratified, prompting him to offer immediate praise. The audience in the studio also voiced their absolute satisfaction. Splendid. Toki has set a wonderful example for everyone. Let's take a look at Best Actress Lee's household situation. Now please have Best Actress Lee call the child's father. The screen focused on Kenta's home zoomed in. Hurry up and take your medicine. Kento placed the water and medicine on the table and walked away. Kenta picked up the cup, then instantly let go of his hand. Daddy! Kento, who was busy scrolling through videos, felt his phone vibrate. Why is she calling again? It never ends, day after day. Kento muttered a curse under his breath, but still answered the call, forcing a sweet, honeyed tone. Why are you calling me? Don't worry, Kenta has already taken his medicine. Hana put on a cold face. My delivery package has arrived at the pickup station. Go get it and bring it home. Kento instantly grew impatient. Wife, you're making me run an errand for such a tiny thing? Why don't you just have the security guard get it? I told you to go, so go. I have so many valuable items in there. What if they get lost? Fine. Kento hung up the phone. Every single day, Kento slumped back onto the sofa and scrolled through several more videos. It wasn't until Hana sent a barrage of continuous messages that he finally dragged himself out the door with deep reluctance. The production team members quickly arrived outside Kento's front door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Kenta opened the door and saw strangers standing outside. Little buddy, I live upstairs. I bought a new toy gun. Want to go outside and practice target shooting? Kenta agreed on the spot. The live stream screen switched over to the mini camera worn by the staff member. A corgi dog suddenly appeared in Kenta's field of vision. Kenta raised the toy gun and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The rubber pellet struck the corgi's body. Yelping in pain, the corgi tucked its tail and bolted. The owner, nearby, rushed over. What kind of child are you? Why on earth did you hit my dog? Terrified, Kenta dropped the gun and turned to run. Right then, he ran straight into Kento, who was on his way back. Kenta, why are you out here? Then he spotted the production team staff members. Well, you dared to wander off with strangers just like that? Before Kento could throw his weight around, The dog's owner grabbed Kento's arm. "You're his parent, right? Your kid used a gun to hit my dog. Today, if you don't pay for compensation, don't even think about leaving." Kento violently shoved the dog's owner away. "Are you out of your mind? You walk your dog without a leash? Getting beaten to death serves you right. You're coming home with me, see if I don't beat you to a pulp." The bullet comments were filled with fierce scoldings. Such a young age, and already so malicious in his thoughts. He has zero upbringing. "What do you mean getting beaten to death serves you right? Breaking the rules and still acting righteous." The production team reacted swiftly, with sharp reflexes switching the broadcast screen. The scene of Noriko attentively guiding Toki through piano practice came into the viewers' eyes. Seeing this heartwarming sight, the viewers, shocked and furious bullet comments gradually subsided. Yusuke stepped in to salvage the situation in time. Everyone must have been dying to see the third family's live stream situation, right? Then, let's welcome the live stream feed of Teacher Kiora's household. Teacher Kiora, please get ready on your end. Kiora's heart skipped a beat as she instantly grew tense all over. The live stream cut to Kiora's home, where little Madara could be heard yelling angrily. "Grandpa is a total liar. He moves like a dog, yet he brags about being some generational grandmaster." Unable to contain his anger, he grabbed a nearby throw pillow and hurled it forcefully at Madara. Madara wore a fawning smile as he hurried to bend down and pick up the pillow from the floor. He coaxed him gently. "Xiao Chao, it was Daddy's fault. Don't be mad anymore." Little Madara's anger hadn't subsided. He crossed his arms tightly over his chest and stomped back to his room with a huff. At that moment, his phone rang. A flash of annoyance crossed Madara's face as he softened his voice. "Wife, what is it?" Kiora tried hard to keep her tone sound natural and calm. "What have you been up to this entire day?" Madara instantly grew nervous. I haven't been up to anything." Rest assured, the boy finished all his homework. "My dad is being looked after by a caregiver too, and I'm cleaning the house right now." Kiora continued. "I just sent you a file. Go out and get it printed for me." Although Madara was deeply unwilling, he still agreed. After hanging up the phone, the rage inside Madara could no longer be contained. He went to town on the sofa pillow with a flurry of punches and kicks, muttering curses under his breath. Viewers vented their frustrations in the bullet comments, with Sayuki complaining. "Looking at his state, he's simply a toad trying to eat swan meat. Toads at least get to catch a glimpse of swans, but take Madara. Does he even know what a television drama looks like? And he's a professional acting graduate? I think he's completely inferior to Great God Ren. Speaking of which, when is Great God Ren going to debut?" After letting off steam, Madara quietly crept over to little Madara's bedroom door. He said softly, "Daddy wants to ask you for a favor." Little Madara turned his head slightly and asked with guarded vigilance, "What for?" Madara pulled a 10-yen bill out of his pocket and waved it in front of little Madara. "Daddy has 10 yen here. Go help Daddy print this file, will you?" Little Madara didn't even think twice before rejecting him flatly. "I'm not going. 10 yen is way too little." Madara gritted his teeth, probing further. Little Madara still shook his head. Stamping his foot with resolve, Madara upped the stakes. 50! Little Madara's eyes lit up and he agreed immediately. Little Madara opened his little hand, and Madara helplessly placed the 50-yen bill into his palm. The bullet comments discussed, leaving a child to go out all alone like that? This dad is something else. What kind of neighborhood did the production team stumble into? Even with great security, kids still need supervision. Saying this, Yusuke widened his eyes in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. In the studio, Kiora's face turned instantly hideous to look at. Sayuki launched unsparing criticism. Even if the neighborhood security is top-notch, letting a young child go out completely alone is way too dangerous. Kiora hurriedly defended herself. "Our family has always placed great emphasis on cultivating Xiaochao's independent personality, so we let him try many things on his own." Before she could even finish, Sayuki pierced straight to the point. "Cultivating an independent personality? Is that supposed to be done by using money as an inducement?" Kiora was instantly stumped, opening and closing her mouth without being able to utter a single word. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Yusuke hurried out to smooth things over. "Teacher Kiora, given the circumstances, why don't you give the child's father another call to check on the situation?" Kiora cast a grateful look at Yusuke. She then took out her phone and dialed Madara's number. On screen, Madara glanced sideways at his phone screen, rolling his eyes in utter disdain. He muttered under his breath, "Annoying to death, all she knows is calling." He switched his phone directly to silent mode, tossed it aside casually, and muttered, "Out of sight! Out of mind! Seeing this unfold, the fury on Kyora's face could no longer be masked. Fortunately, the production team's staff members kept following little Madara the whole way, so the live stream didn't run into any actual accidents. The live stream screen suddenly shifted back to Kaho's home. Noriko and Toki had just finished their study tasks for the day. Noriko even specially recorded Toki's piano practice process into a video. Just as Toki was happily preparing to play games together with Noriko, she noticed that Noriko's expression was unusually serious and different from usual. Toki asked with a face full of confusion, "What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Today you didn't open the door for a stranger, and you called Daddy in time. That was exceptionally well done. Daddy wants to praise you. If Mommy and Daddy aren't home, and another stranger knocks on the door, you must never open it. Remember, always contact Daddy first thing, understand?" Toki asked with wide-eyed curiosity. "If I can't reach Daddy and Mommy, what should I do?" Noriko answered with total earnestness. "Then no matter what the person outside the door says, you must absolutely not open it. You must protect yourself well, understand?" Hearing that, Toki nodded vigorously. "I remember now." A look of gratified relief finally surfaced on Noriko's face. "Now, Daddy is going to give you your reward. Today, Daddy is going to carry you through the canyon to sweep the battlefield and soar straight to Stellar." Hearing this, Toki's little face flushed red with excitement. She raised her phone high up. "Daddy is amazing!" In the studio, the audience gave thumbs-up approvals for Noriko's educational approach. For the afternoon live stream, Yusuke stepped up to the stage. "We are now going to conduct a test targeting the fathers." The test content: while the father is taking care of the child at home, a stranger visits. What is the father's reaction? A doorbell chime rang out on the live broadcast screen, starting with Noriko's house as usual. Everyone cast meaningful glances toward Kaho. The production team actually went out and found a young, gorgeous woman to pay a visit. The production team is full of schemes. Are they trying to use color temptation on Great God Ren? This is clearly a show about fathers taking care of kids. Why are they targeting the fathers instead? Great God Ren's popularity is sky high right now. The production team is just riding his coattails. It's been hard for heroes to resist beauty since ancient times. Hang in there. Great God Ren. Noriko opened the door, and the production team's camera rapidly captured his facial expression. To everyone's surprise, Noriko showed no sign of pleasant surprise at seeing a beauty. Instead, a trace of wariness arose. "Hello." Following the earlier incident with Toki, Noriko now harbored deep distrust toward any stranger. "Hello, I just moved in upstairs, and I haven't had time to buy a mop yet. Could I borrow yours?" The staff member smiled radiantly, exuding a youthful, vibrant aura. Kiora and Hana secretly gloated. A stay-at-home dad like Noriko surely couldn't keep his composure when facing such a youthful, vibrant woman. But Noriko's reaction took everyone in the live stream completely by surprise. "I know everyone living upstairs, and I never heard of anyone moving in," Noriko said, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Besides, instead of borrowing from your actual neighbors, you ran all the way downstairs to borrow a mop from my house? Who on earth are you?" The production team staff member was instantly thrown into awkwardness. Keho chuckled musically. "Let me tell you, what kind of excuses are you guys even trying to make? Forget this building. More than half the people in our entire residential complex are on familiar terms with Noriko." The production team felt a sudden sense of a blunder. They had wanted to stir up some drama, but who knew Noriko wouldn't fall for the trap at all? Sayuki couldn't help laughing out loud either. "Exactly. Noriko gets to look at our sister Kaho every day. His aesthetic standards are sky high. Who could easily catch his eye?" Seeing that the other person couldn't spin any further excuses, Noriko's wariness shot straight to its peak. "If you don't leave, I'm calling the police. Someone already came trying to trick my kid into opening the door earlier today." "Are you her accomplice, or is it you?" Hearing the mention of police, the production team staff member fled in panic. Noriko unhurriedly took out his phone to contact the community security. The production team went into complete chaos. If they got busted by the cops, the whole show would be ruined. The broadcast cut urgently to Kento's home. "Beauties, finding a job nowadays isn't easy. You really need to keep your eyes open." Kento lounged in the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, flicking a lit cigar in his hand. Hana's face instantly turned pitch black. Not only did Kento open the door, he even invited the person right into the house. "You haven't answered yet. What kind of work do you do? If you haven't settled on anything, since we're neighbors, It must be fate. I happen to be missing a secretary. A salary of tens of thousands a month is just pocket change. Kento reached out, deliberately flashing his expensive wristwatch. The staff member stood in awkward confusion, her brain spinning rapidly without coming up with a countermeasure. If you think the pay is too low, we can always discuss it. As Kento spoke, he instinctively reached out his hand. This startled the staff member so badly that she scrambled away in flight. Kento offered a faint smile, maintaining a casual, self-satisfied expression. Little fellow, acting all shy now. Too bad I didn't reel her in. The bullet comments section erupted in abuse. Why is this Kento so greasy and disgusting? Is secretary making tens of thousands a month? That job must be exhausting in all sorts of ways. What kind of example can a man like this set for a child? Total trash. Hana was so furious her roots ached. Not only did he spend her money, but he was also this unfaithful. The production team was speechless too. The broadcast response couldn't be called bad. It could only be called abysmal. The live stream screen switched once more to Kyora's home. Kiora wore a confident expression, assuming Madara was as obedient as a trained dog. But once the screen unfolded, it completely stunned Kiora. On screen, the staff member looked full of adoration. "Teacher Madara, I've watched the dramas you acted in. I'm such a huge fan of yours." Madara was suddenly so overjoyed he couldn't close his mouth. "Really? Then which one is your favorite?" The staff member was utterly stunned. How on earth did they forget to double-check their background info first? But Madara didn't notice a thing, and dragged the staff member right back to his house. "Teacher Madara, won't this be inconvenient?" Madara cast a glance at little Madara, who was playing video games in his room. He pulled the staff member straight toward the bedroom. "Xiao Chao is studying right now. Let me teach you some acting." The staff member's eyes went wide. "Teach acting? In the bedroom? This is a live broadcast. Don't ruin my reputation." Terrified, the staff member broke free from his grip and fled in panic. Madara chased after her, shouting, "Let's exchange contact info. I still have so much experience to teach you." How could the staff member dare to stop? Work was already annoying enough, and now she had encountered a total creep. Seeing the person disappear from sight, Madara looked thoroughly disappointed. Inadvertently, his gaze drifted to the wedding photo of him and Kiora hanging in the living room. The more Madara looked at it, the angrier he got. He grabbed a broom and smashed it directly against the photo. "It's all because of you, woman. You're the one holding back my acting career. If I hadn't gotten married, I'd have been a huge star by now. He is simply a disgrace to the entertainment industry. Please lock these two together forever. Never let them back onto the dating market." This turn of events caused the show's view count to skyrocket, surging past 5 million in the blink of an eye to hit a brand new record high. The simultaneous 3-family live stream had an exceptionally fantastic effect. As the live broadcast neared its end, Isuke stepped onto the stage to announce, "To our online viewers and the studio audience, Episode 3's live stream is coming to an end. Thank you all for watching. Regarding the Episode 4 live stream, there will be a small adjustment. We will be moving the broadcast location to a resort, scheduled to go live 3 days from now. Now, please cast your ratings for our 3 guests based on their performances over these past 3 episodes. I definitely have to vote for Toki. She's just so adorable. I'm so looking forward to what amazing performance Great God Ren will show us in Episode 4. The person above is totally right. Guys, let's cast all our votes for Great God Ren." At dusk, Noriko tied on an apron and walked out of the kitchen carrying the final dish, exquisite in color, aroma, and taste. He smiled at Kaho and said, "You've been coming home quite early these past few days." Kaho nodded gently, her expression a bit unnatural. The company hasn't been too busy lately, but Noriko noticed that despite facing a table full of food, she hadn't touched her chopsticks for a long time. Noriko asked with concern, "What's wrong, honey? Is something on your mind? Tell me about it." Kaho hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. "I have to go on a business trip in 3 days." Noriko let out a long breath of relief. He had thought something major had happened. "Leave Toki to me," Noriko said with a smile, his eyes brimming with doting affection. Kaho raised her eyes, looked at Noriko and Toki and said, "I'll be away on business for about 3 days. Thinking Toki should also relax a bit, I signed you and Toki up for a parent-child summer camp." Noriko couldn't help but freeze slightly, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Was this still the Kaho in his memory? who was strictly demanding regarding their daughter's studies? Noriko thought to himself, could it be that Kaho was reincarnated too? Why the sudden drastic shift in her approach to raising our daughter? Mommy, really? Kaho gently rubbed Toki's little head and said with a smile, of course. Toki can play to her heart's content these next few days and have a wonderful time relaxing. Thank you, Mommy. Mommy is the best. Please take care of your health while on your business trip. Noriko relaxed as well. Whether she had reincarnated or transmigrated didn't matter. As long as it allowed their daughter to grow up happy and joyful, he was 100% in favor. On the morning 3 days later, Noriko brought Toki early to the summer campgrounds. During check-in, Noriko also learned that all the participating families in the summer camp session were prominent figures. Hearing that there were other children to play with, Toki cheered with excitement, jumping up and down on the spot. Meanwhile, Noriko froze on the spot, groaning internally. Neither of these two are easy to get along with. Film Empress Hana and her husband Kento, although the outside world constantly rumored their relationship was solid. Noriko remembered that in his previous life, news of their impending divorce broke around this exact time. And then there was Kiora. Her household was no better either. Though Noriko didn't know the exact details either, a staff member walked up to Noriko and said politely, Mr. Noriko, since you've arrived, please pick your room first. Mr. Kento and Mr. Madara haven't arrived yet. Noriko looked up and saw the remaining room choices available. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly at how calculating the summer camp organization was. Competition was starting before they even stepped inside. At present, only 3 housing units remained. One was an elegantly decorated small duplex. One was a 2-bedroom, single-level flat, and another was a tiny studio apartment of just a few dozen square meters. Noriko steeled his heart. Since this was a contest between families, he naturally couldn't lose. Can I just pick directly? Noriko confirmed. The staff member nodded with a smile. You're the first to arrive, so of course you have priority choice. Without a moment's hesitation, Noriko decisively chose the fully furnished duplex. Seeing Noriko's choice, Kiora and Hana were both thoroughly displeased in their hearts. Kiora spoke up first, a sarcastically passive-aggressive edge in her tone. It's easy to see that Noriko really dotes on his daughter. If it were Madara, he would definitely have yielded this room to Toki. After all, our family has always attached great importance to teaching our child the virtue of humility and yielding. Hearing this, Kaho immediately took offense. I work hard to earn money precisely so that my family can have better living conditions, and to provide my child with a higher quality environment and education. So I believe that as long as something is obtained legally and reasonably through one's own efforts, there's no need to yield it. The moment these words were spoken, many viewers nodded in agreement with Kaho's point of view. Sayuki was even more merciless, delivering a sharp counterattack right on the spot. The spot little Madara got at his prestigious private academy wasn't easy to secure, right? How come I don't see you giving up that spot to someone else? Kiora was rendered utterly speechless by the question, her face flushing red and pale by turns. She opened her mouth, yet couldn't utter a word. Hana secretly wiped away sweat, glad she hadn't spoken up rashly just now. This verbal assault is way too sharp. Who could possibly withstand that? At that moment, Kento also arrived at the training camp, a black Maybach ground to a slow stop. His secretary quickly got out and respectfully opened the car door. Meanwhile, the chauffeur had already readied a sun umbrella to shield Kento from the sun. A staff member rushed over to Kento, politely handing over the remaining 2 keys. Hello. According to the summer camp rules, only you and your son may participate. Please select your room. Mr. Noriko has already chosen 1 set, so these are the remaining 2. Mr. Noriko? Which Mr. Noriko? Kento asked in confusion. Beside him, Kenta's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, It's Noriko! The staff member smiled at Kenta. That's right, it's Mr. Noriko. While Kenta cheered with joy, Kento recalled the scene in the hospital ward, a flash of displeasure crossing his face. Let me see the rooms, Kento said in a cold, detached tone, tinged with impatience. The staff member hurriedly displayed photos of the remaining 2 units to Kento. His face darkened in an instant. Are you out of your minds? Is this a place fit for human living? You're actually expecting me to live here? Internally, the staff member felt intense disgust at Kento's attitude. but maintaining professional ethics, explained in a gentle tone. 3 families are participating in this event, and these 3 rooms were agreed upon by your family members beforehand. Hearing this, Kento felt his mind buzz violently, exploding with anger on the spot. Is Hana a pig? How could she possibly agree to such an unreasonable arrangement? When these words reached the broadcast studio, Hana turned bright red with rage, her chest heaving violently. Sayuki grabbed Kaho's arm tightly, laughing so hard she bent double, shaking like she had a motor inside her. Kaho threw her head back too. In the end, Hana suppressed her rage with great effort and awkwardly picked up the microphone. Don't misunderstand, everyone. We usually joke around like this all the time. Sayuki really couldn't hold it in any longer, giggling out loud. Best Actress Hana's family really has a unique way of addressing each other. One moment it's menopause, the next it's calling someone a pig. The bullet comment section exploded again. I unilaterally declare Goddess Sue to be my internet spokesperson. She spoke my innermost thoughts. Why not just give my goddess 2 microphones? One is simply not enough for her to work her magic. Hana's face turned hideous to look at as she sat there striving to mask her displeasure. Fortunately at that moment, a BMW appeared on screen, slowly driving into the campsite. Madara stepped down from the driver's seat and hastily jogged around to the other side to open the car door for little Madara. Little Madara was looking down, completely absorbed in his phone, looking thoroughly impatient with Madara's actions. That's definitely a hack. It's way too overpowered. Little Madara cursed at his in-game teammates while complaining to Madara. It's all your fault? You didn't hold the umbrella over me properly, causing me to get killed in the game? The staff member frowned slightly, maintaining a humble demeanor as he explained the rules to Madara. Please choose your room now. Mr. Noriko has already picked 1 set, so these are the remaining 2. Kento instantly grew dissatisfied and bellowed loudly. What is wrong with you? I haven't chosen yet. Why are you showing him the room info? He's not allowed to pick. Madara wasn't a pushover either. Hearing Kento's unreasonable stance, his temper instantly flared up. Everyone came here to join the activity together. What gives you the right to get special treatment? But before he could even finish his sentence, Madara caught sight of Kento's luxurious Maybach out of the corner of his eye. His aggressive momentum withered instantly, and his tone unconsciously dropped several notches. Kento cast a contemptuous glance at Madara, his heart filled with disdain. Kid, I arrived earlier than you. What's wrong with me choosing first? Kento said in an arrogant tone, eyes full of provocation. Madara wanted to retort, but was left with his face flushed red in silence. Despite being thoroughly disgusted with the option, Kento reluctantly took the key to the single-level flat. Meanwhile, Madara's face was written all over, with helplessness and grievance, looking just like a deflated balloon. But little Madara was having none of it, and yelled loudly at Madara. Madara, how could you let him take that house? Hurry up and go snatch it back for me. Madara could only soothe him in a low voice. It's pretty nice for us to choose this apartment too. Who knew little Madara would grow even angrier, cursing non-stop under his breath? Inside the broadcast studio, Kyora's face was hideously dark. Sayuki said sarcastically, My oh my. So this is the spirit of humility and yielding that teacher Kiora always preaches? I've truly witnessed it today. I've really learned a lot. Kaho gently nudged Sayuki. Aren't we being a bit too high profile? But she didn't care in the slightest. Who asked her to keep targeting you throughout the first 3 episodes? Kaho nodded with gratification, the corners of her mouth curling slightly upward. The bullet comment section buzzed again. Goddess Sue's expression is so mischievous, it hilariously hits my funny bone. Hurry up and look at Kyora's face. It's as black as the bottom of a wok. Even though Kento rubs me the wrong way, that scene where he put Madara in his place, I almost couldn't tell whether Madara or little Madara was supposed to be the son. The camera cut back to the summer camp. The moment Noriko stepped into the room, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and started cleaning. Little Toki refused to be outdone, helping out by handing over tools and wiping tables. Father and daughter demonstrated flawless teamwork. In stark contrast, complaints rose in endless waves from Kento and Madara's households. The staff hurriedly explained patiently that parent-child joint cleaning was one of the key segments of the activity. Furthermore, purchasing any supplies requires vouchers, which must be earned based on performance in each activity. Kento felt secretly smug inside. Go ahead and pick the biggest one. Now you'll get what's coming to you." Upon hearing this news, Madara scrambled back to his room and started tidying up in a panic. In the studio, Kiora and Hana watched the live stream feed with gloating expressions on their faces. Sayuki looked worried. "Sister Kaho, what are we going to do? The one Noriko and Toki have to clean is the largest unit." Kaho remained completely composed. "Don't worry, our home is over 300 square meters, and Noriko keeps it spotless without a speck of dust." Inside the duplex apartment, Noriko was exercising his creativity. He meticulously folded a small hat out of newspaper, gently placed it on little Toki's head, and thoughtfully put a face mask on her. "Our first battle starts now. Are you ready for combat?" Little Toki's eyes turned resolute as she balled her tiny hands into fists. She responded loudly, "Fighting! I'm completely ready. Fighting! With father and daughter joining forces, we'll definitely win total victory." Noriko's spirit blazed high as well. The reason Noriko was so confident was that cleaning house was his absolute specialty. This was not merely because practice makes perfect from doing daily household chores, but also due to a crucial underlying factor: Noriko's past background. Throughout the cleaning process, little Toki performed exceptionally well, not only working diligently, but also offering non-stop encouragement and emotional support to Noriko. Her earnest, adorable look instantly won over countless fans in the live stream. "Toki is way too amazing. She works so fast and clean, and she's so sensible. She's truly a little angel. Come quick, look. Guess what huge secret I discovered? Great God Ren actually served in the Navy before. No wonder. Turns out he served in the Navy. He's beaming with righteous aura." Half an hour later, an uplifting message resounded through the summer camp loudspeakers. "Congratulations to Group 1. Mr. Noriko and Toki are the first to complete their home cleaning, winning a 200 yen voucher." Hearing the glad tidings, Noriko and Toki jumped up in excitement and gave each other a joyful high five. "You're awesome! Daddy couldn't have completed this task so quickly on his own," Noriko said with a face full of smiles. "Daddy is super awesome too. I want to be as capable as Daddy when I grow up." Little Toki's eyes were filled with complete admiration for Noriko. Meanwhile, over at Kento and Madara's sides, hearing this announcement left them utterly dumbfounded and wide-eyed with disbelief. "Kenta, can you hurry up? How many times have I rushed you? Why are you being so slow and pokey?" Little Madara's voice was equally loud and harsh on his side. "Madara, how big is this room anyway? You've been cleaning for so long, I'm seriously done with you." The cleaning competition finally came to a close. Madara's household, relying on their smaller room size, finished second and received a 100 yen voucher. On the other hand, Kento's household got stuck dragging their feet and only received a 50 yen voucher. Isuke explained in detail that the summer camp had meticulously designed a series of tests. The first test was designed to observe how parents secure a suitable living environment for their children. The second test focuses on testing the cooperative ability between parents and children. As for the upcoming third test, we will see how they utilize limited resources to arrange lunch and dinner for their children. Next, please sit back and enjoy the upcoming wonderful performances. The scene shifted to the resort marketplace, filled with a dazzling array of goods. As soon as he stepped into the market, Noriko felt overwhelmed by all the choices. Clutching the 200 yen voucher in his hand, Noriko pondered internally. This can buy quite a few things. He handed the decision-making power over spending to little Toki. "Toki, we have 200 yen right now. How should we spend it?" "However, Daddy needs to explain something to you first. Before we know for sure when we'll receive our next earnings, we have to spend our current money wisely. You don't need to worry about earning money if you really want to eat McDonald's." Little Toki nodded with a serious look, her eyes rolling around at storefronts like McDonald's. "Do we only have these 200 yen? Can't we spend our own money?" Toki asked with total innocence. Noriko nodded with equal earnestness. Toki thought about it for quite a while before saying in her soft, milky voice, "Daddy, let's go buy groceries instead." Noriko was genuinely quite surprised. Toki was so sensible. Even though she clearly wanted to eat McDonald's, she still chose to buy groceries instead. Great God Ren is truly such a good father, actually leaving such a decision as spending money entirely up to Toki. I support Great God Ren. This is the only way to help a young child establish a good financial awareness early on. Noriko gently ruffled little Toki's head. "Don't you want to eat McDonald's? If you want to eat it, it's completely fine, we can have it." "Daddy, McDonald's is too expensive. Let's eat when we get home instead." Little Toki squinted her big eyes and added, Besides, Daddy, you also said we aren't sure yet when we'll be able to earn our next vouchers. Noriko couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how sensible his precious daughter was. Down at the marketplace, Noriko and little Toki browsed around extensively and reaped a rich harvest, purchasing quite a few items. Little Toki's sweet and adorable appearance, paired with her soft, youthful voice, made her look like an absolute sweetheart. The vendors were completely charmed by her one by one, showing her exceptional care and giving her extra attention. After a round of purchasing, 50 yen worth of vouchers still remained. Daddy, we bought so many things. What delicious food are you planning to make for Toki? Little Toki asked with a face full of anticipation. Noriko pondered for a moment. Toki, since Daddy gave you full decision-making power, what we eat is entirely up to you. Little Toki cheered excitedly. I've already figured it out. I want to have barbecue. Noriko froze for a moment. Having a barbecue right here at the campsite would definitely be hard to keep from Kaho. Just as he hesitated, Noriko caught sight of little Toki's expression filled with eager anticipation. That look seemed to say, Daddy, please say yes. Ultimately, Noriko couldn't bring himself to refuse. Fine. Noriko hardened his heart. His daughter wanted to eat it, so he told himself he just had to make it happen. Worst case scenario, if his wife got angry later, he would just have to put in extra effort to appease her. Yay! Daddy is the best! Little Toki cheered, dancing around with joy. Noriko packed up the ingredients they bought, grabbed the remaining 50 yen vouchers, and walked toward the staff members. Hello, I have 50 yen left here. I wanted to ask if I could exchange it for a grill, along with charcoal and some barbecue supplies. I didn't see any being sold in the market. Hearing this, the staff members were also stunned. Who could have predicted that Noriko actually planned to have a barbecue right here? Before the show started, absolutely no preparations had been made for such a thing. Just as the staff member was about to refuse, Yusuke's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Oh, gelato, agree to it. If you don't have them, go buy them right now. Receiving a definitive confirmation, the staff member immediately beamed with smiles. All right, Mr. Noriko. However, are you sure you want to exchange for this? You only have these 50 yen vouchers left now. Noriko nodded firmly. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting studio, Shimizuran started finding fault once again. As expected, letting a young child decide how to spend money ultimately leaves nothing left. Parents should teach children how to budget properly, rather than just letting kids spend blindly. Hana nodded in agreement as well. The live chat barrage section erupted into another wave of criticism. Toki managed to hold back from eating McDonald's and even thought about buying groceries. She's already doing an amazing job, all right. They're really picking bones out of an egg. This much food is totally enough for 2 or 3 days. Chen Qing led Chen Zimo into a McDonald's branch. The store lighting was bright. A staff member smiled and asked, "How may I help you?" "I want to eat a family bucket, and I want 2 of them." Chen Zimo tugged at Chen Qing's hem. Chen Qing looked completely impatient. "Give me 2 McDonald's family buckets." The staff member smiled politely. "Certainly, sir. Please present your vouchers." Chen Qing glanced casually at the counter. "Where is your online payment QR code?" "I'm terribly sorry, but during the resort event period, we are required to use vouchers for payment." Chen Qing's face instantly darkened. "Are you people out of your minds? I can pay in cash or make a bank transfer, so why do we have to use some stupid vouchers?" "I am truly very sorry, sir. That is our rule. We can only accept payment via vouchers." When had Chen Qing ever been subjected to such treatment? Everything had been going wrong from morning until now. Right now, he felt like he was being deliberately given a hard time, and the anger inside him flared right up, turning his face bright red with rage. Chen Zimo cautiously raised his head and pleaded in a whisper. Chen Qing was at the height of his anger, and he swung his hand down directly, landing a heavy slap on Chen Zimo's head. Chen Zimo burst into tears, filled with grievance. Yet Chen Qing showed no intention of stopping, following up with several more slaps. "What are you crying for? Such a useless good-for-nothing. I refuse to believe I can't spend my money just because of this." With that, he dragged Chen Zimo along and headed into a convenience store. Seeing the items inside the convenience store, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He bought a huge pile of spicy snack sticks and various other junk food all at once. Carrying the snacks, Chen Zimo finally managed a faint smile on his face, though he remained very cautious. Meanwhile, over at the nearby McDonald's, Kasho was devouring a family bucket. Kasho gripped a chicken leg tightly in one hand, his cheeks bulging like a little balloon, while holding a cola in the other. Madara sat off to the side, staring at the mere 32 yen in vouchers left in his hand with furrowed brows and a bitter expression. The single family bucket had cost 768 yen, wiping out more than half their funds instantly, yet he hadn't even managed to take a single bite himself. Just then, Kasho caught sight of Chenzimo walking past outside. He excitedly shouted that he wanted snacks too. Madara looked helplessly at the remaining balance. "Xiao Chao, we're out of money." Before he could even finish his sentence, Kasho flew into a rage. "My mom gave you so much money, and you're even begrudging me 32 yen? Are you deliberately trying to starve me? I'm going to tell my mom the moment we get back." The live chat barrage boiled over once again. These two father and son pairs are each more exhausting than the last. Your mom can probably see everything right now. A son who looks down on his old man. What an absolute loser. In the broadcasting studio, Shimizuran and Hana kept their heads down, embarrassed enough to curl their toes in their shoes. Sayaka showed no mercy with her sarcastic mockery. She secretly gritted her teeth. Hana was so furious her face turned beet red, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Meanwhile, Kaho looked entirely relaxed and at ease. Noriko and little Toki's stellar performance was her ultimate source of confidence. Because the three families, yards adjoined one another, Noriko and little Toki immediately dove straight into barbecue preparations after finishing their lunch. Noriko worked with practiced, fluid motions. Washing vegetables, chopping vegetables, and skewering items were all done in one smooth flow. Next, he proceeded to methodically wash and skewer the meats. With the father-daughter duo working in tandem, in less than an hour, a table was completely covered with all sorts of neatly arranged barbecue skewers. The sun gradually slanted westward, dyeing the edge of the sky a brilliant, vibrant orange red. Noriko looked at the sky and prepared to light the grill. "Toki, be careful not to burn yourself." Little Toki was beyond excited. "Daddy, is there any other job you can give me?" Noriko glanced at Toki, unwilling to dampen her active enthusiasm. "Then go get 2 plates and wash them so we have somewhere to put the cooked skewers in a bit." Little Toki nodded vigorously, and like a cheerful little rabbit, she bounced away to wash the plates. Sayaka curiously leaned over toward Kaho and asked, "Does Toki often wash plates at home?" Kaho was equally amazed by her daughter's performance. "Noriko has never mentioned this to me before." On screen, aside from the production crew members, Chenqing and Madara's households had also been drawn over by the alluring aroma. Holding a brush, Noriko evenly sprinkled cumin powder and chili powder over the sizzling skewers. Then he turned his head and asked little Toki, "Toki, do you want spicy or non-spicy?" Little Toki answered without a moment's hesitation. Noriko burst into a hearty laugh. "All right, Daddy will definitely satisfy you." With that, he added an extra generous sprinkling of chili powder and cumin, then brushed on some cooking oil. A rich, mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water instantly. Chenzimo stood nearby, watching the sizzling, oil-dripping skewers and swallowing hard from hunger. Meanwhile, Chenqing and Madara stood off to the side, green with envy and jealousy. Noriko naturally noticed Chenqing and Madara's unusual behavior, catching the envious expressions on their faces, but he didn't care about the two of them in the slightest. In his eyes, these two weren't even qualified to be considered competitors. Back in their room, Kasho was having none of it. He stood with his hands on his hips. "I'm ordering you to go right over to Noriko's place and get me 10 meat skewers right now." Madara finally reached his breaking point. "If you want them so badly, go get them yourself. I'm not going." Hearing this, Kasho reacted instantly. "Are you rebelling? How dare you use that tone with me? I'm your dad, and I'll use whatever tone I like." Madara grabbed Kasho and ruthlessly delivered a few kicks. Kasho curled up in a corner, crying at the top of his lungs, while his stomach kept growling incessantly. That evening, while wandering around outside, Kasho happened to run into Chenzimo. "Get over here!" Kasho barked viciously. Chenzimo wore a look of utter disgust, having zero desire to pay attention to him, and turned to walk away. Seeing this, Kasho flew into a towering rage once again. "You little beanpole. You actually dare to disobey me?" Kasho charged right forward, grabbed Chenzimo, and subjected him to a flurry of punches and kicks. In the broadcasting studio, Hana glared angrily at Shimizuran. Is this how you usually educate your son? Yet Shimizuran stubbornly tried to argue her way out of it. It was clearly Chenzimo who was impolite first. Both sides share the responsibility for this. The live chat boiled over again. Why did these two suddenly start fighting? Their alliance fell apart faster than flipping a book. Toki is participating in the show with them. Could she be in danger? If they dare touch a single hair on Toki, we absolutely cannot let them get anywhere near her. After washing the plates, little Toki went off to play by herself. She happened to run into Kasho right after he had finished beating Chenzimo into submission. Kasha lorded it over Chenzimo, demanding imperiously, "Call me boss!" Chenzimo muttered under his breath, "Boss." Looking immensely pleased with himself, Kasho continued issuing commands. "Since you're my underling now, you have to listen to me. Follow me to go get meat skewers from Noriko." Hearing this, Chenzimo balked. Kasho reached out and grabbed the collar of Chenzimo's shirt. "Refusing to listen to your boss already? Or do you not want to eat anything at all? Toki has meat skewers and refuses to give them to us. She's just too selfish and doesn't know how to share. She's just a little girl. If we scare her a bit, she'll obediently bring the skewers over. Understand?" Chenzimo felt heavily conflicted inside. Ever since drinking the porridge Noriko cooked, he didn't actually harbor any ill will toward Noriko and Toki. But the waves of hunger churning in his stomach gradually wore down his resolve. Combined with Ma Xiaochao's twisted logic and brainwashing, he actually started feeling like Ma Xiaochao's words made some sense. The live chat section panicked. How can this be? Two boys are actually going to bully a little girl. It makes my blood boil with anger. Where on earth is this summer camp? I really want to go over there right now and teach those two ill-mannered kids a lesson. Great God, Ren, hurry up and show up. You absolutely cannot let Toki get bullied. Kaho couldn't help but grow anxious as well. I think the production team needs to step in right now. This kind of behavior is simply too malicious and could easily leave them with psychological trauma. Host Saki wore an awkward expression, unsure of how to respond. Shimizuran grew anxious too, cursing Madara for his inaction. Why wasn't he coming out to haul Kashoe right now? If Toki really ended up getting bullied, she couldn't imagine what Kaho might do in response. The atmosphere in the broadcasting studio grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. On the live stream feed, Chenzimo suddenly spoke up. I still think going to scare Toki isn't right. Kasho threatened him in return. Do you not want to come with me? Or do you want to get beaten up? Chenzimo shook his head repeatedly. We can just ask her nicely. What if Toki agrees to give us skewers on her own? Besides, Uncle Noriko is nearby. If he finds out we're bullying Toki. Hearing that, Kasho couldn't help feeling a pang of fear inside. The two of them approached little Toki together. Little Toki hadn't heard their prior conversation, so she asked curiously, Big Brother Xiaochao, Big Brother Zemo, what are you two talking about? Kasho stepped forward with a beaming smile. We have a super fun game. Do you want to play with us? Upon hearing this, little Toki's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Seeing that little Toki had taken the bait, Kasho immediately dropped his act and revealed his true colors. You can't play for free though. Isn't your dad grilling meat skewers right now? Go get us 10 skewers of meat and we'll let you play with us. Little Toki didn't even think twice before readily agreeing. Toki, you're back. The skewers are just done. With a smile on his face, Noriko handed a perfectly grilled, exterior crisp and interior tender skewer straight into little Toki's hand. Little Toki took the skewer, her eyes curving into smiling crescents. Thank you, Daddy. Noriko reached out with doting affection and ruffled little Toki's head. Finish eating this skewer first, and Daddy will give you another one later. If you take too many at once, your little hands won't be able to hold them all. However, little Toki shook her head and explained earnestly, No, Daddy, I'm going to share them. A flicker of confusion flashed across Noriko's eyes. Little Toki quickly added, Big Brother Xiaochao and Big Brother Zemo said they have a super fun game, but they'll only play with me if I bring 10 skewers over. Hearing this, Noriko's brows furrowed involuntarily, and a trace of displeasure welled up in the bottom of his heart. Children playing together and sharing food was completely normal, but making it a conditional transaction, only playing with her if she brought good food, changed the very nature of the interaction. Yet, looking at little Toki's full of anticipation expression, Noriko really didn't want to spoil her fun. Therefore, Noriko carefully selected 10 meat skewers and handed them to little Toki. Toki, come back early, all right? Otherwise, the rest of the skewers are going to get cold. Little Toki nodded vigorously. cradling the skewers carefully as she skipped away. The live chat viewers flooded the screen with sympathy. Toki is too innocent. I hope she doesn't get tricked by those two brats. Just thinking about those two little scoundrels bullying Toki makes my blood boil and my teeth itch with anger. How can someone as kind and adorable as Toki be tricked like this? Great God, Ren is following after them. Noriko followed a good distance behind little Toki, maintaining a well-judged interval the entire time. Seeing this scene, a warm current welled up in Kaho's heart. Meanwhile, Shimizuran and Hana were practically paralyzed with tension. Little Toki jogged all the way and quickly arrived in front of Kashoan Chenzimo. Out of breath, she said, "Big brother Xiao Chao. Big brother Zemo, I brought the skewers." Kashoan Chenzimo's gazes were instantly hooked by the meat skewers, and they lunged forward impatiently to snatch them. In the scuffle, Kasho accidentally shoved little Toki hard. Little Toki's foot slipped, and she landed heavily on her backside on the ground, her little face scrunching up in pain. "It's okay, big brother Xiao Chao, it doesn't hurt," little Toki said, bravely forcing herself back up despite the pain. Yet Kasho showed no intention of apologizing whatsoever, focusing entirely on devouring the meat skewers voraciously. Chenzimo did the exact same thing right beside him, the two of them eating like ravenous wolves. "Big brother Xiao Chao, big brother Zemo, what are we going to play?" little Toki asked with a face full of anticipation. Kashoan Chenzimo acted as if they hadn't heard a thing, continuing to eat away on their own. "It's so delicious. I still don't have enough, Chenzimo. Give me yours." Kasho reached out directly to snatch the skewers right out of Chenzimo's hands. Naturally, Chenzimo wasn't happy about this and tried to protect his skewers. But Kasho is big and tall, and he snatched the skewers away in a single grab. "I'm your boss. How dare you disobey me?" Although Chenzimo felt resentful inside, he didn't dare voice his anger, and could only endure it in silence. Little Toki walked over to Chenzimo and asked softly once again, "Big brother Zemo, what are we actually going to play?" "Play my foot!" Chenzimo couldn't hold back and snapped at her in a rage. "You little fool, we never wanted to play with you in the first place." Little Toki's eyes instantly reddened as tears welled up and spun in her eyes. But she bit her lip hard and struggled to keep the tears from falling. Noriko couldn't bear to watch any longer and rushed out swiftly, pulling little Toki directly into his arms. He said with a heart full of pain, "Let's go." Noriko's face was terrifyingly gloomy, scaring Kasho so badly that his hands loosened and the skewers scattered all over the ground. Back in their room, Noriko originally wanted to wipe away little Toki's tears, only to discover with surprise that little Toki had stubbornly held back her grievances and refused to let a single tear fall. "Toki, I'm sorry. It's Daddy's fault for letting you get wronged," Noriko said, his eyes filled with guilt. Yet little Toki shook her head sensibly. "Why don't Big Brother Zemo and Big Brother Xiao Chao want to play with me anymore? Is it because they don't like Toki?" Hearing this, Noriko felt a sharp pang of heartache. "Of course not. You need to know that there are kind people in this world, and there are also people who don't know how to behave. You were just unlucky, and happened to run into some kids who don't know any better. You were willing to proactively share your meat skewers with them, which shows that you are kind and generous. So, this is entirely their fault, not your problem at all." After hearing this, little Toki nodded heavily. Noriko clenched his fists tightly, struggling to control the anger burning inside him while trying his best to look calm. "Daddy?" Little Toki looked up at Noriko. Noriko nodded and led little Toki out of the room. Toki is so sensible, it breaks my heart to watch. The live chat barrage section echoed with a wave of sympathy. "I am seriously going to die of anger. Daigo Wang, give me the production team's address right now so I can go have a serious talk with them. Great God, Ren is truly a model father. He handled that so brilliantly." Kaho watched all of this happen, her chest heaving violently, as she locked her gaze directly onto Hana and Shimizuran. Hana felt flustered under that stare and didn't dare say a single word. In terms of accolades, she was a Best Actress and Kaho was a Cantopop diva. In terms of social status, she was just an ordinary celebrity, whereas Kaho was capital personified. Yet Shimizuran still tried to argue her case. "I don't think anyone said they wouldn't let Toki play along. Is it possible that Toki was just two?" "Two what?" Sayaka finally lost her temper, cutting her off in a rage for the very first time. "If you call yourself a mother, you have already failed completely at your job. If you still want to keep parading around as a child psychology expert, I can only say you don't possess the qualifications for it at all. The live chat section boiled over once again. Shimizuran, just shut your mouth. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Thank you, Kaho and Great God Ren, for letting us see how some people look glamorous on the outside while being so utterly ugly on the inside. The biggest flaw of this show is definitely Shimizuran and Hana. The host looked at the chaotic scene and let out a helpless, heavy sigh. This batch of guests is really impossible to manage. On the live stream feed, Noriko had already adjusted his mood. While expertly grilling skewers, he cheerfully sang the auspicious 3 together with little Toki. The little boy came running over. Pitter-patter. Big uncle, the skewers you're grilling look so delicious. I want to trade my little toy car for some. Noriko recognized him at a glance as the child of one of the resort villagers. Big uncle, I carved this little car myself. I'm sure your little girl will love it. Little Toki looked up at the toy car, instantly captivated. She tugged at Noriko's hem. Daddy. Noriko smiled slightly. No need to trade, just sit down and eat with us. But the little boy shook his head, a rustic sincerity shining in his eyes. Uncle, I just want to trade for a few skewers. I want to take some back for my grandma and older sister to try. A wave of emotion washed over Noriko. What a good child, knowing how to care for his family at such a young age. Thinking back to Kasho and Zemo's behavior, it really proved that comparison is the thief of joy. Noriko waved his hand generously. If Uncle says you can eat, go ahead and eat without worry. Uncle loves your toy car. Uncle will pack some extra skewers for you to take. The little boy broke into a smile, then rather self-consciously sat down right next to little Toki. Little Toki generously handed over a meat skewer. Little brother. Watching this heartwarming scene, Noriko suddenly seemed to remember something. He stepped away to grab a guitar from the room and came back out. How can a barbecue be complete without music? Do you guys want to hear Daddy sing a folk song? Little Toki's eyes lit up as she clapped her hands in delight. Yay, I love listening to Daddy sing the most. Noriko sat down steadily on his stool and gently strummed the strings. Noriko's singing was lazy yet brimming with deep emotion. It seemed as though every single line never mentioned a mother, yet every single line was entirely about a mother. In the broadcasting studio, many people unconsciously found their eyes brimming with tears, deeply resonating with the music. The live chat exploded again. You only realize how poor your vocabulary is when you need it most. This song is out of this world. Great God Ren's songs never repeat, and every single one of them is an absolute classic. Is Great God Ren planning to start a storm in the music industry as an ordinary person? Nursery rhymes, tearjerkers. Is there anything Great God Ren can't do? I'm genuinely curious. Kaho listened quietly to Noriko's singing, and her tears finally broke free and spilled over. If she hadn't participated in this show, would she have always assumed Noriko was just a stay-at-home dad and overlooked his stunning talent? Early the next morning, Noriko and little Toki got up bright and early. Toki, since we're out on a trip, actually you don't have to do schoolwork, and you can sleep in as late as you want, you know? But little Toki shook her head with absolute earnestness. No, we can't. Mommy said if you sleep in once, it becomes really hard to wake up early in the future. Noriko deeply felt that his daughter was truly sensible. After the father-daughter duo finished breakfast, they received a notification from the staff. After stepping outside for a while, they saw Chen Qing and Chen Zemo walking out looking bleary-eyed and sleepy. Meanwhile, Madara followed behind Kasha looking utterly cowed and aggrieved. Because of a phone call from Shimizuran the previous night, he had suffered terribly, and a fire was still burning in his belly right now. Little Toki brushed her lip and walked over to Noriko's other side. Her eyes lit up as she called out, "Daddy!" Following the direction of little Toki's gaze, they saw Tao Xiaoshan standing not far away, waving enthusiastically at them. He trotted all the way over to little Toki's side, carefully taking a few berries out of his pocket. He held them out to little Toki. Toki, these are berries from our mountains. They're super sweet. You can't buy these at the market. Tao Xiaoshan looked up and happened to lock eyes with Noriko, instantly becoming flustered. Uncle Noriko. Have a couple too. Noriko chuckled and accepted the berries. Great God Ren's inner monologue. Why do I feel like my precious cabbage is being targeted by a pig? Tao Xiaoshan's inner monologue. At that exact second, I felt like I got instantly sniped by Uncle Noriko's gaze. I'm dying, Uncle Noriko. You should have a couple too. What kind of adorable dialogue is this? Watching this scene, Chen Zimo and Kashao were consumed with jealousy. Kashao reached out a hand as well. "Hey kid, give me a handful of berries too." Tao Xiaoshan quickly covered his pockets. "You bullied Toki, you're not good kids." Hearing this, Kashao flew into a rage, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to throw punches. Tao Xiaoshan reacted swiftly, sidestepping smoothly while grabbing Ma Xiaoqiao's hand at the same time. Kashao was half a head taller than Tao Xiaoshan, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't wrench his hand free. Furious and embarrassed, Kashao raised his foot to kick Tao Xiaoshan. Tao Xiaoshan was quick-witted. Stepping forward, he simultaneously released Ma Xiaoqiao's hand. Losing his balance, Kashao tumbled straight to the ground like a ball of meat. "You country bumpkin, you poor loser. Madara, are you blind? Hurry up and beat him up for me." A surge of anger welled up inside Madara. Although he didn't particularly care for Ma Xiaoqiao's willful behavior on a daily basis, that was still his own son after all. He stepped forward and roared, "Kid, how dare you hit my son?" Noriko was just about to step forward to stop it, when a muscular man with rippling muscles swiftly wedged himself right between Tao Xiaoshan and Madara. "Who are you telling to apologize, whose son?" the man demanded in a booming voice, carrying an unquestionable aura of authority. The moment Madara saw the man's robust physique, a wave of panic struck him. Kashao was also so scared that he scrambled up from the ground and scurried off in a panic. The man turned around and flashed Noriko a rustic, honest smile. "Hello there. I'm Xiaoshan's dad. My name is Tao Fengnian." The more Madara thought about it, the angrier he got, so he marched straight up to the staff to demand accountability. "How are you running things here? Letting any random riffraff into the campsite? I'm just here to deliver veggies for eating." Tao Fengnian gave a big wave of his hand as a flatbed cart pulled by an ox slowly meandered over, laden with a full load of fresh vegetables. The staff member's face was plastered with smiles. "Village chief! You didn't have to make the trip yourself, thank you so much." Tao Fengnian beamed with rustic warmth. "No trouble at all, I just wanted to come see what people from the city look like." Glancing at Madara, he added, "Turns out they don't look like much." Realizing something, Tao Fengnian quickly turned his head to flash an apologetic smile at Noriko. "I didn't mean you, haha!" Noriko gave a modest smile and didn't take the remark to heart. Little Toki let go of Noriko's hand and skipped happily over to the big ox. The big ox slowly lowered its head, standing there so docilely that it looked completely harmless. The live chat section erupted with cheer. "Even this old ox understands human nature. I've truly seen it all today." Haha, the moment the village chief spoke with that accent, I knew he was from our Shandong province. Henan province begs to differ. With the vegetables delivered, the event officially kicked off. The staff members stood in front of everyone and made a loud announcement. "Today, the activity we will be holding is the parent-child 100-meter vegetable relay race. The relay time is 5 minutes. The father and child stand at the starting line. The child fetches a vegetable and returns. Then the father goes to fetch vegetables. The vegetables you ultimately collect will be your food rations for today." Hearing this rule, Chengqing and Madara's households both wore identical expressions of smug satisfaction. Little Toki nervously tugged at Noriko's hem. Noriko reached out and gently ruffled little Toki's head. "Winning or losing the race isn't important. What matters is that you have fun. As long as you try your absolute best, even if we end up with the fewest vegetables, Daddy will still be just as proud of you. Don't you have faith in Daddy's cooking skills? No matter what ingredients we get, Daddy can whip up delicious meals." Little Toki nodded heavily after hearing this. "Daddy, you have to do your best too." She even raised her tiny fist and bumped it against Noriko's. In the broadcasting studio, Kaho and Sayaka couldn't help feeling a bit worried seeing this. After all, little Toki was a little girl, so she might be at a disadvantage physically. Noriko hadn't done any heavy physical labor in all these years. On the other hand, Hana and Shimizuran, just like Chengqing and Madara, felt certain that their own children would easily win this competition. The live chat viewers were also sweating bullets for Noriko and little Toki. This activity is so unfair. Toki is just a little girl, how can she compete against 2 boys? The production crew really will do anything to create clickbait. "I believe in Great God Ren. Everyone, don't forget, Great God Ren is a veteran, he definitely has a plan." As a sharp whistle pierced the air, the 3 children sprinted forward. Chen Zimo ran the fastest, taking an immediate lead and quickly widening the gap. Keisho followed close behind, though he looked somewhat strained while running. Little Toki ran while repeatedly chanting Noriko's words in her head, regulating her breathing and maintaining her pace. Even though she watched the distance between her and the other two grow further and further, she chose not to break into an all-out sprint. Seeing this, Sayaka asked, "Sister Kaho, why aren't you worried? Toki is falling so far behind, and it looks like she isn't even running at full effort." Kaho smiled slightly. "Toki is doing great." Sayaka looked completely puzzled, failing to catch on at all. Kaho explained patiently. A relay race might look like it's only 100 meters, but the time limit is 5 minutes. That means the child has to run for at least 2.5 minutes or even longer. Plus, they have to grab vegetables. Once you grab vegetables, your load increases. If you keep sprinting the whole time, you definitely won't last. Sayaka had a sudden flash of realization and clapped her hands in excited admiration. "Toki is so smart." Hana looked smug, full of confidence in Chenzimo's stamina, and felt certain they would win this race hands down. Shimizuren was equally delighted. In her view, as long as Keisho was faster than little Toki, it was a win. Although this is just a small activity, in today's society, involution is getting more and more intense. Of course, kids need to be pushed from a young age. I think Noriko still lacks the right education for fostering little Toki's active drive. Shimizuren began airing her lofty opinions once again. Sayaka felt utterly speechless inside upon hearing this. For once, Kaho didn't snap back with a retort, which only made Shimizuren and Hana even more full of themselves. On screen, Chenzimo reached the vegetable cart first and eagerly grabbed several cucumbers to run back. But he was too rushed and clumsy, accidentally dropping 2 cucumbers in his panic. This slowed his pace down, allowing Ma Xiao Chao, who was carrying a pumpkin, to overtake him. Little Toki didn't fall behind either, following closely behind with a few chili peppers in her arms. Seeing him blunder repeatedly, Chen Qing grew furious. But when he saw that little Toki had only grabbed chili peppers, he grew smug again. Just as he was feeling pleased with himself, Madara had already bolted out. Chen Qing furrowed his brows and bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Chenzimo, run faster, damn it!" A blur flashed past right beside him. Noriko moved with incredible speed, overtaking Madara in the blink of an eye and charging right up to the vegetable cart. Before Madara even reached the finish line, Chen Qing had barely started running. After returning to the finish line, Noriko didn't rush little Toki off again. Instead, he bent down and whispered a few words into her ear. This scene left the viewers watching with mounting anxiety. Why isn't Great God Ren in a hurry at all? He's still talking to Toki. "It's over, it's over. Madara has already run back. Are we gonna lose the lead we worked so hard to get just like this?" Madara completed the handoff, and Kasha launched forward like a cannonball. Little Toki nodded. "I understand." With that, she took off running as well, though her speed wasn't particularly fast. Chen Qing and Madara stood panting heavily to the side, glaring daggers at Noriko. Yet Noriko remained completely calm and composed. Gradually running out of stamina, Keisho slowed down, eventually ending up running neck and neck alongside little Toki. Kasha grabbed a radish and bolted back. Little Toki, meanwhile, quickly scanned the vegetable cart with her eyes before her gaze finally landed on the eggs. She grabbed 1 egg in each hand and stuffed 1 more into each of her jacket and pants pockets. Chenzimo had already secured his items and started running back. A trace of anxiety flashed across little Toki's face, but she quickly calmed down, regulated her breathing, and maintained her pace. Little Toki ran back, while Madara and Chen Qing had already sprinted out. "Toki brought it back!" Little Toki handed the eggs to Noriko. Noriko ruffled Toki's hair. "Great job! Leave the rest to Daddy!" Noriko bolted forward in an instant. Although he had planned this all along, seeing Chen Qing and Madara running ahead of him still left him feeling somewhat annoyed. Chen Qing and Madara suddenly felt a chilly draft at their backs. Looking back, they saw that Noriko had somehow surged ahead of them again. As soon as Noriko reached the flatbed cart, he swiftly grabbed his target and broke into a fast shuttle run. Little Toki successfully took the baton and ran off. By the time she made it back, Keisho and Chenzimo were only just starting to run. Having exhausted their stamina in the first 2 shuttle runs, the 2 boys hadn't even reached the cart before Noriko had already bolted past. The 5-minute time limit vanished in the blink of an eye. Little Toki was slightly out of breath, but her cheeks were only faintly flushed. In stark contrast, the households of Chen Qing and Madara, who had gone all out right from the start, were so exhausted they couldn't even stand, collapsing straight to the ground. Noriko rubbed his chin, muttering under his breath. These ingredients are matched just right. Chili pork stir-fry, green pepper and egg stir-fry, and we can even stew some pork with glass noodles. They're all dishes that go great with rice. We also have the skewers from yesterday that we didn't get to grill. Thanks to the ingredients you picked, we can have a proper feast for lunch. Hearing this, little Toki jumped up in place with excitement and cheered loudly, "Daddy is the best!" Looking over at Madara and Chenqing's side, the two of them were staring at their pile of loot, completely at a loss. Bananas, watermelons, just a chaotic mountain of fruit. They couldn't even cobble together a single proper stir-fry dish. Chenqing's face was full of fury, and out of habit, he vented his entire bellyful of frustration onto Chen Zemo. Chen Zemo hung his head, looking deeply aggrieved, but didn't dare utter a single sound. The situation on Madara's side wasn't any better, as he launched into a lengthy rant, complaining to Ma Xiaoqiao. Seeing this scene, the audience watching the live broadcast suddenly had a moment of profound realization. Shimizuran and Hana flushed bright red with embarrassment, their heads practically buried in the dirt. Kaho, who had remained silent the entire time, slowly stood up. "Teacher Shimizu, now I can answer what you said earlier. While involution in today's society is indeed severe, we certainly have no right to lecture others about opting out of the rat race. What I want to say, however, is that we cannot chase quick success and instant profits. Advancing steadily is the correct path. After all, you can't become a fat person in one single bite, unless you're just slapping your face to look swollen like a fat man." The live chat boiled over once again. As expected of Diva Kaho, that was so satisfying to hear. I was wondering why she stayed quiet the whole time. Turns out she was waiting for her chance to drop a massive ultimate move. Look at Shimizuran and Hana's faces. They're practically the color of pig livers. In the blink of an eye, lunchtime arrived. Noriko warmly called over Tao Fengnian. The two children ran off to the side to play. Noriko and Tao Fengnian set to work together in the kitchen. Through conversation, Noriko learned about Tao Fengnian's family situation. As it turned out, Tao Fengnian's wife had tragically passed away some time ago due to unforeseen circumstances. Nowadays, he had to take care of two children at home, along with his own mother and his late wife's mother. The heavy burden of the household fell entirely on Tao Fengnian's shoulders, and they were living in extreme financial distress. Currently, the family's savings were only enough to support the schooling of one child between Tao Xiaoshan and Tao Jihong. Since the older sister, Tao Zihong, excelled academically, the family poured all their resources into funding her education. Tao Xiaoshan was also extremely eager to learn. Although he lacked the opportunity to attend school, Tao Zihong always taught him whenever she returned home. The live chat viewers felt a deep ache in their hearts. Misfortune always zeroes in on the most vulnerable, and bad luck always targets the destitute. The Tao family has it so hard. There are still quite a few families facing situations like the Tao families across the country. Since we've seen it, we should help out however we can. Can the production crew please make their address public? Hearing about the Tao family's plight, Kaho's eyes welled up with deep emotion. She immediately announced, "I've decided to personally cover all of Tao Xiaoshan's tuition fees from now until he completes his education. On a personal level, I want to donate 100,000 yen to the Tao family and 500,000 yen to the village in hopes of helping them out." Sayaka was deeply moved as well. "I want to contribute my own modest share too. I'm donating 100,000 yen to the Tao family and 300,000 yen to the village." On screen, Noriko and Kaho spoke up almost simultaneously. "Big brother Tao, there's something I'd like to say." Tao Fengnian rubbed the back of his head and chuckled honestly. "Go ahead and speak your mind, don't stand on ceremony with me." Without a moment's hesitation, Noriko said, "If you don't mind, big brother, I can cover all of Xiaoshan's tuition until he finishes his studies. At the same time, I pledge to support your family with 100,000 yen and Tao Village with 1 million yen. Hearing the figure of 1 million yen, Tao Fengnian hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. Realizing his proposal might have been a bit too abrupt, Noriko apologized. "I'm sorry, that was my oversight. It's not that we think it's too little, nor are we ungrateful for your kind intentions. It's just that for the children in our mountains, what we need even more is a path that can lead us out into the world." On the other side, the households of Chenqing and Madara huddled together, their faces etched with bitterness and resentment. They shifted the blame for all their misfortunes directly onto Noriko. "We must lodge a protest. We get to decide the content of the afternoon competition," Madara declared, clenching his fists. "We'll hold a vote on the rules, and whoever wins gets to host," Chen Qing chimed in. A smug, cold smirk crept across both of their faces as if they could already picture Noriko crushed beneath their feet. That afternoon, the moment everyone gathered, Noriko caught wind of this development. The production crew initially had no desire to humor the unreasonable demands of the two men. However, the head director issued instructions, leaving them with no choice but to agree. Wearing an expression of absolute certainty, Chen Qing marched right up to Noriko. "Noriko, for this afternoon's competition, we've decided to change things up. Do you dare accept the challenge?" Guessing instantly that the pair harbored malicious intentions, Noriko knew they must be up to no good, yet he showed not a shred of fear. "Let's hear it. What do you want to compete in?" Unable to contain his eagerness, Madara stepped forward and shouted, "Vocal performance!" Noriko nearly burst out laughing. He had actually heard Madara sing before, and the pitch correction software usage on it was atrocious. Chen Qing stepped up as well. "I'll compete against you." "Dad, Chen? Are you sure?" Noriko interrupted Chen Qing. He immediately added, "If I lose, I'll hand over all my ingredients to you as well." "Are you certain?" Chen Qing's eyes widened, a flicker of greed flashing across them. "Well then, you need to state what kind of competition you want first." Maintaining his smile, Noriko turned his gaze toward Tao Fengnian standing nearby. "Tao Village had a bumper harvest of watermelons this year. Let's compete on who can sell the most watermelons and make the most money. Doing business?" Hearing that, Chen Qing let out a dismissive laugh. Once the competition format was finalized, both sides busied themselves with preparations. The production crew had prepared various props inside each person's room. Without even glancing at the musical instruments, Madara strutted out, swaggering with confidence. Meanwhile, Noriko walked out cradling an acoustic guitar, which only made Madara look down on him even more. "I might as well tell you, I'm a music academy graduate." Noriko wore a look of utter disdain. "Look at your age. Normally, only fresh graduates just entering the workforce cling to their degrees and talk about them all day long." Madara extended an accusatory finger, pointing furiously at Noriko. In the broadcasting studio, Sayaka wore a mischievous smirk. "Sister Kaho, Noriko is so ruthless." He not only pointed out that Madara is no longer young, but also subtly implied he's no fresh-faced kid either. Kaho shook her head slightly with a helpless smile. It was her first time witnessing Noriko being this sharp-tongued. Turning toward Shimizuran, Sayaka raised her voice on purpose. "How come you're so quiet right now? This doesn't seem like your style at all. Aren't you going to step up and offer a critique?" Shimizuran was so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole and hide in it. After all, the musical talent Noriko had previously displayed could effortlessly crush Madara, yet outwardly she maintained her composure. After all, Noriko had never engaged in commerce, whereas Chen Qing was a bona fide company boss managing a massive enterprise. At the summer camp marketplace, Madara took the stage first and cleared his throat. He started matching his vocals with some exaggerated, tacky dance moves. The live chat filled with sarcastic complaints. "Somebody please seal his mouth shut. This singing is pure torture." You can tell he's cramming at the last minute. This skill level is just too tragic. Madara didn't just insult rap music, he insulted music as a whole. Noriko had expected Madara's performance to be bad, but he truly never imagined it could be this abysmal. Little Toki instinctively covered her ears, her little face scrunched up tightly. "It's so noisy!" With a pang of heartache, Noriko added an extra layer of protection over little Toki's ears. He comforted her softly. "Hold on just a little longer, Toki. Given his stamina, he won't be able to wail for long." Unable to stand it any longer, Kishore shed forward. He snatched the microphone right out of Madara's hand. "Dad, what on earth are you spacing out for?" Still immersed in his own musical world, Madara was deeply annoyed by the abrupt interruption. "Wasn't my performance passionate? You kids don't understand art at all." Standing off to the side, a gentle breeze swept past Noriko, causing his clothes to ripple softly in the wind and making him look utterly crisp and handsome. He closed his eyes slightly and gently strummed the strings. His singing was melodious and captivating. instantly transporting everyone into a serene world filled with heartfelt stories. What is happening? I feel like I just saw my younger self. I'm not some cookie-cutter test prep kid from a small town. I'm just a wanderer who came from a rural county. This song genuinely sings the truth of my heart. Every single song by Great God Ren makes people resonate. This is what real music sounds like. When the song ended, the gap in skill was glaringly obvious. Madara still wanted to mumble excuses in his defense. Soon after, the watermelon selling showdown between Noriko and Chen Qing officially commenced. Chen Qing sat by his watermelon stall, dressed in a crisp, high-end designer suit. Beside him, Chen Zimo held a large woven paper fan, lazily fanning him back and forth. To sell watermelons at a stall, you have to shout at the top of your lungs. The louder you yell, the more people you attract. Chen Zimo nodded half-comprehendingly, and urged on by Chen Qing, he raised his voice and began calling out across the market. "Watermelons for sale! Big, sweet watermelons!" Chen Zimo yelled at the top of his lungs. Passers-by cast sidelong glances, their heads throbbing from the din. Chen Qing's expensive suit looked entirely out of place and glaringly ostentatious in this gritty, down-to-earth marketplace. Chen Zimo worked hard, and before long, he actually managed to draw in a customer. "Hello," the customer stepped forward, looking at the watermelons on display and asking a question. Chen Qing shot Chen Zimo a smug look, signaling him to answer. Flustered, Chen Zimo stammered and failed to get a word out for ages. Chen Qing's face darkened instantly. "Are you a pig? Can't even remember something this simple." The sudden shout startled the customer badly. "I'll tell you again. This one is 80 sen. That one is 140 sen. But by the time he turned back around to introduce the fruit to the customer, the shopper had already turned and walked away in annoyance. Completely enraged, Chen Qing lashed out with his foot and kicked Chen Zimo right on the shin. With his eyes welling up with tears, Chen Zimo stood off to the side looking wronged. A nearby stall vendor couldn't watch any longer and spoke up. "Hey brother, the kid is still young. You can't just beat and scold him like that." Chen Qing, already full of unvented anger, snapped back aggressively. "Mind your own damn business." Hearing that, the vendor's temper flared too. "Is that any way to talk? I was just giving you friendly advice." Seeing the vendor talk back, Chen Qing's anger escalated further as he pointed right at the vendor's nose and cursed him out. The live chat exploded again. "Is this guy mental or what? He's completely out of line. Does Chen Qing have intermittent explosive disorder? Why is his temper so explosive?" I honestly don't know how Hana ever fell for him back then. Birds of a feather really do flock together. In the broadcasting studio, Hana felt both heartbroken and mortified watching Chen Qing's vile attitude on screen. Even if those were his actual thoughts, he shouldn't have said them out loud so bluntly. Now look, his reputation is completely ruined. Kaho watched the scene unfold and shook her head repeatedly. At that moment, she was much more curious about Noriko's side of things and wondered what strategy he would use to sell his watermelons. Arriving at Noriko's stall, they found Noriko and little Toki busy and happy at work. First, they carefully weighed each watermelon to determine its precise weight, neatly labeled the prices on them, and then divided the watermelons into 3 distinct zones. The first zone featured watermelons priced below 10 yen. The second zone displayed watermelons priced above 10 yen. The third zone was an eye-catching bargain zone. Noriko fetched a piece of cardboard and earnestly wrote out, "Spend 18 yen, spend 26 yen, spend 36 yen, group purchase discounts available." Little Toki blinked her wide, curious eyes. "Why are we calculating it like this, Daddy?" Noriko patted his chest. "Look here, if someone buys a watermelon under 10 yen, they just pay the normal price. But if someone wants a watermelon priced over 10 yen, they'll be tempted to grab a 9 yen one as well. Because calculated this way, they only need to spend an extra 7 yen. Doesn't that feel like a massive bargain?" Little Toki's eyes lit up with sudden understanding, though she asked, "Won't we lose money doing this, Daddy? The profit margin on each watermelon will be slightly lower, but the total volume sold will increase. This is what we call high turnover with low profit margins." "Daddy is amazing!" Little Toki looked at Noriko with eyes full of adoration. Noriko gave a proud grin. "Of course! After all, your dad is the smartest person alive besides your mom." Before dinner, Noriko and Chen Qing returned from the market. Noriko's watermelons were completely sold out, whereas Chen dragged a cart back, looking utterly disheveled and dirt-stained. "I refuse to accept this. I don't believe Noriko sold that many," Chen bellowed. But Noriko ignored him entirely, and the production crew couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind either. Per the rules of the game, only Noriko earned the right to choose his ingredients. Starving and exhausted, the households of Chen and Madara finally realized that playing tough wasn't going to work. Back in the studio, Hana looked worried since Chenzimo hadn't eaten any proper food all day long. Shimizuran was equally distressed. Kasho was already on the heavier side, so going without food made things much harder for him. Xiaoyu takes the stage. "We are now entering an off-site segment. May we invite our 3 parents to make a phone call to their beloved partners? Let's start with Diva Kaho." Kaho took out her phone and dialed the number. On screen, Noriko was busy grilling barbecue. Little Toki ran out holding the phone. "Daddy, Mommy's on the phone." Noriko wiped his hands on his apron, took the phone and answered, "Darling? Is the summer camp going smoothly? How does it feel?" "Don't worry, Toki is having a blast." Noriko's casual response left Hana and Shimizuran in an awkward silence. It was clear that Noriko hadn't taken Chen and Madara's repeated provocations to heart at all. "Haven't seen each other in 2 days. Did you miss me?" Everyone seemed to be waiting for the diva to issue a retort. To everyone's surprise, Kaho replied, softly. Noriko laughed heartily. "Rest assured, I'll cook you a proper meal when you're back and let you taste my cooking." Looking shy and blushing, Kaho exchanged a few more pleasantries before finally hanging up. Host Xiaoyu smiled warmly and turned her gaze to Hana. "Miss Hana, it's your turn to call Mr. Chen." Sighing with resignation, Hana took out her phone and dialed Chen number. Chen was sitting aside in a foul mood. Seeing the incoming call display, he couldn't help muttering a few curses under his breath. Yet the moment he pressed accept, his tone instantly softened. "Darling?" Hearing her husband's drastically contrasting attitude, Hana felt a complex jumble of emotions in her chest. Still, she asked gently, "How are things at the summer camp?" Chen let out a grumbling huff. "Don't even ask! There's this guy named Noriko at the camp. He's so damn annoying and opposes me at every turn. Today during the competition, he played dirty tricks and made me lose so badly. You have no idea how humiliated I was." Hana glanced awkwardly at Kaho. "Has Zemo eaten?" Chen patted his own belly, having forgotten to ask about his son first. "Zemo? Oh yeah, he's eaten." After exchanging a few more polite phrases, the two of them ended the call. Xiaoyu continued. "Now it's your turn to call Mr. Ma, Ms. Shimizu." Shimizuran nodded. The moment Madara saw the call was from Shimizuran, he instantly put on an affectionate, sugary tone. "Darling?" Shimizuran spoke with a speechless expression, feigning concern. "How is little Xiao doing?" Madara hurried to reply. "Xiao is doing fine. Don't you worry." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Kasha grabbed the phone from the side and shouted loudly, "Mom, I still haven't eaten!" Shimizuran suppressed her rising anger and scolded Madara. "How are you taking care of the kid? You can't even sort out a simple meal." Madara hastily explained, "Honey, listen, it's just that fellow Noriko went too far. We lost the competition, so we didn't have any ingredients to cook with." Shimizuran let out a cold snort. "Fine, figure out a way to solve it yourself." With that, she angrily hung up the phone. Over on Noriko's side, little Toki was happily eating the meat skewers Noriko had grilled for her. Watching his daughter's satisfied expression, Noriko's face radiated a warm and happy smile. Chen clutched his stomach. Ever since arriving at the summer camp, he hadn't had a single proper meal. Zemo muttered softly from the side. "Why don't we ask Uncle Noriko for some food? He's so nice, he'll definitely give us some." Chen immediately glared fiercely at Zemo. "Shut your mouth, you spineless little wretch. You only know how to go begging others. I, Chen cannot afford to lose face like that." Startled by the sudden roar, Zemo shrank back and quickly zipped his lips. Chen switched to a seemingly gentle tone. "Daddy isn't convenient to go, but you are. Go ask Noriko for a few dozen skewers, and tell him I'll pay him back after the summer camp ends." Inwardly, Chen felt smug, thinking that someone as handsome and talented as Noriko would certainly fail to win Kaho's heart with money. As long as he flashed his financial dominance, Noriko would surely turn around and try to suck up to him. The live chat flooded with sarcastic complaints. Chen Zimo growing up to drag down his dad isn't even his fault. Look at Chen Qing already starting to drag down his son. Good grief, opening his mouth for dozens of skewers right off the bat. Is he treating Noriko like his personal chef? Great God, Ren. Please don't give him any. The moment Chen Zimo stepped outside, he ran into Ma Kara Chao, who was idling about outside. Seeing Chen Zimo, Kasho immediately straightened his back. Chen Zimo, why didn't you greet your boss when you saw me? Do you still respect me as your leader? Frightened, Chen Zimo shrank his shoulders, lowered his head even further, and squeaked in a voice no louder than a mosquito's, "Boss!" Hearing this, Ma Xiaochao's vanity was instantly gratified to the utmost degree. He grabbed Chen Zimo by the arm with a grip strong enough to make Chen Zimo knit his brows in discomfort. "Come with me to find little Toki," Kasho commanded imperiously. Chen Zimo's heart tightened. You're still going to bully little Toki?" Kasho wore a deeply displeased expression. Clearly, she doesn't know how to share. I'm just teaching her how to get along with other kids. Having said that, he raised his fist and shook it threateningly in the air. Chen Zimo shook his head in a panic. "I was wrong, boss. I'll go with you, okay?" Kasho dragged Chen Zimo over to where little Toki and Tao Xiaoshan were standing. Little Toki and Tao Xiaoshan were sharing the freshly grilled skewers Noriko had made, chatting and laughing together. Seeing them, Kasho bellowed, "Little Toki, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over all those skewers right now, or you'll be sorry." Little Toki instinctively ducked behind Tao Xiaoshan. Tao Xiaoshan spread his arms to shield her behind him, meeting Ma Xiaochao's gaze without a shred of fear. "Don't go too far. You guys were always bullying Toki before, and you're trying to pull this again today?" Kasho sneered. "Just you? You think you can protect her?" Rolling up his sleeves once more, he lunged straight toward Tao Xiaoshan. Once again, history repeated itself as he was sent flying backward to crash heavily onto the ground. "That hurts like hell. How dare you trip me again?" Kasha groaned in agony on the dirt. Tao Xiaoshan maintained a righteous expression. "I was just acting in self-defense. If you bully people again, I'll step in every time." Seeing this scene, Chen Zimo bolted away even faster than a frightened rabbit. Just then, Noriko finished tidying up the room and walked outside. Taking in Ma Xiaochao's disheveled state, and seeing that Tao Xiaoshan and little Toki were completely unharmed, he immediately pieced together what had happened. Noriko stepped forward. "Ma Xiaochao, we're all participating in this summer camp together, and should get along amicably. Why do you always pick on others?" Kasha stiffened his neck defiantly. "Who asked him to meddle in other people's business and trip me up?" Noriko shook his head. "Tao Xiaoshan was merely protecting little Toki. You need to learn how to respect others." Ma Xiaochao's face flushed bright red. "Who the hell do you think you are? A freeloader living off a woman. What right do you have to lecture me?" Noriko maintained his breezy, unruffled composure. "Well, look at that. Even a freeloader like me has food to eat, whereas a tough guy like you is left starving." Little Toki picked up a skewer and took a huge, enthusiastic bite, her little cheeks puffing out adorably. Yet the words she uttered were utterly savage. "Daddy is right. You're even worse than a beggar with no food." Exasperated and furious, Kasho snapped, "Who are you calling a beggar?" Seeing this, Tao Xiaoshan unhesitatingly took a step forward, standing firmly in front of little Toki. "Want to fight? If you've got the guts, let's step up and see who's stronger." Overwhelmed by Tao Xiaoshan's fierce presence, Kasho retreated half a step with lingering apprehension. Yet his stubborn refusal to admit defeat still simmered within him, and he prepared to lash out again. Suddenly, Chen Zimo came running back, panting heavily. Right behind him, two figures strode over with large strides. Chen Qing wore an expression of intense rage. "Noriko, how can you possibly bully a child?" Seeing Madara arrive, Kasho acted as though he had finally found his backing. "You useless idiot, your own son is getting bullied right in front of you. I want you to march right over and beat Noriko up this instant." Momosuke yanked off his headphones and cursed angrily. Neither of these two pairs of fathers is the least bit reliable. Whose bright idea was this anyway? In the broadcasting studio, Hana and Shimizuran both tightly clenched their hands together in nervousness. Sayaka grew anxious as well. Surely nothing terrible is going to happen, right? Kaho, on the other hand, remained entirely calm. Noriko glanced at the group before him and let out a disdainful chuckle. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "You two made such a grand entrance. Don't tell me you're looking for a fist fight?" Madara's eyes began to flicker nervously. I'm here to talk business with you. Grill me a skewer and I'll give you 10 yen. How about that? Hearing this, Noriko couldn't help pausing in surprise. A food peddler? Looks like you're truly at your wit's end. Not selling, Noriko said, utterly speechless. What kind of specimens are these? 10 yen a skewer? Who do you think you're looking down on? Chen Qing found it hard to believe. How dare this guy turn down a chance when he could be working for big money? I'm warning you, if you agree right now, I'll add an extra 5 yen per skewer. Noriko waved a hand dismissively. I never intended to sell in the first place. Be on your way now and stop blocking our meal. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Chen Qing redirected his malice toward Little Toki. Little Toki, if you don't persuade your dad right now, we'll make sure Chen Zemo and Kasha never play with you again. The live chat exploded with a barrage of curses. Why is this Chen Qing so despicable? Little Toki is so well behaved, and he actually stoops to threatening her? Quickly tell me their address. I'm going over to rip Chen Qing's head off. Noriko pulled Little Toki behind him to shield her. Don't you dare try to touch my daughter, or I won't be responsible for the methods I use. Chen Qing sneered contemptuously. Just a house husband, a freeloader. What right do you have? I won't allow you to talk to my daddy like that. Little Toki rushed out in front of Noriko. Tao Xiaoshan stepped up beside Little Toki as well. Your company probably only survives because of your wife, right? If Kaho finds out you bullied Little Toki, do you think your wife will be able to save your business? Chen Qing let out a cold snort and slinked away in defeat, realizing he couldn't afford to provoke them. Noriko turned his gaze. Are you here to cause trouble for me too? Madara paused awkwardly. Not at all. I'm just here to take Kasho back. Ignoring Ma Xiaoqiao's protests, Madara clamped a hand over his mouth and dragged him away. The live chat viewers cheered in unison. These people simply needed a lesson. If you don't beat some sense into them, they'll never learn to bow their heads. I'll bankrupt Chen Qing's family just for good measure. Little Toki is so brave, proactively stepping up to protect Noriko. Once the two figures retreated into the distance, Noriko scooped up Little Toki and Tao Xiaoshan. Come on, let's head back and continue our meal. Inside the broadcasting studio, Shimizuran wore a deeply dissatisfied expression. What kind of values is this supposed to instill in the children? Sayaka immediately shot back, oh, as if Madara and Chen Qing could ever raise good kids. Hana likewise looked thoroughly displeased. I admit Chen Qing went overboard, but Noriko's educational approach is definitely not right. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kaho finally picked up her microphone. I support Noriko's decision unconditionally. Furthermore, if Little Toki is ever bullied or Noriko is humiliated, the things I am capable of doing will be far worse than this. The audience members present looked somewhat unconvinced. Kaho shifted her tone sharply. If I can't even protect my own daughter, then I am an unqualified mother. When bullying occurs, do parents bear no responsibility whatsoever? Hana and Shimizuran were instantly struck dumb, not daring to utter another word. Radiating pure sharp confidence, Kaho continued. Chen Qing offered 15 yen for a skewer of meat from Noriko. I'll raise the stakes. I'll pay 150 yen a skewer. I wonder if Lady Lee would be willing to grill a few dozen for me. Hana froze up in awkward embarrassment. Putting herself in that position, she finally understood Noriko's perspective. The live broadcast abruptly cut over to Madara and Ma Xiaoqiao's room. Dad, are you really that scared? How did I end up with a useless coward for a father? Madara's face turned as dark as ink. HMPH, don't let me catch another opportunity, or I'll definitely teach that kid named Toki a lesson. Startled and enraged, Madara snapped. What did you just say? I'm telling you, whatever you do on your own is fine, but the next day, when the morning tasks were announced, Chen Qing and Madara immediately threw a fit upon learning they were assigned to farm work. You're just making us act as unpaid coolies, I protest. The production crew cast pleading, searching looks toward Noriko. They desperately needed a role model. As long as Noriko agreed, this activity would definitely go forward without a hitch. True to expectations, Noriko agreed. Tao Xiaoshan handed over a straw hat. Noriko gently placed it right on Little Toki's head. Toki, it might get a little tiring later on, okay? Toki will be even more amazing than Daddy. Noriko let out a hearty laugh. Daddy believes in Toki. Down in the farming fields, Noriko happened to be assigned to Tao Fengnian's property. The production crew wouldn't let y'all help, so this is our family's newest farming tool. Sayaka's eyes filled with worry. Has Noriko ever done farm work before? Won't something go wrong? Kaho gently shook her head. I've never seen him do farm work. As for his strength, well, his physique is certainly impressive. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Shimizuran snorted coldly. A good physique doesn't necessarily mean good stamina. Plenty of guys coming straight out of the gym are all show muscles. Sayaka looked thoroughly speechless. Sister Kaho, people like that are just sour grapes because they can't have it. They have the nerve to criticize Noriko? Looking at them, the most fragile one is definitely Madara. He has even less stamina than a child. If I ever look for a boyfriend, I'm definitely avoiding that type. Looking youthful and pretty is my job, thank you very much. Shimizuran glared angrily at Sayaka, her face turning the color of a pig's liver. Ha ha ha. Goddess Sue's sharp tongue never disappoints. The live chat erupted in laughter over the double entendre, mocking Madara both for having poor physical stamina and for a grown man wearing heavy makeup every single day, not to mention pointing out that Madara wasn't even young anymore. On the live stream, Noriko reached out and casually whipped off his t-shirt, instantly revealing his muscular, well-toned torso in all its glory. Goddess Kaho, and you called this just impressive? Seeing this, Sayaka's eyes widened in astonishment, her face burning hot, and her earlobes instantly turning bright red. Kaho looked at the screen and let out an awkward chuckle. Inwardly, she thought to herself, what's there to make such a big fuss about? She practically got to see it every single day. The live chat viewers began chiming in with envy. Good grief. Is this something you can actually achieve just by going to the gym? I've always heard people talk about a tiger's back, wasp waist, and a mantis frame. This is straight up Imperial Guard tier physique right here. What did you expect? Daddy, little Toki trotted over with tiny steps, holding a bottle of water in her hands. Have some water! Toki is such a good girl. Noriko smiled as he patted little Toki's head. Daddy, I want to help you work too. Please give me a job. Little Toki looked up at Noriko with expectant eyes. Noriko scratched the back of his head. Harvesting watermelons really wasn't a task particularly suited for little Toki to handle. Toki, are you afraid of little bugs? Noriko squatted down, looking gently at little Toki. Little Toki nodded at first, but quickly shook her head, summoning all her courage. I'm not! Detecting little Toki's hesitation, Noriko said, since Toki isn't afraid, could you help Daddy carry the watermelons from the field over to the cart? Little Toki nodded heavily, her eyes flashing with excitement. Toki is willing. With that, little Toki dove straight into the watermelon patch and strained to hug a large watermelon in her arms. Her tiny figure looked all the more petite against the massive size of the melon. Yet she gritted her teeth and trudged step by step toward the pushcart. Noriko watched his daughters receding back with a fond smile, then returned to harvesting watermelons with smooth, practiced motions, clean and swift without a single trace of hesitation. Seeing the scene in the studio, Kaho couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment. If cooking and music could be attributed to Noriko having too much free time at home, how on earth did he know how to do farm work too? Just how many skills did this man hide that she didn't know about? When Tao Fengnian came back to check on them, he was left standing frozen in utter disbelief at the sight before him. In merely a single lunch hour, Noriko had single-handedly finished what amounted to a full day's worth of work. Brother, how'd you finish so fast? Noriko smiled without answering. Back in a previous lifetime, after his relationship issues with Kaho arose, he had spent a period of time living down in the countryside. You came just in time. Noriko picked up a watermelon and pointed toward a small patch of the melon field right in front of them. The irrigation supply for this section of the field is clearly inadequate. A lot of the melons are showing signs of being hollow inside, which severely hurts the quality. Tao Fengdian stepped forward, took a closer look, and sure enough spotted the cracked patches on the watermelons. He drew a sharp breath. Can't be helped. The season came too early this year, and we just can't pump enough water to keep up. Noriko nodded gravely. The problems facing Tao Village ran far deeper than just this. Although there was a resort located within the village, the profits generated by the resort didn't actually belong to Tao Village itself. The villagers only received a meager payout of dividends each year. A soft, milky voice drifted over from nearby. Daddy, look what I found. Everyone turned toward the sound to see little Toki skipping happily in their direction. She opened her little palm to reveal a smooth, round stone the size of a date seed. It's a gemstone! Noriko looked at the stone in his daughter's hand, and wore a surprised smile. "Toki, you are so lucky." Giggling happily, little Toki tucked the gemstone safely into her pocket. The scene shifted abruptly to the other two sections of the watermelon field. Chen-Ching and Madara's patches sat right next to each other, but the four of them weren't doing any work at all. At that moment, the four individuals were each cradling a watermelon, eating with relish. Chen-Ching glanced sideways toward Noriko's direction, his face etched with intense displeasure. "You'd think this Noriko is an idiot. They can go home by afternoon, and he's actually out here breaking his back working." Madara sat silently to the side, though the look he cast at Noriko was filled with malice. After a watermelon was half devoured and left in a sloppy mess, Chen-Ching casually tossed the remainder straight onto the ground. "Chen Zemo, go get me another one." Obediently, Chen Zemo walked into the patch, picked up a watermelon, and handed it to Chen-Ching. Suddenly, a flying stone interrupted Chen-Ching just as he reached out to take it. "Damn it! Who the hell is crazy enough to throw rocks?" Chen-Ching instantly flew into a rage. A local villager pointed angrily at the ruined watermelon on the ground. "These are my family's melons. What kind of way is this to eat? You're wasting so many good melons." Impatiently, Chen-Ching smashed the watermelon. Chen Zemo handed him onto the dirt as well. "So I smashed it. What are you going to do about it?" "Moaning over a few melons like a petty miser. I've got plenty of money to spare. Your whole patch of melons isn't even worth 1,000 yen. Seeing the villager fall silent, Chen-Ching grew even more arrogant. "You bumpkins, hurry up and bring me a few more melons." The villager lunged forward and shoved Chen-Ching flat onto the ground. "Got money, do you? What gives you the right to curse at us?" Spurred by the shouting, villagers from the neighboring fields quickly gathered around. Faced with this scene, Chen-Ching instead began hurling foul abuse. "You bumpkins! Poor mountains and treacherous waters breed unruly people. You lot deserve to stay dirt poor for the rest of your lives. What is this if not hating the rich? Let me tell you, not a single one of you in this entire village combined has as much wealth as I do." The live chat was flooded with curses and abuse. "I can't take this anymore. I'm saying it again. Someone go beat the hell out of him. He lives in the lap of luxury, yet every single thing he eats and drinks is grown through the back-breaking toil of ordinary farmers. Expose him and ruin his business completely." The host's face twisted abruptly, and they hurriedly switched the camera feed. But it was already too late. The entire live streaming room was engulfed in a fierce storm of public condemnation. Even the audience in the studio could no longer hold back their fury. "Hana, is this the successful entrepreneurial husband you kept bragging about? He's no entrepreneur. He's a ruthless capitalist. And since you're a capitalist's wife, you're no different from him. If I had known, I would have secretly given Chen-Ching a heads up that we were recording a show." Faced with this situation, she had no choice but to slink away in disgrace amid a barrage of jeers and curses. Shimizu-ren grew instantly tense, terrified that Madara might pull some reckless stunt of his own. Taking advantage of the chaos, Madara prepared to slip away with Ma Xiaoqiao. Lugging a massive watermelon in his arms, Kasho couldn't run very fast and was quickly spotted by the villagers. "Someone's stealing watermelons! Stop the melon thief!" Without a second thought, Madara ditched Kasho and sprinted off on his own. Left behind, Kasho yelled out furiously, "Dad, you useless coward, come back here! When we get home, I'm telling Mom to punish you!" Realizing he was out of time, he dropped the watermelon onto the ground and bolted away. At that moment, Tao Fengnian rushed over in a hurry. "Hold your horses, no fighting." Seeing that Tao Fengnian had arrived, the villagers parted to let him through. Tao Fengnian grabbed the person closest to him. Lao Wu's face was etched with bitter frustration. "Big brother Fengnian, look at what they did! They destroyed this entire field of watermelons. I'm not a petty person, but these guys are just too infuriating." Seeing the ground littered with ruined watermelons, Tao Fengnian's expression darkened ashen. Chen-Ching hollered at the top of his lungs, "So it's just a few watermelons, isn't it? I'll compensate you for them, won't that suffice?" Lao Wu's anger flared up even more. "We don't want your filthy, stinking money. Get lost. Get the hell out of our village." The surrounding villagers echoed the sentiment in unison. "Get out of our village. You aren't welcome here." Feeling his face burn with humiliation, Chen-Ching hurriedly dragged Chen Zemo away to escape. At that moment, Noriko ran over and seeing the chaotic scene, hastened to offer comfort. "Everyone, I'm so sorry. We brought this trouble upon you all." The villagers were reasonable people, You're a good man, young Master Ren, and we don't blame you at all. We just blame that heartless scumbag. The third day of activities drew to a close amidst the farce. Back in their room, little Toki looked a bit crestfallen. Daddy, are we leaving already? Toki doesn't want to leave. Little Toki nodded vigorously. Toki loves it here. All the uncles and aunts are so nice. Big brother Xiaoshan is great, and Uncle Fengnian is wonderful too. Noriko gently patted little Toki's head. But we can't stay here forever. We still have to go to school. Besides, Mommy is still at home waiting for you. She must miss Toki so much. A fleeting glimmer flashed through the depths of little Toki's eyes, but her expression quickly settled into a calm composure. Kaho's heart initially stirred, but that feeling quickly faded as she watched little Toki's calm face. Sayaka stepped forward. Sister Kaho? Acting as if she hadn't heard a thing, Kaho kept her eyes locked unwaveringly on the live broadcast screen. Noriko noticed little Toki's emotional shift. What's wrong, Toki? Are you feeling unwell? Little Toki kept her head lowered. Toki hasn't been studying these past few days. If Mommy finds out, she'll definitely be mad, won't she? Can you help Toki talk to Mommy? Toki doesn't want to go to cram school, but Toki will study hard, okay? Noriko's heart gave a sharp pang. How could he have forgotten? In his previous life, it seemed it was right around this exact time that Kaho had signed little Toki up for multiple cram schools, leaving her without a single free weekend. Witnessing the scene unfold on screen, Kaho experienced a complex jumble of emotions in her heart. Ever since she was pregnant with little Toki, she had sworn silently to herself that she would work harder to create a luxurious and affluent life for her daughter. Throughout little Toki's upbringing, Kaho's educational approach had been all-encompassing. She enrolled little Toki in various interest classes to nurture her artistic cultivation, and taught her the principles of interpersonal conduct. Also that little Toki would have a wider array of choices in her future. Yet recently, she had noticed that little Toki seemed much closer to Noriko, often sharing intimate thoughts only with him. This left Kaho harboring a subtle sense of loss, as if an invisible barrier had formed between her and her daughter. As the live stream neared its conclusion, Noriko ran into a logistical snag. The return vehicle arranged for them had encountered a temporary issue. Seeing Noriko look cornered, Chenqing finally felt he had found an opportunity to strike back. Well, how utterly tragic. Noriko didn't give Chenqing's words a second thought and prepared to hail a ride. Suddenly, a large bus pulled up smoothly to a stop. A staff member stepped out from the vehicle and addressed Noriko respectfully. Mr. Noriko, we've been sent to pick you up and take you home. Noriko's eyes lit up instantly. He took little Toki by the hand and prepared to board. Watching this, Chenqing stamped his feet with fury, turning his head away in disgust. The staff member walked over to Chenqing and politely inquired, Mr. Chen? A look of utter disdain crossed Chenqing's face. HMPH. What a piece of junk bus. Hearing this, the staff member frowned, turned around, and climbed right back onto the bus. The bus slowly started up and drove off into the distance. Madara also drove away in his BMW. Only Chenqing was left standing all alone in the spot, stamping his feet and hurling furious curses. Damn it! What is wrong with Driver Wang? How dare he ignore my calls? I'm firing you the moment I get back. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone. It was a message sent by Driver Wang. Staring at the message, Chenqing froze in blank astonishment, completely failing to understand what was going on. He hurriedly called his secretary. Hello? Why did old Wang resign? The secretary replied with utmost exasperation. Boss Chen, do you honestly not know what happened? Chenqing grew even more baffled. Just check the trending searches yourself. Chenqing frantically opened his phone and clicked on the trending topics. The moment he laid eyes on them, he was dumbfounded. His face turned an atrocious shade of pale, and he immediately dialed Hana's number to unleash a tirade of abuse. Hana, you damn bitch, you've ruined me. Do you even know? Back in the car, Kasho was already fast asleep and snoring loudly. That loud, booming snore grated on Madara's nerves, leaving him thoroughly frazzled as he drove. Just as he was cursing under his breath at Ma Xiaoqiao, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, an expression of delighted surprise instantly lit up his face. Hello, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Let me tell you, I'm extremely confident about that upcoming drama project of ours. Yet a rather cold voice came from the other end of the line. Director GU. Madara, let's reconsider our collaboration on this drama. You don't need to make any preparations for now. Madara was struck dumb, his mind going completely blank. He had poured an immense amount of effort, time, and financial resources into securing this role. Why was he suddenly being told to stop preparing? He hurried to ask, "You have to give me a reason. Why are we suddenly halting preparations?" "I've already." Director GU cut him off flatly. "Madara, this mess is entirely of your own doing. The fact that we aren't making you pay damages is already the utmost courtesy on our part. Don't tell me you still don't know what's going on? HMPH, go look up the trending searches yourself." Confused and bewildered, Madara had paid little attention to showbiz news during his time in the mountains. Could something major have happened? He quickly opened his browser, and upon seeing the contents of the trending searches, his face turned alternating shades of blue and white. Bellowing in rage, Madara slammed his fists into the steering wheel. Shimizuran, with his expression twisting in fury, Madara slammed on the brakes, pulling the car abruptly to the roadside. He yanked a still-sleeping Kashoot of the vehicle and subjected him to a thorough beating. Seated on the bus, Noriko noticed that little Toki had fallen fast asleep, so he gently raised a finger to signal for quiet. Little Toki caught on instantly and clapped her small hands over her mouth. Noriko dialed a phone number. "Mr. Noriko, what brings you to call me?" Boss Shu's hearty laughter came through the receiver. Noriko smiled. "Boss Shu, if I recall correctly, you deal in agricultural machinery, right? I'm looking to purchase a batch of farming equipment." Boss Shu chuckled. "Is Mr. Noriko planning to acquire them for Tao Village?" Noriko asked with surprise, "How did Boss Shu know?" Boss Shu replied, "Mr. Noriko, you surely must know by now. You're trending online." Noriko furrowed his brow, only then remembering that he hadn't checked the trending topics in quite a while. Just as he was about to check his phone, an incoming call from Kaho came through. Noriko told Boss Shu, "Boss Shu, I'll send you the specific requirements later." With that, he answered Kaho's call. Though, before he could even speak, Kaho rushed out a rapid-fire explanation of everything that had happened in one go. A brief silence hung on the other end of the line. Receiving no immediate response, Kaho prompted anxiously, "Are you angry?" "I know the situation was my fault." Noriko replied calmly, "Not at all." As he spoke, he gently draped a jacket over little Toki. She was a bit startled earlier, so I'm putting a blanket over her, clutching her phone tightly. Kaho asked with lingering hesitation, "You're really not mad at me?"